and this is an issue which affects all of us. So yeah, let's let's talk about it, and let's discuss the way forward for this. Hope you have a good time. So who do we have on board right now? And as people come in, we'll meet and greet. Okay, so who is there? Oh, I see Lourdes. Hello, Lourdes. How are you doing?
Hello, I'm fine. Speaking from Seville, Spain, the south of Spain today.
Wow, that is beautiful. So we have someone from Spain. So great. Who else is there? Oh, it's from Teach the Future. It's Lisa. Hello, Lisa. How are you doing? Where are you now,
Doing
Lisa?
great.
I'm sorry, I couldn't get where you are from. Where?
I am currently in, where am I? I am in Italy right now.
Wow. The number you gave me was from, I think, from California. So I just had this thing that perhaps you're in California right now. So yeah, okay. Great, great, great.
Sometimes I'm in two places at once. I just hop on my time machine.
Wonderful. And you know, that's the one thing which we're going to do. We're going to play a time machine, a time travel game today as well. So we'll learn something from you as well. Okay, so great. Who else do we have here? Hello, Anne. How are you doing?
Good, thank you.
I hope I pronounce your name correctly. Some people call it Annie. Some will call it Anne. So I hope I've pronounced it correctly.
Both are correct.
Wonderful, wonderful. And may I know where are you located right now? Where are?
I'm in Kenya, the outskirts of Nairobi.
Wonderful, Nairobi, Kenya. Wonderful, so great. So we've got 3 continents right now. Wonderful. That is great. That is great. And who else is there? So we've got Osgita, Dominica, Ilaria. So if you folks are there, or if you're just taking a break, that's fine. It's you're entitled to a break. So who else is there, by the way, who would like to just introduce themselves? Let's see who you are.
Maybe you can start also. Where are you based right now? I'm Fatima.
Hello.
Oh, yes, yes. Fatma, go ahead. Go ahead, Fatma. Go ahead.
I'm in Pakistan right now. In Pakistan. Okay.
And I'm also based in Pakistan. I'm in the room next room to Fatima. That's right. In Rawalpindi, which is near the capital, Islamabad. So yeah, that's the beauty of Zoom. You can meet each other on Zoom. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, so we are 5 minutes into it. Should we start, or should we like 1 more minute or so? Let's give 1 more minute, because people sometimes take in time, and then we can start. Okay, so all right, folks. So it's 5 minutes to the hour, so let's start. And so now the people who are here, let's reward them from coming early. Okay, so today's topic, which we'll be talking about, is one which is very important. It's an existential crisis for all of us. Climate change, it affects all of us. Doesn't matter where we are in any part of the world, and it doesn't matter which country we are in. A little while down in this event, Fatma will be talking a bit about climate change, what all it's affecting. But it's a thing for all of us, because there is no planet B, and all of us are in this together, and there are no boundaries to climate change. So we'll be talking about that. I think it's a great topic to be discussing on a day like World's Future Day. And we'd like to, this is an interactive session. So I'll be using the collective intelligence of this group, the people in this group, and I would like to, get their feedback as well about what they think about climate change and how it's going to affect us all. So yeah, let's, so we had those little introductions. So Fatma, why don't you go ahead and you can, start with your presentation for those who are benefit of those who are here. Yeah.
Yeah, sure. Okay.
Lourdes, could you, allow her to share her screen, please?
I can share it.
Chalo, mera beta. Okay, there we go. Chalo, let's go.
Hello, everyone. Today, I am going to be giving a presentation on how climate change is affecting our future and how it is leaving a negative impact on our lives. So, you see in this picture, the countries in yellow have avoided climate change, and as you can see, there is no country that has actually avoided climate change, not even a single country, and Antarctica is also affected by climate change. Now, what is climate change? Climate change is a change in the average temperature and cycles of weather over a long period of time. Now, when there is excess carbon dioxide, the temperature rises, and scientists have been warning us that if we don't avoid cutting down trees, the temperature will rise each year, and it is actually rising. The scientists are actually warning us again and again that we should stop cutting the trees down. Now, what causes climate change? Let's take an example of a car. So, let's say that you're in a car and you parked it in direct sunlight, and you just leave the car for some time, and when you come back, the car is actually warm. So the thing is that the sun rays have entered the car through its windshields, and because of that, the car actually got warm, and the car actually gets warm, and the sun rays actually have no way to exit the car, so that's why our car is warm. So in the same way, climate change also occurs in our planet. Most of the sun's rays enters the earth, and because of human activities, the earth is becoming more and more warmer. Okay, now what causes climate change? There are three main criminals which actually cause climate change during burning of fossil fuels. Now, we all know that factories and vehicles release toxic gases, and because of that, carbon dioxide is spreading. And when the carbon dioxide is in the atmosphere, it is causing climate change. Now, deforestation. Humans have been cutting down trees for a long time, and they're still cutting it. So we have to avoid doing that, because if we cut them, there will be no source of oxygen on Earth. Now, reduction of biodiversity. Uh, Most animals and plants have been killed, and their lives have been taken because of climate change. So many animals will be extinct because of it, and we have to stop doing this. Now, why is climate change a problem? Okay, so do you see this koala in this picture? I believe this koala is actually pretty lucky, because in Australia there has been a pretty bad forest fire, and because of that, many animals have died and many plants died. As you can see in the background, the trees have been burnt. And okay, now do you see this man? He is actually the minister of Tuvalu, and his planet in the background. His planet is actually sinking. His country is actually sinking because of climate change. Now, this is pretty bad. He is warning us that climate change is affecting his country, so it can actually affect the whole world. Now, who causes climate change? Okay, now Asia, North America, and Europe, these areas have contributed to greenhouse effect, and because of this, climate change is spreading rapidly, like wildfire. Now, who does climate change affect? This is actually my country, Pakistan, and floods in the 2022 in Pakistan caused destructive havoc, and because of this, many people lost their lives, their homes, and many things. And the government tried to warn them that the floods were coming, but the people weren't actually prepared for it. And 1 out of 7 people in Pakistan lost their homes and their livelihood. Okay, many of them still live in camps, and the global community has committed billions of dollars for their rehabilitation, which is actually kind of good. People have started to recover and start their life, like give a fresh start to their life. And this can just happen in Pakistan. This can happen in many other countries. So we have to be prepared for this. Now, as about the SDGs. Climate change is also a part of these SDGs, and if we just don't take care of these, if we don't take care of these SDGs, we humans will have to face a lot of consequences, and that is not good. Because if we just don't take care of them, we will be in quite a bit of danger. Okay,
Wow.
that's it.
Great, Fatma. Great. Thank you for for telling us this. It ends on a very good note. Yeah, there is no planet B. So thank you. So let me ask you folks a question. That Fatma gave a presentation about climate change, and so this and gave the example of Pakistan. Plus, she tried to give some other examples of some other countries as well, which are facing dire climate change. Any other person in our audience who has been affected by climate change, if they can share their experiences? I can actually begin with mine, that I live in Pakistan. So some of the things Fatma shared with us, that those horrible things happened. 1 out of 7 people in Pakistan, they were out of their homes, spending their, and many of them are still living in camps. Now, an indirect result of that catastrophe has been that this year we expect, we already have food inflation because all our crops went away. Food crops were especially destroyed. Inflation is up to the roof, and the poor, they're having a hard time accessing food. So that is a direct as well as indirect consequence of climate change. So that was Pakistan. Anybody else would like to share their experiences in their particular areas, their particular regions? Any other stories about climate change? Anybody? Or perhaps Lisa, how was it in where you are? You were in California. There were a lot of fires there, if I'm not, if I remember correctly. I hope your home was spared because those fires were, the pictures were, really catastrophic. Yeah.
That's true, Umar. There was a lot of fires, and then recently there was a lot of heavy rain and downpour, which flooded some of our communities, some of our cities. So it goes from one to the next. An earthquake, then a flood, and tsunami. We did get tsunami warnings here in Italy during the earthquake that occurred in the border of Syria and Turkey. So that earthquake happened, which then vibrated into a tsunami warning on the Italian coast, right? So yeah, it's and then I got my parents and folks in the West Coast in the States, and then they're experiencing the fires and the rain. And then recently in Southern California, I don't know if you know, but they got quote unquote snow, but for the Los Angeles area, that region, they don't have coats. They don't really prepare. I don't want to speak for all of them, but for most, they just don't have the necessary coats. It's not needed most of the time.
But they are wearing now. Wow, what a change. Wow. Anybody else would like to share their experience from their part of the world about climate change? Anybody else? It would be a good place to know what's happening around the world as well. Okay. So this was about the present. Okay. Our conversation today is about the future. All right. So let's go into the future. Take it. So as futurists, one thing which is already happening. So a lot of us are talking about it. We're having these conversations. But what happens next? Okay, that is always the question. If this is bad, would it get worse? And what do we actually do about it then if it's such a bad issue? So this is what we're going to be talking about. And I'm going to use, I'm a believer in gaming. I believe in gaming and, interacting with people and listening to their views on this. So what I'm going to do is that I am going to play a game called the time travel game. All right. And I would like you to join me. Let me just share my screen. And okay, hang on a second. There we go. Let me share my screen. And if anybody has any questions, you can just raise up your hand and you can, ask any question if you have. All right. Can everybody see my screen? Fatma, can you see my screen?
Yeah, I can see your
I
screen.
can.
Wonderful.
Yes, I
Great. That's great. So yeah, time travel game. Okay. So what you have to do in this game is that we are going to do a closed-eyed visioning of the future. All right. So we're going to close our eyes and we are going to think about what's going to happen in the future. All right. Okay. So so what I want all of you to do is find a place where you're a bit relaxed, where you can, just sit back a little bit easily. And if you want to turn off the lights, that's fine with me. It's you turn on the draw the the curtains and all. Yeah, just do that. Okay. Now, what I want you to do is that. Hang on a second. Now, I want you to imagine somebody, some infant, some child, somebody whom you really love. All of us have some toddler in their life, some infant, some nephew, niece, daughter, son, somebody who's very cute, who's really lovable to you. So I just want you to imagine that person. All right. You're going to imagine that person's future and meet him in as a time traveler's game. All right. So what I want all of you to do now is, please, if you could shut your eyes and put yourself in a comfortable position. Okay. So my eyes are now shut. And what I'm going to do is when I say inhale. So inhale air. And when I say exhale, then you exhale. All right. So inhale, exhale, inhale, exhale, and your body is now really, it's all the tension, it's tension free, it's stress free. You're feeling loose. Okay. Now, what I want you to do is to think about a moment in life when you were really, really very happy. It could have been your marriage. It could have been, your, getting your degree, meeting somebody whom you love, your first baby, any moment in life in which you were very, very happy. So think of that moment, right? And what you can then do is that feel that happiness in your heart, the happiness which you felt while receiving that prize or receiving that degree or meeting a beloved one, or whether it was your marriage, feel that happiness in your heart. Okay. Now I want you to, that happiness to spread into your shoulders. Make it feel in your shoulders and in your arms. And let that happiness spread throughout your body. Now you can feel that happiness throughout your body. And you're feeling full of energy. You're feeling full of happiness. Now, let us go on a journey into the future. You have a time travel machine in front of you. You're now sitting in that time travel machine. You're thinking about meeting your beloved one, the child whom you really love, and you're going to meet that person 30 years from now. Okay, 30 years from now, you're going to meet that person, and you start the time travel machine, and you'll be there in 3, 2, 1. And voila, you're in the future now. Okay.
I'm sorry to interrupt, but can it also be someone elder?
Yeah,
Because
sure. You can be. Lisa,
okay,
can you mute, please? Yeah, okay. So, okay, now you're in the future. And when you get out of your time travel machine, you go out, you're seeing the world in front of you. And what you see is that the world is in front of you, and you meet that person who is now 30 years older now, whoever that person is, whether it's an elder person or a youngster. You're meeting that person who is 30 years older now. You greet that person, and that person gives you something in your hands, a message. You ask the person, you meet that person, And then now it's time to say goodbye. And then you say goodbye to that person, walk back to your time machine, and now it's time to go back to the present. So you take one final look at 30 years from now, how it is out there, and you come back. All right. So you come back and you're back in 3, 2, 1. We'll open our eyes in at the count of 3. So when I say, so 1, 2, and 3. Please open your eyes. Welcome back to the present. I hope you had a great journey. Okay. Okay, how was it, guys? What happened? So I'd like to share some of those experiences. So anybody would love to share their experience? If somebody wants to just raise, you can raise your hand. What happened? Who did you see? Who did you want to meet? What happened? Okay, Ikrama is there. Okay, Ikrama beta. Okay, let's listen to Ikrama, please. Okay.
I actually met my dad 30 years from now. You know,
Wow, that is
very,
great. Okay, so you met your dad. Okay, 30 years older. Wow. Okay, then what
he's
happened?
probably, yeah, he was 70, and I met him around his birthday. So it was actually kind of fun. The
Wow.
background was very good.
Okay.
The background was more black and white than I would have expected it to be,
Okay.
because I didn't pay a lot of attention to the background, even when you sent me to.
Okay.
He kind of still looked the same, like in his office uniform, as if he was still about to go to work.
Wonderful. Wonderful. That's great. That's great. Okay. Okay. That's great. How was the climate, by the way? How was climate and all? Everything was fine?
It felt pretty pleasant, especially with the candle in the middle of the room and the lights closed.
Wow. That is great. 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 So what message did your father give you 30 years from now?
My father gave a message to me: do not get too busy and enjoy life when you can.
Wonderful. Thank you. That's great, Ikrama. That's great. Anybody else would like to reflect what they saw? Anybody else? You could have some reflections. Anybody else? I think we've got a few who came a little late. So, okay. Anybody else would like to reflect what they saw, what happened? Fatma, would you like to reflect what happened? Would you like to share?
Yeah, sure. I actually saw my friend, and he was the message she actually gave me was that spend your time wisely.
Wonderful, Fatma. That is great. That is great. How was the
The background, it was like I was standing in a field which was all like lush green and everything. It was like a garden.
Wow. So 2 youngsters, and according to the 2 youngsters, it's a very good future out there. So it's great. That's great. I'm really nice to hear. That's very hopeful. That's nice. Great. So did the person give you any message, Beta? Anything that you talked about?
Yeah, she told me to spend my time wisely.
Wonderful. That is great. That is great. You know, this is, by the way, is in sharp contrast when I work with elders. Usually they imagine a very dystopian future. So very nice that when you play with kids, and you see, this is where the difference is. And I've played this game with kids in different places. Kids are very optimistic about the future. And let's give them that optimism. So great, wonderful, wonderful. Lisa, you want to share anything? Or anybody else, by the way, would like to share their experiences? Maybe they can turn their mics on and okay.
Thank you, Umar. I really enjoy visualization or this type of activity or exercise. I would say I went into the future and I got to see my nephew. So my nephew now is almost 2 years old. So in 30 years, you get it. You know, you get it.
Okay.
And the message that my nephew said to me was, it's going to be easy. It's going to get easier.
Okay.
And he also said it's going to get interesting.
Wow. Wow, that is beautiful. That is so optimistic. Wow, you know, I've met a really good bunch, you know, people really optimistic about the future. That's great. Wonderful, wonderful. That's great. That's great, Lisa. So good message. And how was the climate, by the way? Did you notice the climate or anything in the background?
It was a West Coast breeze. It was a nice fresh breeze outside.
Wonderful, wonderful. That's
Crisp
great.
air, crisp air.
Wonderful. Okay. Okay. The one near like the beaches, like near the sea, that sort of air. Okay. Wonderful. Wonderful. Okay. Okay. So that great. So that was a time travel thing. Usually what I do is that I ask people to reflect on what they saw. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to share my screen again. I'm going to let you guys have some fun. So what I'm going to do is I share this screen of mine. Hang on a second. Let me put this in screen mode. Okay, and let me now share my. Why is it coming so? Okay, now I don't know how many of you know how to use the annotate button, but there is this button right at the bottom. Either it's going to be at the bottom or it's going to be at the top, depending on where you place your, your settings. It's called annotate. And what you can do through this is you can actually use a stamp button or a write button. So I'm going to use a star. And what I'm going to ask you is, whatever you saw in the future, do you think the future was bright or the future is bleak? So what happened? So for example, when I went into this, for some reason, which I don't understand, I usually find that the future is very bleak. So I'm putting a star over there. If anybody of you needs help in this, just let me know. There are 10 of us, or I can show you guys. So where do you find it? You thought the future was bright or the future was bleak? Anybody? Anybody else? Okay, Ikrama is putting one over there. Okay, better what I'm going to do is okay, Fatma's put one over there. Ikrama, beta, I'm going to put a star for you over there. Okay, that's for you. Okay. Liza, can you access this? Okay, we have one message, future was bright. So for Liza, I'm going to put one more. So 3 people with future is bright. Anybody else want to, comment on this? Or you can put it in chat and I can just put it over here that you thought or if you've not been part of the game, what you can just do is in terms of climate change, do you think the future is bright or the future is bleak? Means it's a very dark future. We don't know what's going to happen. Okay. So 50-50, I would say, oh yeah, that's fine. Sometimes you need to be diplomatic. So yeah. So I'm putting Dominic, I'm putting you in the middle. It's great. Thank you for sharing. Madam Sobi, it's bleak. Okay, that's great. So we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 people, 6 people. All right, one more. Okay, Asgita says bleak. Okay, anybody else? We've got good numbers. Okay, so 3 people who think the future is bright. Some say the future is bleak, and then the people. It's always nice, somewhere in between. Okay, now let's make this a bit more interesting. What I'm going to do is I'm going to go to my next slide. Okay, hang on a second. I think I'll have to. For some reason, how do I? Let me stop sharing and then we go to the next slide. And hang on a second. There we go. Okay, now this is the next slide. Let's make this a bit more interesting. So previously we talked about, whether you think the future is bright or bleak in terms of climate change. So some of you said that it's bright, some of you said it's bleak, and then somewhere in the middle. Now let's make this a little bit more interesting, all right? So now we have 4 quadrants. So one is like future is bright and I can influence the future, all right? So that's one quadrant. Other is future is bleak, but I can somehow still influence the future. Then there is another one, like there are grander forces playing out. I cannot influence the future and the future is bleak. So that's really dark. So which place are you guys on? And by the way, before I ask you guys to vote on this, let me tell you a little story, which I've always found very inspiring. One of the very interesting things in terms of foresight, which I did was if that forces let me. So it's Asgita says, and Asgita, before you said that it's bleak and if the forces let me. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to put you, hang on a second. Hang on, I'm going to put you, let's say, somewhere over here, okay? Somewhere over here, the forces let you, okay? So, like me, hang on a second. Let me put it over here. Okay, somebody wants to put it over here. Okay, great. I once worked with Afghan youth, people in Afghan, young people in Afghanistan. I do a lot of workshops with them. And when I play this game with them, many of them always thought that the future is bleak. We don't know what's going to happen in the future because we still don't know who's in charge. Forces, our neighbors, our rulers, we don't know who's in charge. But what I always, enjoyed playing this game with them was they would always say, we think we can influence the future. Hope is there. All right. So that was something which is very interesting. I always wanted to share that, we can think the future is bleak, but yes, as long as you can think that, yes, the future is, we can influence the future, that's fine. Okay, so for myself, I think the future is bleak, but I still think I can influence the future. All right. Anybody else? You want to, who else want to come in? So future, which quadrant you want to go in? We've got 2-3 more people. Tell me where you would like to put yourself, guys, folks. Let's have some more input. So Fatma is put that over there. Okay.
The more I think of the future, the harder it is to do anything.
Okay, so that's your, Beta, that's what I actually wanted to ask you next. That why do you think so? What you have done is future is bright, but it's hard to influence the future. So why do you think that? Tell me.
The more I try to think of it, I'm trying to keep everything similar, but I'm trying to tweak something so it looks a little better. But I just get
Speak a little louder. Speak a little louder.
I am trying to influence the future so I can have like a better future of say. But each time I try to, it just looks very weird and I'm losing all. Like the future doesn't look so bright anymore because I influenced it too much, but I can't properly influence it either.
Wonderful.
So very weird thing.
Okay, that's great. Okay, so Lisa says it's bright and I can influence it, but I also sometimes feel there are forces at play. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to put you, Lisa, I'm going to put you here. Hang on a second. Let me take out the annotate button and there we go. Where's the star? So I'm going to put you here. No, sorry, so not here. I'm sorry, not here. I'll put you here. Okay, and Madam Sobia, according to you, I can influence the future. So that is beautiful. So the future is bleak, but you can influence the future. So that is beautiful. That is beautiful. And so according to, hang on a second, according to Dominica, I can influence and the future is blight. I can influence, but near to the close to the center of the picture. All right. So you would be maybe somewhere over here. Yep. So great, wonderful. I think that's great. Anybody else want to share their insights, their inputs? So hang on a second. Oh my God, I'm sorry. Okay, there is one more. Grander forces, but bright. Okay, let me put that in there as well. Hang on a second. Oh my goodness, we lost all of it. That's my mistake, but okay, let me just put this for you as well. Share the screen. Okay. So according to W, grander forces but bright. Okay, so I'm going to put you there as well. So we've got quite some insights. So really nice. Okay, we heard some input from Ikrama. So the future is bright, and there were people here, and there were people here. Okay, so that is great. So I would like to take one more comment. I mean, why do you think where you are? I would like to listen to one comment. Anybody would like to comment? Let's hear you. If Fatma is interested, better. Anybody else? Why do you think you put your star where you put it? Anybody else?
I feel like I can influence the future because this social life is like everyone is using social media, and I believe I can influence people through that.
Wonderful, wonderful, wonderful. So great. That's nice. So yes, so what we did just right now is what's called the hang on a second, let me stop sharing and let me get to the next slide. I'm sorry, not very proficient on this. Hang on this. There we go. So what we played right now is what's called the Pollock game, all right? So Fred Pollock, he was a futurist based in Poland, and he lived during the Second World War. So he saw some really bleak times. And for him, the thing was that as long as our rise and fall of the images of the future, it also accompanies the rise and fall of cultures. When cultures or societies they lose hope, then it becomes very problematic. So the really smart leaders, let me go back to this. So as long as you're somewhere over here, let me put out my pen. So as long as you're over here, even if it's bleak or you think the future is bright, doesn't matter much. But as long as you're in this zone, that I can influence the future, there is hope. Then when there is hope, there's always a way that you can always move ahead. Problem becomes when you come into this zone, that nope, there is nothing that I can do. And that's when people start to leave heart. And as a futurist, it's very, very important that we always keep motivating people. Doesn't matter what topic or subject we're talking about. It's very, very important that we look at the pulse of the people around us. Have they lost hope, or are they in this zone? All right, this is where you like them. Sometimes people will feel bleak. Sometimes, they will feel demotivated. But as long as they can think that, they can influence the future, that is fine. Okay. And that is what good leaders do. And that is what is one of the jobs of futurists as well. We look at the pulse of the people around us for whatever cause it is. Climate change, and I especially wanted to play this game with, this topic on climate change, because when I look at my comrades, when I look at people around me, I see they're moving ahead with the strength of despair. And I believe that is, that does not bode well for the future of climate change. So yes, it's always important that you keep motivating people, and doesn't matter which theme you're working on. You try to, you always try that they feel that they can always influence the future. Okay. So great, that was great. So this brings me to, wow, that was great. Thank you very much for that. So tell me, we've had this discussion, but I mean, now let's talk a little bit generally about, Fatma, could you take out that presentation and that last slide, please? We could just put that on. So let's put this question to the public now. I mean, there's so many people over here from so many different countries. We'd like to listen to you now. So this is the issue that there is no planet B. We are facing tremendous odds. And, so what do we do? What is the way ahead? So one thing which I would start is that one way of moving ahead is that we talk about this issue, sensitize our communities about this issue about climate change. Padma, could you go to the previous slide, please? The one with Pakistan. On Pakistan, yeah, just a little, the previous one. Yeah, let's go ahead. Otherwise, you're going to be somewhere like here, and you do not want that you end up in a situation like this. God forbid. I mean, this year also, it's supposed to be, I mean, the thing about Pakistan is that we've got so many glaciers. I mean, we've got the most glaciers in the world outside the polar regions. So one of the big problems which we have is that because global warming is happening continuously, those glaciers are melting. And this is a phenomena which might become, unfortunately, business as usual for us. So these things happened last year. Is this year or years ahead, are they going to be a repeat of the same? That's a big question mark. So we need to do something about it, okay? So what we want to do now, we've got about 10 odd minutes. And what I would like to do is use this as a discussion space. Now what, people, what do we do now? Ab aage kya karna? What do we do next? So one thing is you have these dialogues. Okay, just keep it there, Betty. Okay. So these are some fixes, but I mean, we hear about these all the time. Governments do this, businesses do this. Usually these don't happen. So what one can we do on our level? So let's hear some voices. What can we do on our level? Sure. Anybody would like to join in? What can you do for climate change? Anybody? Okay, Ikrama is writing, save the planet. Okay. Okay. Fatma, what are you going to do for climate change?
I'm gonna tell people that they should stop trashing this world and maybe use less vehicles and everything.
Yes. Before taking this workshop, I was actually part of another training workshop, and we were looking at how much consumption all of us do. So according to the United Nations and other organizations which are looking at climate change, our consumption should be about 2 tons per year, not more than that. Right now, it's 9.6 tons per person, which is way, way, way above what should be. And we're looking at what changes we need to bring in our lives so that we can actually bring about this change. So there's a long way to go, actually. But it also, all journeys, start from somewhere. So, for example, Ikrama said, save resources. Okay, so that's nice. Ikrama, beta, how are you going to save resources? Can you tell us a little bit?
I think the most important way to save resources that I can think of is probably to, first of all, save all the water, make sure all the taps are closed, only use water when you require it. Then also, do not waste food, use food a lot, do not throw away leftovers. If you are, I suggest you instead give it to someone who is in desperate need of it, such as a homeless person or someone like that.
Okay.
I suggest you do not use too much light, or that will also cause troubles, and do not waste any other resources in any other manner, such as throwing away tin cans. Instead, you should try recycling these things.
Wow. So recycling, all the good things you said. Okay, so that's something which we do as well. Okay, so that's an important part. Plus, what Fatma is showing us also is that what can governments do, and we can ask the governments also, because we are, most of us live in places where there is elected representatives. We need to talk to them. Liza, would you like to say something? Would you like to add something to this? What can you do, or what do you think we can do to, further this conversation and, fix? I mean, it's a common planet for all of us. What do we do?
When I think of governments and I think of policy, I think about our partners at the school, SWAF, the School of SWAF. The school, they deal with policy making, and they host online communities and courses to get youth and fellows involved in the policy, the behind the scenes. And we also have a group of fellows, a group of our young voices that have joined the UNICEF Fellows. Okay. And they're also working on a plan, a 10-year plan for the future, and events like this where we can hear young voices, the aggregation of these conversations will also be published and given to UNICEF to file a bigger report to get the word out, to send it to the stakeholders.
Okay, so great. So stakeholders, they need to, let their voice know, let our representatives know that this is something we need to work on. So yeah, that's great. But so there's something in this also about businesses, and this is the part where you can make or break this thing about climate change and global warming and all, because at the end of the day, it's businesses which need to run their processes. I mean, right now they're running havoc, and it's causing all the problems that we're seeing in the world today. But how to make them run their businesses more sustainably? That is always a big question. Okay, there's something in the chat. School of International Futures. Okay, great. That's great. That's a great forum from which we can, ask our policymakers in the UK about, thinking about the future. So yeah, so in our areas also, we need to talk to businessmen and these chambers of commerce. Ikrama Bete, do you want to say something? Your hand is raised.
I'm just trying to suggest something. I'm just thinking of the future. I use this website called Scratch as my coding platform. So if anybody is interested in coding, I think they should start there. Maybe this is how we can start the future.
Okay, that's
We
maybe
can get
something
the
for
youth
another
into
thing,
something.
but we can link it to how we can use. Let's talk about this topic right now. So thank you for that. But let's think about how you can actually use your coding skills for, maybe climate change. Maybe build a game around climate change themes. What I'm saying.
I do have a few games that might revolve around climate change. I haven't currently uploaded yet. I'm still working on them. But yeah,
Wonderful. That would be great. Ikrama, that would be great, Bete. I think that's the need of the hour as well. What I'm seeing in many movies and games right now is that they're putting climate change at the center of it. So one drama which I'm watching right now is called Last of Us, and they've centered it around how due to climate change and global warming, there's the fungus which takes over human beings. So it's really amazing that they build it around climate change and global warming. So yeah, if we use this, we use this to sensitize our audience. I think we can, do a great job. So great. Finally, it's also about us, the choices that we make to reduce our carbon footprint, the impact our actions and purchases have on climate change. We need to think about that as well. We live in a connected world. And one of the things which I've noticed during these conversations with colleagues throughout the world, it's how connected we are. The choices which we are making. So for example, a few days ago, we were looking at these electric cars made in XYZ country in a developing world, okay? But the problem again over there is the carbon footprint is humongous. We look at electric cars as our saviors, but there is a heavy carbon footprint behind them. We also need to look about it that way as well. Where are they being extracted? What conditions are they being extracted on? What conditions are they being built in? What sort of factories are they being used? What is the human cost of all of this? So those things also matter because at the end of the day, we foot the bill. We pay people to actually do something. So that's why it's very important that we use those choices, which can, then help reduce our carbon footprint. And finally, it's about our voices again. So one of the things which I do, which I realized in Pakistan, was that we talk a lot about climate change, but many people do not actually know what climate change is. That is why when we started our presentation today, I asked Fatma to give a 5 to 8 minute presentation about what is climate change. The problem is many of us just hear these sound bites from the media. It's like heat waves, global warming, but what is it? What are the dynamics of it all? How does it interact? How is carbon dioxide created? Now, all these are very complicated stuff. But what I've been doing for the past 2-3 years is I've been running these gaming sessions. So I use gaming to sensitize my audiences on the need for climate change. So I go to different schools, different NGOs, work with different departments. And what we do is we play this climate change game. It's a 41 card game in which we use cause and effect. And we try to, look at this is what you do. This leads to this. This leads to this. This leads to this. Eventually, what all happens is that it all boils down to what you say, the condition we find ourselves in. So where do we make these interruptions? Where do we make, those informed choices so that we can have a better world? So that helps a lot. Okay, and I invite all of you as well that we use gaming, and we can contact me as well, and we can, hold these gaming sessions. You can hold online as well, but they require a little bit more time. We can do that as well. Okay. So last 10 minutes, anybody else would like to say anything, anything which we were not able to say up till now, but you would like to contribute because you are the future. Anybody else? Please, Ji, madam. You're welcome. Yes, madam.
So here I would like to just quote your things. The time you came to us and in our school, you were invited and we were playing this future game. And at that time, you just quote your example that you stopped using your car, your personal car, just to save the fuel and all that, and to just put your part to increase the environment pollution. So now in our school, what we are going to introduce, if you remember about the prophetic way of Vadu, ablution.
Okay. So conserve water. Okay. Conservation of water. Yeah, wonderful.
We have ordered that mud that was a pot that Nabi Kareem sallallahu alaihi wasallam was using for wudu and ablution. That is 750 milliliter of water that contains 750 milliliter of contents. So we ordered that in order to give this practical example to the students, just to use that how much water they should use for the wudu and how much they can use for the bathing. So that's this is we are trying to just bring our students on this, because if even 25 students out of 300 students, if they will use 25, if they can use, so they will, this chain will increase, and we can use less water, we can save this water.
Mhm. Wonderful. Madam Sobi has given a great example. Muslims across the world, they have to pray 5 times a day, so they do ablution before that. So usually tap water is used, which uses quite a lot of water. So instead of that, if they're using these specialized pots and cups which he's talking about, that's, I think, a great conservation. And that is actually a practice which we do in different mosques as well, where we put those big banners that please conserve water. So using this to purify yourself, but please try to conserve water, because each drop matters. So thank you, Madam Sobi. That's a great example of a great, and that's how you inspire kids, because they'll be the adults of tomorrow. So wonderful example. Thank you for sharing that. Anybody else would like to share their how to move ahead? What else should we be doing? So schools are a great example, because that's where the kids will be. Anybody else? Anybody else want to share their insights? What is happening in your part of the world? I would like to hear about that. Anybody else? Hang on a second. Okay. Great. Nice to see the people who will be giving the next lecture as well there, the next presentation. That's so nice of them to show up, and really wish you guys good luck. We've had a wonderful session. We've talked about climate change. We've talked about our perceptions of the future. I'm really happy today that, that I said, this is what has usually happened. When I play with elders, they usually think it's a very dystopian future, but very nice to hear that there were so many people over here who thought that the future has maneuvering space as well, which is very useful. So really happy. Lisa, yeah, you want all yours? Please go ahead.
Yes, I was curious, Fatima, our young voice here today, I was curious, what are her takeaways in participating in an event like this?
Mm-hmm. Great.
Yeah, Fatima, I was wondering if you can share a few takeaways.
What did you learn, Beta? What are some takeaways? Yeah, please go ahead. Anything?
That we youngsters can actually change the future.
Great. That is great. That's a great takeaway.
And we can actually play a big role in it.
Oh, that is great.
Very sweet. Very sweet. Thank you.
Very sweet and very powerful as well, because if they are the future and the future things that it can take care of itself, I think that in itself is very symbolic and very powerful. So great, wonderful, great. We have a comment. Okay, we can. So Ariba says we can all actually make a difference. Yes, Ariba, beta. Yes, we can all make a difference. It is that we just need to get together, and we all can make a difference. We can do that on our individual selves as well. Great. Thank you for showing up. Great. Okay, thank you very much, everybody. I really appreciate that all of you showed up, and you took part in this beautiful dialogue. A dialogue cannot be because of one person; it needs different people. And thank you very much, all those people who came to show up. And it's been a wonderful dialogue. The way you contributed to this, that's really amazing. Ji Ikrama Bete, would you like to say something, Ji?
Can you please share my screen? I've loaded up all of my games here.
Thoda beta uncha bole. Beta, you need to speak a little.
I've loaded up all of my games here. I would really love you to see it. It's about climate change. It is actually around pollution.
Wonderful. What we can do is perhaps you could do that later, but thank you very much that you're making games around climate change. I think that's beautiful. Acha, Lisa just invited us that in the chat. Ariba has also taken, shared a beautiful insight that we need to take those small baby steps, because each steps count. So she's given this mirror board, a link over here. So what you can do is by clicking over here, you could interact with the board, but you can answer some questions. And I think we, give us some feedback, what needs to be done, how to make this a better experience. So yeah, would really love to hear your insights about it. And I think, Lisa, over to you. That's it from my side. Okay, wonderful.
Over to me. Thank you. Thank you, Umar. And you know what? We actually have about 4 minutes until our next speakers come on board. And Muhammad, you had your hand up. Did you want to share something? If you wanted to share your screen, you have just a few minutes until the next session starts. What is it that you wanted to share? Your hand is up, Muhammad.
Ikrima? You're muted, Bede.
Yes. Oh, sorry, I forgot to lower my hand. Sorry.
Okay. Well.
Great. So before we go, hang on a second. Let me. Okay. So we've got it just a few minutes ago, but so we're reaching the end of our time together. I would really like to thank you for participating in the World Future Day Young Voices 2023. Thank you very much for joining me in this session. And without you, this session would not, it's become much more colorful because of you, much more meaningful. And the good thing is if you stay on this Zoom meeting, there'll be new facilitators and conversations happening every hour. So feel free to stay on for the next session and you can join them as well. And if you'd like to continue, and I would like to share one more thing as well, that there's a beautiful initiative taken by Teach the Future, which I'm sharing now in the chat board. Hang on a second, let me put this in the chat. It's something which is very close to my heart and close to what I do. It's called a newspaper about the future. So what you can do is you can look at some other news which other participants have shared, and you can also add to it. You can add your story by sharing, in this newspaper, what will future newspaper articles be like, or what will be future, headlines be like. So creativity is just the limit. Otherwise, it's so have a look at this link, and we'd love to hear your contributions as well. Yes, there's also this Discord. If you like this discussion, if you would like to continue, we would encourage you to please join our online community, and you could have more fun over there. Okay, so I've put these two links. So thank you very much, everybody, and have a good time. To my, the colleagues who will be giving their next presentations, really wish them good luck as well. And hello once again. So goodbye from my side, goodbye from Fatima, and have a good day. Have a great day.
Thank you so much, Umar. Thank you so much, Fatima. We really appreciate it. Umar, also kudos to you. You had some input and Fatima on some guidance in creating the mural board. So, it's a team. It takes a team. It was, through your ideas that it all came together. So now
and everybody, let's give a big hand to Lisa. She's the driving force. She, so yeah, great job, Lisa. I mean, I really wanted to congratulate you by, I think you did a great job. You set up the Miro, but not only just Miro, being that untiring force, which has, gelled us all together. I've been seeing you since the past 3 days, your consistent messages. Thank you very much. You did a great job. And, this is happening throughout the world. So yeah, great. There's not just one event. It's happening throughout the world. So great. Thank you very much, Lisa. Keep up the great work. Look forward to more adventures in the future. Over to our other folks here. Thank you.
Yes, thank you. And I will now be making Anne and Tia, welcoming them, and whoever else I see as a co-host. And you guys can, you all can take it away.
Thank you, Lisa. A good morning, good afternoon, good evening, depending on where you are. It is afternoon in my context. I'm presenting from Kenya, an African, and my name is Anne, Dr. Anne officially. My background is in strategic foresight and leadership and foresight. That's my current studies. I've worked in communities for quite a number of years, so I'm a humanitarian development professional, but also leadership and foresight. We are live on YouTube. This session is being sponsored by Millennium Project in partnership with Teach the Future, a global movement to involve young people in their capacity to be able to voice their concerns. The objective, of course, of this session is to give the young people an opportunity, and even us who are not young, to voice our future. I mean, our hopes, our fears, expectations, but much more flex our foresight muscles. I think that's an interesting one. My relationship with the Teach Future is one of their focal point person in East Africa. So I'll be facilitating this session in partnership with two other young people, Tai and Zara. I know she will pronounce her name better. And we will take a bit of a different approach. So what I will do first, the topic here my topic rather in this session will be the future of urban farming. But I will want the young people first to tell us their story. The two young people that I'm co-facilitating with are from Pakistan, and they have been doing a great work that touches Teach the Future. So I'll give them a short time to tell us about themselves and what they have been doing and what they are calling the young people to do. Then I'll jump into the topic about teaching the future. And we'll start with Tia. Welcome, Tia, and tell us about yourself. Where do you come from? What is this project that you have done or doing? And what are you telling the young people about their capability to be able to influence the future? Welcome.
Okay, thank you so much. Hello, everyone. I'm really, really excited to be here today. So I will start by introducing myself as a person, and then I'll talk a little bit about what I do and how exactly I'm sort of involved with Teach the Future. So my name is Tia. I'm from Pakistan, as Anne told you all. So I'm a student in school right now. I'm in my final year. I'll be graduating basically in like 2 months now, and I'm having exams, all sorts of stuff going on right now. But I really did want to take our time for this because this entire sort of initiative, but World Futures Day specifically, just the whole idea of it was so cool to me when I first heard of it. Just the fact that there's going to be so many different young people from all over the world speaking today is so interesting to me, because one after the other, there's just going to be so many different ideas shared about so many different topics. But more specifically, so I'm involved with Teach the Future because I applied for the Young Voices Award last year, and I was given the runner-up award in that for my project, This Is Us, which I will be talking a bit more about. So in particular, we've sort of just interacted a lot on that basis. I've got to meet a lot of really wonderful people from all over the world that have done really, really cool things also. And this is also another initiative that I got to be a part of because of that one award that I applied for, which just makes me realize that just applying for an award that I didn't really think I would have had a chance to win has given me so many wonderful opportunities. But moving on, so about This Is Us. So This Is Us is the organization that I founded. To give you a little overview of what This Is Us is and what we aim to do. So the main aim of This Is Us is to reclaim the public space. That could mean several things to you, but the way that we have been working towards it is essentially in Pakistan. It's very focused in Pakistan because I've grown up in Pakistan my whole life. Everything I've seen has always been an impact on my personality, on my character, all the events that are going, all of the good, all of the bad, all of it, right, in general. And so the one thing that sort of I always noticed in my time over here was that girls don't get to sort of have priority in the public space as much as, for example, men might. And growing up, I didn't really see an issue with it just because it didn't really directly impact me because I was always given so many privileges that I didn't realize. But then, so there was actually just a sort of a turning point that caused me, that sort of motivated me to start This Is Us. And that was basically when I was around 13. I essentially began This Is Us back when I experienced an incident of sexual harassment. And this is where sort of I had a lot of discussions with my parents, with my family, and I just heard a lot of things that I didn't really know would happen before. And that sort of caused me to just think a lot more, introspect, and just have a completely different outlook on life as I compared to before, just because there was a lot that I wasn't aware of. There was a lot that I didn't realize just because I didn't experience any of it firsthand. And there's a lot of things that I still don't have direct experience to words, because I feel like everyone has their own individual experiences based on your background, your family background, your financial background. There's just a lot of things that play into it. So there's not really any one way that someone can assign what you go through. But so after a lot of these discussions, a lot of just general being able to think about everything, consider all of it, a few months later, like I spoke to my dad and we were like, there's not much you can do to change what has happened, but there's always something positive to take from everything. And that's why we thought, starting This Is Us would be sort of a beacon of hope, not necessarily just for me, but also for a lot of other girls. So the very first thing that we did was we did runs. So it sounds odd, but that's literally exactly what we did. So we just took to the streets of Karachi, which is where I live in Pakistan, and we held runs. So it was like a group of around like 15 girls, and we just like held a run early in the morning in Karachi, like or just on the streets. And the main purpose of this was not only for us to feel more confident in our own hometown, but also just to be able to reclaim the public space and show that we can also inhabit it. And from there, This Is Us sort of took off, and we did a few of these runs. We also had self-defense workshops, for example. We also, once COVID hit, we took to the virtual world, and here we had 2-week-long Discover programs. And this was the very first thing that we did virtually, but it actually ended up being very important for This Is Us as a whole, just because what this meant for us was that now we could reach a much bigger audience. So a lot of people, like a lot of girls from all over the world were able to join. A lot of girls from even just different parts of Pakistan were able to join, that we weren't able to include just because we were very limited to just where I was, which was Karachi. And then these 2 weeks that we spent were online essentially. And what happened here was we basically had a few themes. So for example, self-awareness, empowerment, community building. That's basically what it was. And that's how we sort of took it. And we spent sort of a few hours every day for 2 weeks together. We had different facilitators. We had workshops on finances, a career workshop, and a lot of generally interesting things like that. And we were able to do this twice. So once in 2020 and once in 2021. And from here is where our community sort of grew. Beyond this though, then after COVID, we were like, we want to switch to in-person because there's a lot that we could do. So before that, we also had like a virtual conference of sorts. It was very similar to this one. Over here, we also had a bunch of really interesting discussions. Following that though, then we switched to in-person entirely. And we had this Wheels of Change Girls for Climate Justice program just 2 months ago. So in November, yes. And November, we had this really interesting 3-day long program where we brought together girls from the north of Pakistan online and girls from Karachi from one school. And this time we tried to aim sort of in an area that we don't usually. So previously it was very much whoever can access us reaches us, but this time we reached out to a school in Karachi and we focused on them. So this is a school that is sort of, it's for a lot of girls that are unable to necessarily afford this education. And so we took to them, we asked them if we could sort of come to their school, that we could learn with them, we could sort of come together. And with them, we carried out a Girls for Climate Justice program. And these 3 days were genuinely some of the most amazing days in my life, just because we were able to discuss so many things and we were able to just expose ourselves and vice versa to so many different experiences of so many different girls that had just been through something completely unique to each of them. But the only thing that sort of we could always unite on was that we were always there to listen to each other. We always understood where we all were coming from. And that sort of just helped a lot in building this community, bringing us closer together. even though we were people that had genuinely never met before. And it was really, really amazing because we had not just like empowerment workshops, but also different like people just learned a lot more because we spoke, we had discussions on climate change. We came up with projects on climate change. We had discussions just also just on personal awareness, like for example, on menstrual hygiene. And it was just very broad in the learning that we were able to bring about. So now we're working on then taking this project up north of Pakistan. So far, I mean, I'm sure you've gotten the gist of what This Is Us really is. And I've told you what exactly it means to me, slash sort of how it came about. And that should tell you that this is quite important to me. So, and it's very much essentially, it means a lot in the sense that like, this is something that I didn't just start for the sake of it, but rather with something that I genuinely hope do have an impact with on young girls and build confidence in these girls, particularly in Pakistan. And then obviously in the future, I do hope to take it forward and perhaps go even bigger. But yeah, that is my introduction. I think I spoke a bit more than I was supposed to, but I hope I covered everything.
Thank you, Liz. Tia, and I am sure it is true that you cannot let what you can't change stop you from doing what you can do. That's what I take away from your story. And again, just before I jump in and present something about and facilitate a discussion on the future of urban farming, I want to invite my other co-facilitator, Zavra. I don't know whether she's there. Zavra, are you there? All right. Well, maybe I can jump in and I will take up the presentation, and then we will get my colleague joining later. So I want to share something about the future of urban farming, and I'll rely on Tia to make sure that I'm being heard. If you can post anything to me if I am not being heard. So I just want to be sure that the participants are following me through. I guess you can see my presentation.
Yeah.
So yeah, I have for a while been studying or writing a lot of articles on urban culture. Culture is very diverse and extensive. And so one of the things that I've written stuff about the urban slangs, the populations that are changing, the transport sector, and all those are things that make up the urban culture. And so I got interested to engage the young people on this particular session on the future of urban farming, because this is gaining momentum today. And so I'll take you through a few things. My interest during this session is to help us look at three things. First is to ask ourselves, what is your understanding of urban farming, not frame, sorry. What is your understanding of urban farming? What do you understand by the word urban farming? Maybe you can post. Maybe you can post that on the chat. Let's see. When somebody talks to you about urban farming, what comes in your mind? What is this? What are the understanding that you have? Let's see. What's urban farming? Maybe before I give it, let's see. You can also, raise your hands. I would love this to be an interactive session. So if you want to post in the chat, some words that come in your mind, it may not be a full phrase, but when you hear urban farming, what comes in your mind? Okay, aquaponics, yes, right. That is Kelly, right? Let's hear more. What comes in? Walls of lettuce. Wow, I like that. What comes in your mind what are some of the terms or things that you know about urban farming? Thank you. Keep posting. If somebody wants to say something, maybe raise their hand and say it. Yeah, that's all right. I have agricultural practices in the city life. Yeah, right. All those things are right. Perhaps that's Lisa. perhaps starting even small in your garden or community farming, right? Again, yes, all these things make up urban farming. Yeah, a farm and a mud house comes in your mind. Yeah. Yes, let's keep hearing what comes in your mind when you hear urban farming. Thank you. Okay. So let me just continue with this. So what's urban farming? And yes, I'll be touching on some of those things, but I just wanted to jog your mind here, and then I'll touch on why is urban farming gaining popularity today and also in the future. What are the push and pull factors that are making urban farming become expansive? When we talk of push, are the things that are maybe pushing it externally, factors that are driving it externally and from external factor. The pull are those that are pulling it from internally within the city. Then I'll look at what will the future of urban farming look like, and I'll engage us here to have a conversation on this. All right. So let's look at the first one. What is urban farming? And a number of you have said the right words, and I'll just echo them. Sometimes it's called urban agriculture. I have lived in in urban setting for quite a long time. And one of the things that I don't know why this is posting global warming, removing water. I don't know why it's coming on my slides. Okay. But it's also called urban agriculture. That's what I'm saying. That's another term. So some people use urban agriculture, some people use urban farming. The other terminology that helps us explain is growing. When you talk about urban farming, we are talking of, growing and processing and also distribution. And in some cases, it's also the actual sense actually of value add, when we add value to the food in the food chain. So that is another terminology that describes urban farming. It's also cultivating crops and raising livestock. It's actually both. As we will see, you discover that urban farming doesn't just deal with crops. It also has animals in it. And then there are varieties of setting when it comes to urban setting. Some of you have already talked about, we are talking of the type of farming that is taking place in the rooftops, containers, balconies, walls in some places. And now, because of shortage of land in some texts, people are literally building special places for urban farming. So yes, it's basically what's taking place in the city, but in different locations. So it's not just a farm, it's a variety of things. And there's also an aspect of technology there as we'll be looking at it. Then the scope is basically the city or urban areas. It's not, there is of course purely the rural farming and urban farming. So the scope here is mainly the city or urban setting. And so when we talk about basically urban farming, it is growing or processing and distribution of food, mainly crops and livestock. And that is mainly grown within the city in different locations. And mainly relied on the urban population. Sometimes urban farming actually benefits rural people, because I know in settings where I am, for example, just to give an example, I live in the city, and sometimes depending on, Africa has very different dynamic climate. So depending on where rain starts, sometimes I produce some crops in my small farm, and maybe my sister in the village doesn't have it. So then you see that movement from the city out. So I just wanted to say it's possible sometimes for urban production to go out into the rural, but those are very unique cases. So that's basically what you're talking about, urban farming. And the question is, why is it becoming, why is it that it's gaining momentum? Why? And is this still going to be the case in the future? I think we need to, these are the ones I was calling the push and pull factors. And I just want to touch on a few, not completely exhaustive, because really this is very rich. One is because of the growing food insecurity in the world. UN and World Food Program will tell you, as we talk now, we have about 2 billion people at the verge of starvation. Actually, some are. And from where I sit in my context, for example, when Amar was talking about climate change, I was able to really relate with it. I thought, since I had an opportunity, instead of opening up earlier, I can take advantage of this session. We'll be talking about climate change, but growing food insecurity is so severe in my context. For example, my country is 3/4 semi-arid and arid. And we are talking of about 50 million people. So guess where those people are struggling? Sometimes people literally die because there is no food. They can't grow. The country is not producing enough. And I'm sure it's not just my context. They are, especially Sub-Saharan Africa and many other places where technology has not been maximized to take advantage of the situation. And the climate change is becoming severe in that case. So food insecurity is one reason why, especially in the urban area, it's one of the reasons why people have become innovative, because the urban location or areas are not being able to feed the population that is in there. The rural areas, the rural farmers are not adequately feeding the populations in the urban areas. So people are becoming innovative. Then, of course, the population pressure, I've already talked about this, for example, Africa, where I sit as the fastest growing population. We're talking of about 2.5 billion people from 1.404 now at the moment. That's huge population fast. And about 75% of that population will be in urban areas around 2035. So of course projected, and the projections, we know projections can be interfered or can be challenged by many other things. But assuming the projections in populations are right, the pressure that's coming in is huge. And what we expect to see is more of urban farming. The other thing is the increased urbanization. I've already touched on that. And again, this is something we all know. We are experiencing, most of us possibly in this forum are seated in the city or in urban areas. Then we have climate change, which we've just talked about. And then technology is giving us an advantage, and we'll be seeing some of the techno processes that we are seeing, and also some of the techno methods that are helping populations in the city produce food. Then, of course, we have the new urban culture. It's traditionally it has never been the case traditionally, although this is gaining momentum to produce a lot of food in the methods that we are using today. So it's a new urban culture that's coming in where people prefer to produce their own food in urban areas. Then, of course, a policy position. Because of the increased approaches that are coming through, the types of methodologies that are being used, issues of climate change, most governments now have made a policy position and given guidance on, and they will continue to do that, I believe so that they can help moderate any potential challenges, especially issues related to climate change. So, how does the future look like in urban farming? And I will share just a few areas, and then after that, what I will do, I'll have us discuss. Of course, I know many of you possibly know this, or a few don't, what you call the vertical farming. Now, possibly, let's hear. Anybody who wants to tell us what vertical farming is? Anybody who has an idea? At least you can see my image. Does anybody want to try? Or do you want to post it on the chat? Anybody wants to try what vertical farming is? I don't see the hands. Anybody?
Vertical farming, you can also farm at home. Maybe it makes it easy to grow a garden inside your own home.
Okay. All right. Yeah, and that's true. But are there other types of farming that are not vertical and you can still grow food at home? So, but right, yes, you're right. Let me just give it what it is really. It's because one, of course, the reason, as I said, cities are becoming very populated, but vertical farming is a technique that requires possibly less space, like you can see this guy here. And it is where you use different structures that are deliberately story buildings or, ranks or containers that are placed in different locations in the building. Could be on the balcony or something. But in most cases, it's vertical because of what you can see, for example, on the image I put here. They are grown vertically. You find layers of crops, you kind of resting on each other. And in most cases, this is intentionally done. It maximizes the space. You can already see what's happening here, where the building is done. The building is framed in a way that it can take more crop. So this maximizes space. In some places, it's intentional. They build frames of kind of metal frames, and then drip irrigation along the same, where it's designated specifically for production. But in other cases, people do it within their own homes, just either along the veranda of a house or something like that. So that's one of them. The other one is the aquaponics, and somebody mentioned it. Now, this is very, very unique. And I have started to see this quite often in my setting, in my context. And this is a blend between fish and crop. Now, if you have some background in farming, you will notice that the fish produces very rich manure, the kind of stuff it produces. It's very rich for crops. So this kind of farming is a symbiotic relationship. It's a combination of two, where crops grow in water, but they are fed. They rely on the food from what the feces, or if I may say, or the drops from the fish as their source of food. And that manure from the fish is normally very rich. So this is what happens, where you find that you can see the crops up here. They're actually suspended in water. And then this water pumps through. So they purify the water by drawing everything in, and then the water comes down and takes care of the fish. And this symbiotic relationship you can see it done in a very small space, but it's very healthy. And this is one way of urban farming. Then the other one, is where we have automated farming. This is where we have many more now machines coming up, where technology can be used to produce auto machines that will be used, and they are already being used in harvesting and planting, and this reduces labor, and possibly it will continue. That's automated farming. The other another example that we have is the rooftop. I'm sure maybe some of you know this, where, especially on the flat roofs, this is crop that is taking place, and plants, could be fruits, whatever it is, but you can see this is a rooftop, and gardening is going on there. And then where we use what you call smart farming, where technology is now being used to collect data, monitor crops, temperature, and everything, again, in very small areas in the farmland. And then another one is now this one. This is of my interest. This is very common, where the young people, the youth have taken the challenge and moved in, and very, very passionate, very innovative, and using technology to do farming in the urban areas. Of course, the other aspects are sustainable energy use, and also issues to do with mobile farming. So I thought of mentioning just some of the methods that we are seeing today. But I just wanted us to have a chat. I mean, I put 3 different futures here. A lot of what I've talked about is around here now. It's happening today, and some of it is likely to push. But I just want to ask a question here and open this for discussion. What do you think will be happening in this future? I know some of the things we have already looked at now, the automation, the rooftop gardening, stuff like aquaponics, vertical farming, and even use of sustainable energy, the youth coming in there, they may spill over to this area and may, because the future is complex. And when we are in foresight, when we are flexing our muscles, then we also are aware that projections can be challenged by certain assumptions, like, for example, what happened with COVID-19. But let's look at this future here, 2020. If you look at it, I've done a span of 20 years. What do you think will be happening in 2043? I want to stop this so that we have a conversation. What do you think when you look at some of the things that are happening today? What do you think is going to be happening in 2023? Let's flex our foresight muscles, especially in our context. You can make it contextual now. You can say, because the contexts are different, technology is different, from level of advancement is very different. Let's see, in your context, what do you think is going to happen in the future as far as urban farming is concerned? Let's have a conversation. It's out there. Let's hear. Somebody? Ty, do you want to start? You are co-facilitator. What do you think is going to happen in Pakistan?
Yeah, sure. So urban farming, like I wasn't honestly very familiar with until recently. So I did a bit of research on it. And I think it really just depends country to country. Like the future of urban farming does vary. So if we're talking about a country like Pakistan is a very agricultural based economy. So we have a large part of our economy's GDP depending on agriculture. But this is very traditional agriculture. So we haven't really moved towards urban agriculture. And if so, I mean, there's very little that I am aware of. So I think in 2023, if we're talking about, I don't see a huge shift being made to urban farming just yet. This also is because the people, like the part of our population that is occupied with urban farming, these are people that are not in urban areas, right? They occupy rural areas entirely. It's very likely that these people also don't sort of focus on much else. So their work and life is very based on agriculture. So this would mean just generally even their own food that they'll be getting directly from the farm. Their houses will be on the farm. Their entire job there is going to be based around just agriculture. So making this shift would also mean like a lot of people maybe like sort of losing out on the farms that they're running, because we have a lot of these people, a lot of families even that grow a lot of crops. And we do very much depend on these people because we get our vegetables, our fruits from the rural areas, and they're sort of exported also, and they're transported to just different cities in Pakistan also only. And really like this, we very much depend on them from the perspective of getting like just nutrition, getting this food that we need. So switching to urban farming, I really do feel like this would mean all of these people that we depend on having to completely shift. So for one, I feel like there's a lack in the awareness that is needed for this shift to happen. But secondly, also just a lot of people I feel like may not be willing to, because we've not really been given like the mindset for this is not really there, and you do definitely do need the will to want to switch to something like urban farming. Also because I think another factor that we need to consider is the fact that like we have essentially there's a big separation between urban areas and rural areas. So our urban areas are already very packed in that they're very populated already. So to one, find space for urban farming, to two, make that shift from rural areas to urban areas, and three, also the expenses that come with it. So the transport, the finding a place, the kickstarting all of it, the sort of method that you need to know, that you need to apply to facilitate urban farming, I feel like is not very, like we're not very familiar with it in Pakistan. I feel like there definitely could be a change, but for the most part, I still do think that it'll be rural farming that will be staying in place, at least this year.
Okay, let's hear Max. Thank you. Thank you. And you can already hear the context and the differences in where we are. Max, go ahead. Max, your hand was up. You're muted. Max, I saw your hand. Well, anybody can jump in. Let's hear your context. I want people from different contexts. What's happening? I mean, your context. Hilaria, you want to say something? Let's hear the contextual differences. If you come from a different context, then yeah. Yeah, Max, I can still see your hand up, but I'm not hearing you talk. Can you? Okay. Any other person that wants to comment on urban farming? What's happening in your context? We can hear Pakistan is different. They are still at rural level. My context is in between. There's a lot of urban farming that are taking place in my context. Let's hear somebody else. What is happening in your context and what do you think is going to happen in the future? Let's flex our foresight muscles. Somebody's asking, how do we flex our foresight muscles? Is when we imagine about that future that has not come. That's what we call flexing foresight muscles. We have to think about a future that has not come. What do you think is going to happen? Let's dream, let's interact with that future. That's what makes you future smart.
What if we paid, what if somehow money came from someplace and it paid families to do or to intentionally do this urban farming or community farming? There was investment. There was some investment.
Yeah, that's a potential future because we are trying to say, what do we think will happen? It is likely that it will turn commercial. That's what you are saying, that some people will make it a business where they pay others to produce. Yeah, that's a likelihood. Any other potential likelihood? Any other potential likelihood before I give you my thinking? I just want to hear what the rest will say. What do you think? Do you think the youth will be involved? Let's hear. Lode, yes, go ahead.
I would like to participate. Just letting know Lisa that I will need the meeting ID of Zoom and the password for the next participants because they are having problems to join, okay? And then I would like to participate in the questions. So I have been following the conversation through YouTube. Thank you for your presentation, and also Tia for sharing your experience. What the future will look like, it's the question, right? I don't know if this has been said already, but I think it will depend a lot of the place in the world. But I will think about my country, Spain. We have an issue with the water here. And with climate change, this is being an issue because it's raining less and less and less. So I imagine that we will invest, we will invent new technologies to try to grow more with less, and also to make more things in the laboratory.
Okay, excellent thinking there. I mean, that's good. That's good projection. Yeah, I want to hear more from different contexts. Anybody? I can see somebody from Ethiopia. What do you think will happen in your future of Ethiopia with urban farming? Will it shrink or will it expand? And if yes, expand, how will it look like? And what are your fears, by the way? We could also ask, what's concerning us as we think about the future? What's our fear? What's our concern today in that 2040 future? I have young brains here. I thought these brains think quick. Come on, guys. Come on, guys. Let's hear. Every answer is correct. I mean, just yes. Vishrang, how do you pronounce your name? Vishrang? Okay, let's go.
Vishrang, yeah.
Go ahead.
Yeah, so I believe in the future, of course, we will have like many fears. For example, there is a lot of global warming going on. So especially for like farming, etc., we'll have less water. There'll be like the heat has been rising, but there are of course solutions for this that the world is trying to find, but there will be many problems like that.
Right. Okay. There's somebody. Let's hear somebody else. Okay. So let me just touch on a few things that I think from my perspective are likely to happen in this future of the future of 2040, in my view. I think one of the things that I think is likely to definitely there will be effort to control water usage, because water is constantly becoming a scarce commodity. So in this future, most likely, we are likely to have very highly regulated urban farming, so that then possibly even scheduled, so that certain people can only use water in a given period depending on the amount of water, but also disposable water and how it will be controlled. Of course, if technology continues to be of advanced technology continues, then we will have more techno-regulated kind of farming. The other one possibly would be there is a possibility that now people living in the urban areas, like somebody rightly said, will contract spaces for production. Occasionally, I've thought of food being produced in the sea. I mean, you have barges or the huge barges, which will possibly have the top part of them or the platforms built, and food is being produced in those areas and then shipped. It's an extension of an urban farming. So urban farming may not necessarily now be confined to the urban aspect, but there could be small production cities just in the sea, in the sections of the sea where you designate certain spaces. There is research to that effect going on, asking where are we going to have extra space for production. And I leave the thinking to you, because you're thinking about future, but my closure statement here is urban farming is likely not to stop, but it will continue, possibly change in different ways. Okay. We are coming to the end of our session. We have about 15 minutes. I still was to give one of my colleagues a chance to say something. I don't know whether Zava, you are in. I've not seen Zava. Are you in, Zava? If you are not there, then I will want to move towards time. Zava, are you there? We were 3. I've not seen her. Okay. All right. Okay. So I'll want to just wrap up and say what did you hear as what I heard from just the Thai and one or two people that have and the comments that are coming along the chat. What is the future of urban farming? Definitely there is a high possibility that it will continue, but take different shapes. With increasing population, climate change, and water scarcity, there's a possibility that it will continue. but it will change structure possibly. And there are other approaches that may come into play. Technology might continue to be the lead. Young people will continue to have a voice, I can assure you. So this is a great opportunity because this urban farming is a key aspect of urban culture. So let me stop there. I have 15 minutes, 14 minutes to go. And I want to ask Tia, if anything you want to say regarding a call to the young people. What is your call to the young people? Lisa, I'll come back to you. Tia, just very briefly, what is a call? What's a call? What are you telling young people?
I mean, the main thing, like I'd like to tell young people is just that we have a lot of power that we don't realize that we have. There's a lot that we can do just by speaking, just by listening also, and also just the strength of coming together. So essentially just always to be speaking, to be sort of listening to other people, to be able to be coming together, like the discussion we were having on urban farming. Just also sort of learning from this, we were able to hear a lot more about it. I learned things that I didn't really know before. And so just to facilitate other people, to let yourself be heard, even if you feel like what you're saying is not really important. I think that's always been something that's helped me say what I want to speak up and realize that it's actually always important to let yourself be heard. And just the strength of coming together to be open to other people, to be open to other communities, other cultures, and other new things. Something like even just urban farming right now, we're having sort of, if there's a mental block, something like this is not likely to progress. And that's essentially what I wanted to say.
Thank you. Lisa, you wanted to say something?
Yeah, so I was just going to add to Tia, if youth or in schools, how plausible is it for them to advocate for community farms in the schools? Or I have seen programs like this in schools that I've worked with in the past, and I'm wondering if there is a call to action in this area. Or
is that to me or Tia?
Yeah, or any youth, if they've ever considered asking a teacher or the school organization committee about starting these projects within the schools.
Yes, I am privileged to head a school, and the school is in the city and it sits on a 10-acre land. It's a big privilege. So recently we drilled a borehole, and the good news is that they told us there's a lot of water. And so one of the things is we are setting up an urban farming project within the school, then because it will then provide food to the children, fresh foods. It also provide income. So and that's basically, yes, and TFF, but also from my own perspective as a foresight. I think one of the ways is to make the school more sustainable, is to make sure they have their own fresh food. So yes, in my context. So I don't know whether Tia has, she said there's not a lot of urban farming in their context. Let's hear. Is there that opportunity?
Yeah. So when we talk about it, like directly in regards to school, I think it would vary for sure. But if I talk about my school, so we don't have like an urban farm, or we haven't really talked about keeping one in school, but we did once have this trip to an urban farm. Because there's one really near to our school. And so we didn't get to talking about implementing it within our own buildings or something, but we essentially, there is that level of awareness because we were able to go and visit one nearby to our school. And it was really nice in that it didn't take up a lot of space, but it was also in a place that was discarded and wasn't really being used before. So that just goes to show that there's so many spaces around us that we can utilize for urban farming. Because one of the main issues with urban farming is that there's not space that you find, there's not electricity or whatever, all that you need essentially for an urban farm. But what we don't realize is there's actually so many spaces, so many places around that we can implement urban farming. So in my school, we haven't gotten towards really initiating having an urban farm. I feel like it is something I would definitely love to work towards. And I haven't really heard of a lot in other schools across Karachi either. There are some for sure, but it's not on a very large scale in that we don't really use it to get food or anything. Because there was one that was the first of its kind in Karachi, and that's the one that we visited. But beyond that, really, we haven't seen a lot of development.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Tia. So we are reaching the end of our time together. We want to thank you for participating in this Future Day and Young Voices 2023. There will be other facilitators coming after me and Tia, and they will be taking other interesting topics. So please stay on if you want to learn more. They'll say the leader is a learner, and they know you guys are leading wherever you are. So keep learning. And we want to kindly just request if you can switch on your camera. We want to take a screenshot with the Tia for our future memory. If you can put on, your camera or switch on, we would love to take a screenshot. Thank you so much. Thank you, Kasim. Guys, please, we'll appreciate. Thank you so much. Thank you coming on. Just give us your face, please. We need your smile. Thank you so much. Thank you for coming on. Tia and I will take a quick screenshot for memories. Tia, you there? You are. Thank you so much. Yeah. All right. So let me once more appreciate you being with us and just giving us an opportunity to engage. Thank you, Tia, so much. It was a pleasure co-facilitating with you and hearing your story and hearing the different contextual, progresses on urban farming. As I said, I'm passionate about urban culture, and I see the trends that are taking place, particularly in my context in Africa, where 74% of the population are young people below 35 years. So it's a huge population. So Africa has a lot of energy for the young people, and I'm sure some of the contexts that we have here. So thank you so much. I would want to invite you to join us in our live mirror board to interact with the board by answering certain questions. I posted that on the chat. So you can join that and chat. If you'd like to discuss and would like to continue, please join also online. We have an online session. You can also continue to join and continue to reach us. These are great sessions. We'll continue to learn. Lisa, I want to revert back to you. Lisa.
Thank you, Anne. Thank you, Anne. And we have 6 minutes before the next session begins. And so which is fine. Yes, we can end early. And what we'll do is we're waiting to connect the next facilitators. So I welcome everyone to take a pause their camera, take a 6-minute break, or you can continue the conversation. And I'll be back in 6 minutes. Thank you, Tia. Thank you, Anne.
Thank you.
And we'll be welcoming the next facilitators in about 5 minutes. Thank you.
Hola, Felipe.
Hola Lourdes, ¿qué tal? Estaba intentando cambiar mi background.
Todo bien, everything good. Just trying to connect the European Commission Zoom account from Ethiopia to our account. It's, security. They have more levels of security, so we are trying to resolve this. So our friends from Ethiopia,
nice. I understand that they are there together.
Yes, this is it. They have a plan B. So if not, Pablo will use his laptop and move it so everybody can talk. but ideally we will find a solution. Lisa is on
Nothing
it.
that we haven't done before.
Yeah, exactly. For the ones that are joining now, we are going to wait 4 minutes. So we arrive to the top of the hour and we start the next session. I will also share the agenda in the chat so you can check what is going to come now and after. And Felipe, as I'm seeing that people are connecting, a lot of people, so this is really nice. Maybe we can start asking some friends, some folks, where are they connecting from? Starting from you, Felipe, where are you connecting from?
I'm connecting from Brussels, Belgium. It's 3 p.m. here, sunny, but very, very cold.
Oh.
I would say one of the coldest days in my year here now.
I'm connecting from Seville, the south of Spain. Really, really sunny, but also cold. It's even snowing in Balear Island, like.
Wow, that's crazy.
Menorca, Mallorca, crazy.
I see. Hope he's hearing us. Mario from the EU delegation to Lesotho. He's head of cooperation there. And hi,
Hello, Mario.
I'm glad you're here.
Hello, good afternoon, depending on where you are in the world. This is Mario. Yes, I'm based in Lesotho, the southernmost EU delegation in the African continent, middle of summer, very warm, but I will not brag too much because otherwise Felipe will be very upset. Thank you for inviting me. I'm going to be observing today to see how we can get inspiration for a youth event we're planning in Lesotho in May. Thank you.
Great, Mario. Welcome. Anyone wants to open there? Oh, Mario, nice to see your face. I see Hannah. Hello, everyone. This is Hannah from Ethiopia, Youth Sounding Board. Happy to be part of this. I would love if you can open your cameras, just being aware that this being also live on YouTube. So I understand if you don't want your face all over the internet, but it will be nice to have you all. Hi, Hannah. Hi, Matthews. Where are you connecting from, Matthews? Poland?
Not really. Right now, I'm on Erasmus in Villarreal in Portugal.
Oh, amazing, Portugal. My neighbors. Great. If I'm not misunderstood, you have a session later
Yes, later
today?
in the day. Yes, at 7 p.m. the +1 time.
Okay, great. And I also see Kasim, my colleague Kasim there.
Hi.
Hello, how are you? Where are you connecting from?
Yeah, well, I'm in Istanbul, and I have good news and bad news. Yeah, well, good news is it's such a wonderful day. You know, it makes actually a big difference in our country. You know, after that, we're still in some sort of a silent mood, but it feels good. I was in the morning, I was also in a session of the Millennium Project, and with our colleagues from the Association of Futurists, colleagues in Turkey, in Istanbul. It was a great session. Now I'm with you guys. The bad news is that actually it should have been a surprise for you. I just wanted to bring a couple of kids from the area where we had the earthquake. and I wanted them to have this experience with you, and have to be able to discuss interactively. Unfortunately, they were not allowed because the schools are closed in the area, and the families really didn't want to go through this. I accept and I respectfully. So, but I'm working on it. We'll probably get another gathering or a small group to our Teach the Future global sessions and hub meetings, and hope to have the kids over here. Anyway, so I'll be with you guys.
Perfect, Kasim. See you later. If not, we can talk about what the amazing job that you are doing there. So don't worry,
exactly.
we will have fun either way. Okay, so I see that
Hello.
Pablo is there.
Hello, everyone.
Good.
Hello.
Welcome.
We are here in Addis Ababa. This is 5 p.m. in the afternoon, and I am surrounded by different members. We are having some connectivity issues, but we have some laptops. So we will play with the different laptops. Aimon, you see the screen, he's in the same meeting room. So like this, we can fix this a bit. I will ask the rest of my youth sounding board members to switch on your cameras, please. So Leilena, Aiden, Hannah, Sosna, this could be nice. Like this, we can all see each other.
Perfect. And Pablo, yes, I wanted to say that if you are going to share the screen, you need to remove the blurring.
Yes, now it's fine. Okay, so we have Leilena, Aiden, Hannah, and Sosna, please. If you can switch on the cameras, it could be nice.
I see more people are joining.
Bravo,
so
Hannah.
I'm giving access to them. Let me just make a little introduction from Teach the Future for the ones that are joining now. Welcome, everybody. This is World Futures Day, 24 hours conversation about the future. Okay, I see that now we are recording. So as I was saying, a 24 hours conversation around the world about the future. And what we want to do is like bringing the young voices to the conversation. So it's going to be your time, your space to talk, to reflect, and to whatever you want to discuss. And just from Teach the Future to thank the Millennium Project that is a sponsor of this event and of this day. And just I'm giving the floor to Felipe and to Pablo, and this is your time. Welcome.
Thank you, Lourdes, and thank you, Lisa, and thank you, of course, the Teach the Future for the invitation, and the Millennium Project also for hosting this amazing event. And for us, it's a very good moment to start thinking about the futures and start having this kind of spaces, because as you might know or not, but that's why I'm telling you now, last October, the EU, the European Union, launched its very first youth action plan for EU external action, which will run until 2027, and which aims to promote meaningful youth participation and empowerment in EU cooperation and development policies, and everything related to action towards sustainable development, equality, and peace. As part of this youth action plan, there has been a youth sounding board for international partnerships that has been set up, but also youth advisory structures are being set up in the EU delegations across the world. The young Ethiopians here who are with us today are members of the youth sounding board of the EU delegation to Ethiopia. And then I will let Pablo say some words about all the experience and the work ahead for these young Ethiopians there. But in parallel, too, within the Directorate General for International Partnerships, a foresight hub has been created. And this foresight hub, a kind of a community of foresight practitioners in the making, with more than 130 volunteers public servants, workers from both headquarters here in Brussels and EU delegations across the world, entire world. We are trying to set up different kind of activities, and one of them is Youth for Foresight, trying to use foresight methodologies and tools, try to promote future thinking, to engage with youth and these youth advisory structures in the making. Pablo is a pioneer in that, and I thank him a lot for that. We have also, as I just said, Mario from the EU delegation to Lesotho that is here also trying to understand how talking about futures with young people can help us in our own processes. And this is experimentation for us. So thank you again for this space. Pablo, I let you perhaps say some words about the Youth Sounding Board, and then I would like you and all the friends and colleagues there to present yourselves, but also to tell me why do you think we need to discuss about the future? How do you feel about the future? Are you scared? Do you feel hope? Do you think you will be able to shape the future? I mean, some introductory remarks about the future, and I would like to hear from you a little bit. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Felipe. Thank you also for the support of all of you, Lisa, Lourdes, and you, Felipe, of course, for this work you are doing and for the support you are providing to us. We are pilots, but we are plenty of energy to support also these initiatives. So my name is Pablo Molina del Pozo, and I'm project manager at the EU delegation in Ethiopia. I'm a youth focal point, but I'm also leading with digital transformation. Just to mention briefly about the Youth Sounding Board, this is a platform for dialogue between the European Union and the youth in Ethiopia. And the idea is to have ongoing exchanges, bringing to them a bit of what we are doing, what we would like to do, but at the same time is something we are expecting from the other side, from this youth platform. So we are waiting for them to share with us ideas, youth vision, how they see the situation, the context on the different areas we are managing, health, agriculture, but also education, digitalization, etc., etc. This Youth Sounding Board platform is composed by 25 members, representing the 13 regions of Ethiopia, and they are working with us with a mandate of 2 years. Now we are arrived to the first month, and as a part of the activities we have in mind, one of them is the work or the analytical work on foresight. So we are going to little by little, with the support of Felipe and other colleagues, to build on these potential ideas, how to think about the future, no? Which are the problems that maybe in 10 years we can deal with, or how do we see the situation in the future. So I stop here with the presentation just to reply to what Felipe says. I will be the first, then I give the floor one by one to the rest of the members. For me, when we talk about the future, I feel plenty of hope. I am in this country, which is a very big country. It's the second biggest country in Africa after Nigeria. And there is a very beautiful and exciting future. We have more than 100 million young Ethiopians in this country. Imagine the potential they can have. And I imagine that the country in the future will be very well developed, for instance, on the digital side. The connectivity will increase a lot, and this will connect many people and will connect also urban zones with the rural zones. Just to remember that in Ethiopia, the 80% of the activity is linked to agriculture. So there is a huge link with the rural areas. So voilà, this is how I see the future in this country, with a lot of hopes and big expectations. Now I give the floor to the chairperson of the Youth Sounding Board. Thank you. Over to you, Isaac.
Thank you so much, Pablo. It's a very exciting time for me today to engage with this program. The future to trying to understand and also discuss from youth perspective. It's very interesting. So hi, everyone. It's very interesting to meet all of you. And my name is, as Pablo tried to explain, I'm the chairperson for Ethiopia YCP, and I'm very pleased to meet all of you and very excited for the discussion we're gonna have in the coming moment in time. And I'm very excited to discuss about this topic because it will inspire me and also it will enlighten me the way how I see the future of our generation, specifically from our youth perspective. It's very exciting and there's so many things that to imagine and also foresight. So from that perspective, I'm very excited to discuss more further during Felipe moderation. Thank you.
Thank you, Isaac.
Thank you, Isaac.
Please throw the ball.
Please,
Pablo,
Amos,
you're in
go
charge
ahead.
of this. Thank you.
Yes, am I audible? I'm hoping I am. Hi, everyone. My name is Ayman Rahani Fassah. I'm currently the chair for human development in our little but big youth sounding board within the EU here. And I'm currently representing my region of Tigray. And I have been working with this team for about 8 months now, and it's been very fruitful. Pablo's direction has been very necessary to our growth, and we've seen a lot of, team forming stages, and I think we're equivocally like working together now. To the questions, I mean, am I scared of the future? I think in anyone in my generation, because the future is so uncertain, it's very scary to even think about it. In a very developing nation such as ours, where everything is moving fast-paced and we're having conflicts and natural disasters on each side of the country, it's very scary to think about. But working with the Youth Sounding Board here and connecting with other youth members and seeing even the EU open its doors to hearing out the youth and what they have to think about on certain issues, I think it gives me a lot of hope, and it dumbs down the scaredness that I feel every day. And I think it's quite important to talk about the future because it shows us the possibilities. It shows us where our interests lie, where our perception of the future is, to be able to have a very synonymous understanding of what the future could look like and what we would want from the future. So I'm so happy to hear on everyone's thoughts and to be able to connect with you guys. Thank you very much for having us.
Thank you, Ayman. Please, Aiden, Tadesse, go ahead.
Thank you, Pablo. Thank you, everyone. It's really great to be here. My name is Aiden, and I'm a member of the Green Deal Thematic Committee and the Youth Sounding Board. And I'm also representing the region of SNNPR, Southern Nations, Nationalities, and Peoples Regions. It's one of the largest regions in Ethiopia, and it accounts for about 20% of the population. So in terms of the questions that were asked, yes, when I think about the future, I'm cautiously optimistic. This is a term that many journalists, activists, and entrepreneurs use in Ethiopia when discussing the future. It's not necessarily that I'm fearful, but just I'm hopeful, but in a pragmatic way. Just because, I've lived here all my life, so I know how things are. But yeah, definitely hopeful. And I do believe that I can shape the future. In fact, I work for government now, and my background is entrepreneurship, but I'm moving more into government because I do feel that policymaking is huge, and this is really where youth are lacking, like youth representation is lacking in this space. So I believe continuing down this path, I will be able to have a more concrete impact in my country and also for my youth, even if that doesn't always result to tangible success or improvement in the long run. And I hope to use, in the meantime, until I get there, I hope to use my skills, knowledge, and resources to make meaningful change where I can. And why is discussing the future so important? I think it really helps us to navigate and understand the challenges that exist at the moment, but also anticipate challenges in the near future, and also helps us to identify potential risks and develop strategies, and also discuss how we may be able to address them in a concrete way. And lastly, I think it's also important because it helps us explore what are sort of the innovative solutions out there, and how we together as youth can create a collective vision to secure a more brighter future for the youth. So thank you.
Thank you, Aiden. Please, Simon, go ahead.
Hi, hello everyone. Nice seeing you. My name is Saimaran. I'm from YSB Ethiopia, and I'm representing Green Deal Thematics Committee as a chairperson. Also representing Gambela region, the west of Ethiopia. So talking about how I feel about the future, yeah, am I scared or not? I'm scared because recently we had a serious flood in Gambela region that displaced almost 180,000 people from their home. On the other hand, I'm seeing hope in the YSB Ethiopia, with Pablo is helping us out, and recently EU shared my view on the climate problem, and I was so happy for people to actually hear me out, and I've seen a platform that I can be able to share my views and for people to see. I'm also happy to engage with you today, and we'll be able to have a good conversation in the next minute, and I'm happy to see you guys. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Simon. Please, Leilena, go ahead.
Hi, everyone. My name is Leila Nashmelis. I'm the member of the Human Development Thematic Committee at the YSB. I'm very happy to be here. So coming to the point, some of the questions raised, how do you feel about the future? Well, I am a very optimistic person, and I believe we are the future, and I believe there's a better future for us, especially young people. I believe in the motto that says, be the change you want to see. So every contribution that we, especially the youth, make actually contributes to the better of the future. So I really am optimistic about the future. So I'm very hopeful, and I think the contribution that we make towards health, towards education, towards bringing different people from different backgrounds together and initiating dialogues, I think gives a space for peace building as well as peaceful conflict resolution. So I am very optimistic about the future, and I believe we are the future, and we all have a stake in the better of the future. This is what I wanted to say. Thank you very much. Back to you, Pablo.
Thank you, Leilena. Please, Sosna, go ahead. Sosna? Okay, in the meantime, please, Samuel. Sosna is there. Okay, Sosna. I don't know if... Okay, well, we wait for later for Sosna. Samuel, please go ahead. Samuel?
Hello, everyone. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes, all right.
We can.
Thank you. My name is Samuel. I'm the member of the sounding board of the Ethiopia.
Now we can't hear you anymore, I think. Now, yes.
Great.
It's breaking.
Samuel, we are having some issues with you. We try later. Let me give the floor now to Aiden, who is close to me. Please, Aiden.
The micro is now we can.
No, I think we can't.
Now it's good. Yeah, now it's good, I think.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'm from the Islamic board member, and when I think about the future, I have a hope in the future because especially in every young people and prepare for navigating the world to attend any detox and imagine that certain and different futures. They do this like different things. It's for students and educators. This is
Okay. Thank you, Aiden. Please, Hannah Mulugeta, go ahead.
Okay. Hello, everyone. As I tried to mention on the chat, my name is Hannah, and I'm the vice chair for the Youth Sounding Boards, for the Ethiopian Youth Sounding Board, and I'm also a member of the Governance and Peace Building Thematic Committee. What do I see in the future for the youth, especially? I see that the future is a bit brighter than it would have been a couple of years back, mostly because we have all the information that we need at hand in terms of, digitalization and how the world is coming together and connecting and learning from each other's experiences. I see that it would be a better future in terms of also governance and peace building, also in, the consciousness of the population and climate is going to make it a better place. So I see a brighter future.
Thank you very much, Hannah. Maybe Adonias, go ahead, please. Introduce yourself. Okay, maybe Adonias. Okay, Melaku, please.
Can you hear me?
Okay, Adonias, introduce yourself, please.
Thank you so much. This is Adonias Adunya Bayena, and I'm from Ethiopia, from the European Union delegation to Ethiopia. I'm the member of Youth Sounding Board and a chair for Governance and Peace Building Thematic Committee. It's a great pleasure to have you all here. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Adonias. Maybe now Melaku, please introduce yourself.
Hello, everyone. This is Malaku Hailu. I'm a YCP member of Ethiopia, and also I'm the committee member of the Peace and Governance. I think regarding to the question, I'm seeing, because everyone says what I would like to say, that I'm seeing the positive bright of our future. Thank you.
Thank you, Melaku. Let me try last time with Sosna. Sosna, can you hear us? Can you introduce yourself?
Yeah. Sorry, I was having some connectivity issues. Okay, hello everyone. Yeah, can you hear me?
Yes, perfect.
Am I audible? Okay. Okay, thank you. So my name is Sosna. I am the YSP member, and I am in the thematic committee of human development. So, and I'm very pleased to be here today. This is a great privilege to have this opportunity and to be able to connect with the world and talking about the future. So, well, talking about the future, I'm also, like my colleagues have been talking, I'm very optimistic about the future, and I hope that since we're talking about the future, that we all together can bring and see good things in the future, even though there are those. But let's all be optimistic and do the best that we can do in an individual level. Thank you.
Thank you, Sosna. Felipe, I will give you now the floor for the next round of questions.
Thank you.
And intervention.
Thank you, Pablo. And thank you all of you for your presentations and the answers to these initial questions. I think it's important. I can't personally get to know you. This is a first step, but as you know, work on the futures in the coming month. So thank you a lot, and I hope also for Lourdes this was interesting to get to know more which young people are helping us in our own processes and procedures. So as you know, our young Ethiopians here had some little homework, and they had to think about some variables that they think might have an impact in the way Ethiopia might look in 10 years, for instance. Different kind of variables they were able to think about: political, economic, societal, technological, legal, environmental. And to me, I would like to hear from you which variables you chose and how you see it. Since we are many, which is great, we had a great ratio of participation. Let's try to do it in 1 minute each of you, and then also start engaging with what the others are saying. But please feel free to share your initial thoughts on these variables. So as you wish. Who wants to start here? Pablo, maybe.
I will give the floor to Isaac. He will be the first jump in on this. Thank you.
Okay. I think it's very interesting to start first, indeed. Yeah, I think it's quite very exciting to discuss these topics, but I think maybe I would love to start about the futures that I see Ethiopia in like 10 years, probably. I would say, I think I see like thinking and about the situations going on here and there, and also about the globalization, the things happening throughout the world would have also direct and also indirect impact in our futures, whether we accept it or not. But I believe that throughout this whole thing is also within this whole thing is, I believe in 10 years and also more, let's say maybe in 20 years or 13 years, I think I see, despite there is different challenges and obstacles and things hinders, I see like a huge potential, a huge and also capacity that can be instrumental and fundamental for the next maybe 10 or 5 generations, because in 10 years or 20 years, I can see that the foundation we lay today, I think it will be very vital. And I see so many important and also significant changes. Yeah, despite there are also some frustrations and things like that. But as a youth also, because I'm going to share from my own perspective, and I see as a very important young leaders and also young global youth activists, and also from technology background, because I'm also working on digital part. I think through the opportunities we have and also the opportunities that are available currently in hand, I think it's us to capacitate ourselves and also make sure we are laying a great opportunity for the next generation. So I see huge positive Ethiopia and also beyond positive, impactful Africa, very prosperous and also very unite. That's what I see as initial point. And I will be back with more ideas after letting others to say their ideas. Thank you.
Whoever wants to jump in, please feel free.
Thank you, Isaac. Please, members, is the moment to jump. Simon, do you want to jump?
Okay. Mesh,
go ahead, Adonian.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you for your crucial thoughts. Regarding, let me proceed with the political tool. Especially, I would like to investigate Ethiopia from this political tool. You know, we have a long political history as a state, more than 3,000 and above history to be existed as a political entity in our globe. Especially when I, this is my personal opinion or my personal judgment, when I compare our present and past, our country, it has been very better in its past rather than its present. But when I take a look at its ancient past and present, I think, in my opinion, the future will be very better, very better. Right now we have more than 40 to 50, almost half of its population is youth. So this is another potential that makes our future very better. It's very vital to compare and contrast this past and present, which is very crucial to forecast its future. So in my opinion or in my perspective, politically, especially for the past couple of years, Ethiopia has been in a critical political juncture. There has been an internal war. This internal war has been caused by, the old men here in Ethiopia. The old men, they are not, seriously or extremely affected by this, the political instability here. They are the one who conspire behind the curtain, but it is the users who take the gun and enter into the war. So after a lot of up and downs, nowadays Ethiopia is in a critical political juncture that helps to make its future very brighter, very brighter. Now there is a National Dialogue Commission here in Ethiopia, and more than 4,000 civil society organizations are part of it. As far as my knowledge is concerned, more than 100 youth civil society organizations that are working to incorporate users to work or to engage the users to have a meaningful engagement on the national dialogue. I think this will be very vital. This will be very vital. Now, the civil society organizations, they are educating the youth on how to engage in the national dialogue. They are even making campaigns to be part of it. So I think this is one of the symptoms that make us Ethiopian future more brighter and brighter. And also what I saw here, I'm just coordinating, many projects which are working across 7 regions of the country. It means already in the entire country. So from my movement from here and there, I understood that there is a great or a huge hunger from the user side. They want us to decide on their fate. It means they want to participate on the political arena of the country, So this hunger, this curiosity, this much desire, helps the country to be having a future, a bright future. Besides that, in my opinion, having this youth sounding board here in European Union delegation here in Ethiopia is another asset. We all are representing the entire youths of the country. We are representing all regions of Ethiopia, including the 2 city administrations, Addis Ababa and Redwa. So we're starting our campaign. We're working on advocacy and influencing works. We are also preparing users for transition. So our term might be ended in the upcoming 1 year and couple of months. So after that, starting from now, we are having, consultations on the way how we transcend our cities for best use candidates. So this means this is another contribution. Besides that, I know there are many
Adonias,
platforms.
sorry to interrupt, but since we only have 1 hour, I mean, you have provided many variables, very interesting. You've talked about the political front. You talk also demographics, but somehow linked to the way youth engages through civil society organizations with the state. But also, you're talking about the future of global cooperation and how, if that can or not help all these emerging trends somehow that you're describing and that are indicating a brighter future for Ethiopia. I'm sorry I had to interrupt, but are you okay if I give the floor to another youth sounding board member
I'm
and then
more
we
than
come back?
okay. I'm more than okay. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Adonias. I will give now the floor here to Aiden.
I think that maybe you need to put closer the computer.
Yes, as close as
Just
you
in front of her. I don't know why we can hear if not.
Okay. I think about the future of Ethiopian economic development will be more improved than today in this year. Ethiopia aims to reach a lower middle income status in 2023 maybe, or up to 2025. And over the past 15 years, the economy has been moving fast growing in the world at average 9.5%. So I think the Ethiopian will be developed in the next coming 5 years. Among other factors, growth was led by capital accommodation, in particular through public infrastructures. Thank you.
Thank you, Aiden. Next member.
Yeah,
You can
probably
jump.
Simon. Something.
Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
Hello, everyone. Can you hear me? Can you hear me? Huh? Okay.
Yes.
So, all right. I would like to talk on my area, the Green Deal, about climate change and maybe about the ecosystem. So I see the future of Ethiopia because the youth themselves has actually decided to step up and do the thing by themselves, not to rely on the politician. We know the promise from the politician are not always being implemented. So that the southern region, there are too much drought, and I've seen the youth of the Borana zone doing fundraising, and they are trying to take the problem into their hands. And I'm seeing a very huge impact on what they are doing. And yesterday we had meeting with the European ambassadors here at the EU delegation, and I was able to share that to them, and I was seeing people noting their heads, and I'm hoping to see great feedback. On the other hand of Gambela, because of the floods, I've also shared that, and with some comments and inputs from my side, not only asking a question what should be done, also giving my input what can be done also. So in the next years, Ethiopia will be leading the way in green legacy. I've seen that even from the office of the Prime Minister is being implemented, and Ethiopia are doing too much. They're planting trees. That means in green legacy, we are leading in Eastern Africa. So in coming years, the future in fighting the climate problems, I'm seeing a great impact to be made. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Simon. Please, Aiden Tadese, go ahead.
Okay, I'll keep mine very short. So the two variables that I was thinking about more deeply was the nexus between migration and climate change. I chose these as separate variables, but I have a podcast called Heroes, which interviews climate refugees about the present situation in which they find themselves, but also their hopes for the future and how they would like to hold politicians accountable, and also their expectations from other sectors, not just from government, but from youth, from private sector, from industry, and so on. So these were the two primary variables that I was thinking about. And then in terms of the next 10 years for Ethiopia, I think if we're looking at them separately, even though I think there's a huge nexus, but if we're looking at them separately, migration for starters in the next 10 years, I mean, it's already a huge issue in the Horn of Africa, but also in Ethiopia, due to, again, climate change, political instability, conflict, fear of persecution, which in the next 10 years could paint a very dim picture of the country, in which a lot of the people, especially the youth population, are migrating to neighboring countries, but also other parts of Africa. And I think increased economic opportunities in the West, maybe in Europe and the US and so on, could encourage or motivate more young people to migrate voluntarily, not forced. And also the implementation of certain policies within the country could influence migration in the country, and it could also have huge impact on the migration trends that we're currently seeing in Ethiopia. And in terms of climate change as well, I mean, as many of you already know, Africa is the most vulnerable continent or region in the world that's most vulnerable to climate change. At the moment, I think we only contribute to about 3.8 emissions globally, and this is the smallest amount. But it's going to continue to be hit severely by weather events, sea rises, but also droughts. I can speak more on droughts because this is what's affecting Ethiopia. We've seen the worst, and we're now seeing the worst droughts in 40 years. And it's really happening in the regions of the country where it's like very underserved, very low-income communities, but also the regions of the country that are providing the most agriculture to the rest of the country. So this is also having a huge threat to food security within the country, food security, inflation. So again, I think looking in the next 10 years when we're thinking about migration, there are lots of concerns, but if we're being optimistic, I hope that not just the government, again, I think we all have a role to play when it comes to climate change adaptation and mitigation. How we respond to these changes in a timely manner. That doesn't mean coming to COP, giving a big speech, drafting all these ambitious strategies, but it means actually what is needed for the people. And there are going to be lots of unexpected events in the world, like what we're seeing in Turkey right now. So sometimes we also need to have a contingency plan, if, for example, if we're going to experience the worst drought in East Africa, how do we respond so that our people, our economy, our planet can continue to thrive in the best way possible? So I'm sorry that I painted a dim picture, but like I mentioned at the end, I think we all have a responsibility, and we all need to have greater awareness of these issues, migration and climate change, and why it's important and how these two are interlinked and how it affects our daily life. Once we as youth have that awareness, then we'll also have the inclination to do something about it, even in the smallest way. My background completely is not at all connected to climate change. My background is cybersecurity, but it's having worked in the region that's most impacted by climate change in the country that I was kind of slapped by reality into, wow, this is something that's going to impact us and my children and my grandchildren in the future as well. So yeah, it's definitely something that's going to impact all industries as well. So this is my two reflections. Thank you.
Thank you, Eden. And I think that the most important part of these kind of spaces is to always have people that see opportunities, people that see threats when we also see opportunities. I mean, nothing is 100% threats or 100% opportunities. And that's why we need to create these kind of spaces and dialogue and try to indeed go towards that bright future we want, while understanding where we can find opportunities, where we need to fight against some threats. So thank you. It's part of the conversation. Pablo, I'll let you, whoever wants to jump in here, please feel free.
Yeah. If it's possible, I would also like to jump in.
Just
oh, sorry.
mention the variable that interested me the most is with regards to technology. But in Ethiopia, I remember back in 2020, the government drafted like its strategic development plan from 2021 to 2023 to 2030. And that was part of the idea that we could transform the country by including digitalization within our systems. So the implementation of digital ID, digital payments, e-governance, cybersecurity, and all of that. And we've seen much of the work being done towards this year as the government was supplying all these necessary digital transformations, and we were seeing it on the ground. For example, I'm a medical doctor working within the capital here, and we've seen that patient record safety keeping is being digitalized. We've seen that every part of our hospital caring system is becoming digitalized due to the government forcing us to do so. And this I see would, affect every aspect of the variables that are mentioned or talked about here, because we've seen in other countries that digitalization has proven impacting in reducing the rates of unemployment. It also has much research done on improving the quality of life and also boosting everyone's quality of life as well as life expectancy. So those are the major challenges we face within our daily life, and that gives me hope, thinking that the government, one pillar in its transformation plan is making Ethiopia more digital and filling the gap between the Western world and the global South. So yeah, thank you very much.
Thank you, Aimon. I think Meron and Tene, do you want to jump now?
Yes, Pablo, that would be great. Thank you. Maybe a few things I would also like to add up to what Eamon has also been mentioning about technology is that so currently Ethiopia has made significant strides in the recent years in terms of technology development, and like the government has also launched several initiatives to promote the growth in the country's tech sector, including establishment of tech parks, expansion of the digital infrastructure, and the country has also seen the rise of tech startups, particularly in the areas of e-commerce, fintech, and also mobile services. And then we also know that one of the biggest drivers of technology development in Ethiopia is increasing, and also we've heard about the rollout of 5G technology that we expect to see even more innovation in areas such as mobile payments, e-commerce, and digital health that's uprolling. That's also made up by young people and supported by the government as well. But there's also a huge impact in the direction of these changes that needs to be supported by individuals and organizations. Maybe some challenges and some recommendations that needs to be done could be, for example, investing in tech education. Since technology becomes so important in Ethiopia, it's crucial to invest in the education of the country's youth. There's a very limited area or idea and awareness of the use of Ethiopia regarding technology. So organizations and individuals can support initiatives that promote tech education, such as having coding booths in local and some rural areas, and develop some mentorship programs and scholarships. For example, we have a young person named Bethlehem that she's actually having a digital truck that moves around and teaches codes for rural students in different areas of parts of Ethiopia. Some other recommendations could be supporting local tech startups. There's a huge tech startup scene in Ethiopia, and it's still at its early stage, but there are already several promising companies working on innovative solutions. So maybe supporting this local tech startups either through investment or by being an early adopter for their product and services could definitely grow their tech scenario. Another being advocating for better digital infrastructure, foster collaborations between stakeholders, including government, academics, international and local, could also be something that drives this development of technology in Ethiopia.
So there are huge things that could be said. I myself also am planning to develop an app on the early stages of nutrition, and also that could reduce nutrition that could reduce malnutrition and food wastefulness for young people and also mothers as well. But there is a gap in actually having the side of development of the tech-wise, and also the development of consultation to actually grow the development of the app. So, you know, whenever we have some ideas, there needs to be a support in somehow form of way. So overall, I would say that there's a significant potential for technology development in Ethiopia. And by working together, we can help drive the country's progress in this area. Thank you, guys.
Thank you, Marion. I don't know if someone is yet missing. Pablo?
I think we have Rida. Rida, go ahead, please. Introduce yourself and then go ahead.
Thank you very much for having me here. Am I audible?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. I'm really happy. My name is Rida. Rida Bagojam. I'm a technical assistant to the Youth Sounding Board in Ethiopia for the EU delegation. I'm really happy to discuss and also have them all here. I'm really optimistic only when I see them, their engagement and motivation regarding making at least some contribution on the future dating. On the one hand, my concern, because I am really, my concern was that there is significant disparities in education from rural, pastoral, and also between those rural and urban areas. Recently, Ethiopian students exhibited significantly less scoring points, where just recently Ethiopian kids who sat for national examination have scored only over 50 average 50% score, where only around 3%. That is really worrying me, especially because we need to engage in earlier hours, because recent studies have shown us that early engagement in education, especially in kids less than 8 or 10 years, would make significant changes in their later success, especially in acquiring employment and so on. However, the current trends in technology have already requiring higher level skills that needs significant empowerment of our children, so that they can capture with the world trends in technological development and so on. So I share several issues raised by the previous youth sounding board members. I'm really concerned on this, but we only can change this trend by intervening in all sides. Thank you very much.
Absolutely, Rita. Thank you a lot. And indeed, I mean, that's the whole idea behind these kind of exercises we are trying to set up, and this is very first step. It was very interesting to get to know all of you members of the Youth Sounding Board, understand, well, very optimistic, I have to say. It doesn't happen when you talk with adult people about the future to see that optimism. That's really nice to hear about. And again, I mean, we have known each other now after only 1 hour. We have discussed about some variables that you think that are pertinent for continuing analyzing and to try to conceive a vision for the Ethiopia you want, and somehow make accountable adults on the decisions they are taking today when cooperating with Ethiopia. So I don't want to spend more time, since we only have 4 minutes, and and time is running up. Perhaps if we can just all of us turn on the camera so our colleagues from Teach the Future can take a picture. And then I will give the floor to Lourdes to finalize this session and invite the next ones to continue discussing our futures. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Felipe. Pablo, do you want to finish with something?
Just to mention, thank you very much for this opportunity. On behalf of the Youth Sounding Board Ethiopia, we are very thankful for this, to share with all of you our impressions, our views, our thoughts. As you see, even if the news are going to many different ways, here we maintain a very optimistic and positive vision, and this is the only way to continue to work and to reach our objectives. So thank you very much for all of this. Over to you.
Thank you, Pablo. So I'm going to take this picture, smile, say hi. Thank you very much for being here. Yes, put the camera on. This was an amazing session. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Pablo, Felipe, and all the Youth Sounding Board. This session was recorded, so I will share with you the link afterwards, so you can share also with your community. I think we have really valuable insight from this session. Thank you very much. Now we have 2 minutes. I will give the floor to Lisa. She's going to introduce the next session. I think there are some colleagues from Spain, Ana and Paula from DOT. Hello, nice to see you. I encourage you to stay a little bit. It's going to be an amazing session, and see you also later with Turkey, with Kasim. Bye, Lisa, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Lourdes. Thank you so much. We're wrapping up this session, and we will get Ana and Paula. We'll get you all set up to start in about 2 minutes or so. Or if you feel ready, we can just flow right into your session. Things are happening around the clock, and this was an exciting session. And here we look forward to the next one. All right, I'm making you a co-host, Paula and Ana, in case you want to share your screen.
Okay, thank you, Lisa. Yes, thank you. I think that we are ready to start whenever you want. So I'm going to definitely be sharing my screen. We have a little exercise from our side, and I really love or wanted to talk about diversity. So we thought on how we could address this topic of diversity and look into the future. We are really involved now into thinking on how to you want. So think and imagine futures from diversity and with the objective of making them diverse. So first of all, maybe I'm going to share my screen and we're going to introduce ourselves. I don't know if anyone will be joining in the future, but so hopefully you are now seeing my screen. Yeah, right. Right. Okay. Now I have doubts on how to. Okay, I don't know why I don't see. Oh, no. Okay, so just as a little introduction, of course, I feel like a lot of the people that are still here were in the session before us, but the objective of the World Future Day is to give young people and everyone else the choice to speak and make their voice heard on their hopes, fears, expectations, and hopefully create scenarios for the future in this like cooperative way. So our idea today is that we are going to throw some questions, but we don't really want to be the ones speaking. Hopefully, some of you can join us in this conversation. Our idea is to share some questions, a little activity with you, and yes, we said hopefully we can hear you on your ideas about the future and with this main topic of diversity. Also, you probably know that this session is live in YouTube. Also, you can see it in the upper part of the screen, so that's an easy one. And the session is sponsored by the Millennium Project in partnership with Teach the Future. We got to know Teach the Future because we are part of a project that it's named the Future Game, and the Future Game is a project that I don't know why my screen's not. So.
We are seeing the presentation.
Yes, I don't know why it was not moving. Okay, now, great. So the Future Game, we define the Future Game as a laboratory of youth participation and action around the future. We do so in a really special way because we do everything that we do, it's done through gamification. Right now, we've developed a platform that it's named the Future Game, so thefuturegame.org, where we have created little games or little stories that somehow spark conversations around the future. So that's a little bit really small of what we do. Also, I think that Lourdes and Lisa, you said our names, but we didn't. So I'm Paula. I'm part of the project of the Future Game and also Dot Cooperative here in the north of Spain in Bilbao.
Okay, maybe it's time also for introducing myself. So my name is Anna. I'm Paula's colleague at Dot and the Future Game, as he said. Really kind and grateful for being here and joining this space. Thank you, especially Teach the Future, for giving us the opportunity to share, our thoughts and also to learn interesting things and thoughts that everyone here could share as well. And as Paula said, I'm not gonna extend a lot. We are a laboratory of youth participation and action around the future. And the picture that you are now seeing on the screen is gamified digital platform. And with this type of deeper experiences, our aim is not only to generate new models of participation and youth engagement, but also to activate communities with new reflections, dialogues, and dreamy ideas around the future. So as I have heard in the last conversation, in the last session, the future is positive. So that's the big and good idea about all of this. So maybe Paula, you can kick off the session and do a little warm-up.
Yes, we didn't want to start just by saying who we were and start throwing questions at you without doing some kind of welcoming or getting to know each other a little bit better. So we have a little warm-up activity, but I need for you to put your cameras, if you can, your cameras on. If not, I will be asking you to react with the different reactions that you can put in the Zoom. So, okay. If anyone feels comfortable opening their cameras, that's great. If not, we won't be pushing anyone. So the little warm-up that we wanted to do is really simple. The only thing that we asked for, we're going to be throwing some statements at you. And if you agree with those, or if you are somehow you are part of those, then you leave your camera. And if you don't, you can just either close your camera or put something in front of your camera so that we don't see you. So it's like a little fun way of saying yes or no without having to listen to anyone. Anna will be throwing at you some questions, some sentences. And as I said, if you agree, leave your camera on. If you don't, put your hand or whatever you want in front of your camera. Also, if either way, if you are not with your camera on, you can make some emojis or send us your comments or your yes or no's through the chat. Okay.
Amazing.
So Anna, whenever you want.
Okay, I have a question, Paula. Anna, are you going to continue sharing the screen?
No.
Okay, so we can see all the reactions.
Yes.
Amazing. Okay, so this is an easy one. I'm not wearing shoes right now. Well, some shoes over there. Okay. I have experience in conversations about the future. Well, here, this is kind of obvious. Okay, I like reading. Well, everyone likes reading. Amazing. This is my first time being part of a World Futures Day. And everyone disappeared. I'm good at cooking. Well, Lisa. not this one.
Some of you are answering the chat. That's also great. I'm looking at your answers. So thank you for that also.
Okay, two final ones. I consider the community in which I live to be diverse. Awesome.
Wow, looks like we need more diversity in general.
And the last one, I'm positive about the future that is to come. This is one like an awkward one, like in the middle. Okay, thank you. Thank you very much, everyone, for your participation. It's been awesome and a little warm up to move a little bit in our hands and our thoughts as well. Thank you also for answering to this little game to the chat, through the chat.
Yes,
and now,
also,
yeah,
hopefully you feel a little bit more comfortable with your cameras on. I really would love to see your faces while speaking with you. If not, that's fine, completely fine. We understand sometimes we don't want to put our cameras or we can't, so completely understand that. As we were, I'm going to share my screen again. And as we were saying at the beginning, Anna and I recently, we are having a lot of conversations on diversity. We are having a lot of conversations on how most of the times when we are doing our dynamics and working with people in imagining alternative or different futures, a lot of times we are doing it with people that look, that think, and that live really similar to us. And what we wanted to do is to take this opportunity to think on a future that it's not like that, no? Where we are thinking of futures for everyone and from different, hopefully different perspectives. So before starting to speak about the future, about asking our questions, I would really like to ask what comes to your mind when you think on diversity. What are the topics, the main hashtags that you think about when you think of diversity?
Maybe we can like leave a minute or so that you can even put your microphones on and say what you think when you think of diversity, or even through the chat, that's fine. And then we follow the conversation.
Yeah, there's one saying, Felipe saying, challenging my assumptions. Definitely.
Yeah, along with Felipe saying diversity, challenging assumptions, I will say that, when you think of diversity, I look at it as the community I live in right now. There's a lot of the elderly population, and I think that's very unique to this region, and that makes this, that's the diversity that I do see.
Mm-hmm.
Nice.
I think that someone raised their hand. I don't know who it was. I lost.
It was me. I think that peaceful coexistence together is the most important, because in the future we will live in the bigger and the bigger cities, and we should find a way to live together simply.
Great. Someone also wrote in the chat different things such as culture, background, religion, ideology. Great hashtags.
So as we
if
have
I may,
seen,
sorry.
Mhm.
Sorry, and I was thinking also perhaps based on Lisa's comment, we need to think it in different scales at different levels too, because sometimes we think through one lens, right? Perhaps I see one person next to me and I'm only focusing on my differences, and then I see diversity. But if you change the lens through which you are seeing those differences, you might find indeed like common issues, and perhaps you're not that diverse as you thought initially.
Absolutely. What I was going to say is that as the conversation goes by, I think that we are, everyone's like sharing different perspectives or thoughts about what we think that diversity is. And I think that that's the key. Diversity is not one thing. It's not just one definition. It's many lenses, perspectives, definitions. So I think that's the main insight that I realized when I think or learn more about diversity and what that does it mean, no?
Yes, I'm going to share my screen again. I think that now you can see my screen again, because when we speak about diversity, as Anna was saying, it's a lot of the things that you say, it's more, and always these 3 dots here of etc. It's a lot of things, it's many things, and as Anna was saying, and I love what Felipe say, it's things that we have different things that we have different in our communities, but also it's similarities with other people. So we can be talking about socioeconomic level, ethnicity, religious and spiritual diversity, body type diversity, sexual orientation and gender identity, ideological diversity or opinion diversity, functional, age diversity, cultural, country of birth or nationality. So there are so many things that make us different. Also wanted to say again what Felipe was saying. There are also a lot of things that make us similar and that connect us. But in this exercise, I think that we wanted to see all of these things that sometimes we don't take into account when we look into the future. Most of the times we imagine ourselves in a future being ourselves, being still, in my case, white girl, young, with studies, university studies. So lots of the times we are looking into our future and imagining futures from our perspective. So we wanted to challenge that a little bit in this session. And that's why we wanted to start speaking about what we see as diversity, to start making those embodiments of diverse people or hashtags.
Okay, so maybe you can put the next slide and we can see here, as Paula said, that there are many types of diverse, not only bodies, but also minds, souls, people, ecosystems. Well, the globe is huge. Our cultures, our scales are many, so that's why make us diverse, and also, of course, the history and what we have lived. And well, so here in this picture, for example, we can see different type of diverse people living in different contexts with different thoughts, perspectives, but also resources, ages, bodies, So this is kind of this image. We encourage you to take it into mind and think about this while the next exercise will be done.
Yes, also because we wanted to throw some questions, as Anna was saying, we want to embody all of these different people and somehow start a conversation by a little role playing where we think from a place that it's not our own, and we try to imagine a future where diversity is huge. And a lot of the times in our dynamics or the workshops that we do, when we speak of the future, we really like to bring it down to really day-to-day habits, really simple things, and imagining how we will interact with each other or with our environment in the small things in the future. And in order to do that, of course, we do need some context. We know that people can think on the future, and I know that probably a lot of you have already trained your ability to imagine alternative futures, but we wanted to do so in a really small day-to-day way. And so the ideas or the questions that we will be sharing are really focused in that, in thinking of new routines of the future, but we wanted to give some context to that. So we're going to bring you into a little exercise of imagination. This scenario, it's not our scenario. It was built by a really let me show you here. It's a vision of a reality future, and it was created by this man, which I know his name, but I can't remember now because I'm really bad with names. But the idea of this scenario created by him is it's called Planet City. So imagine that you live in a city with other 10 billion people. So every human in the planet is coexisting and living in this small city. The human beings have taken this decision of living every part of the planet to wilderness. So now everything out of this city is wilderness, but every human being is living in this small piece of land. And this means, of course, that every person in the world shares the city, and this means also, of course, that everyone in the world is sharing now and coexisting. So imagine a huge city with 10 billion people where everything is produced and used in the same city, and also where every culture in the world coexists and lives together. This will mean things like every day of the year in this city will be a festivity. If not Christmas, it will be Ramadan. If not other cultural festivities, things like the biggest multicultural cooking of the world ever imagined. So this is the scenario, like the big picture that we are giving to you. You live in a city with every other human being on the planet. This city is huge, up and down, and of course is full of diversity and different cultures, because it means that everyone is together. So taking as a starting point this Planet City scenario, we want you to now do a little game and play with us.
Yeah, and of course I have also linked the link to this Planet City that Paula is sharing with you, in case not now, but maybe later you can search more about this amazing project. So as Paula was saying, now we are going to do a little exercise. Now we are going to, each of us, embody one person and his or her life 100 years from now. We encourage you to choose a diverse person that is the most different from you according to the diversity criteria that we have seen above and that we have shared between us, that is ethnicity, religious and spiritual diversity, body type diversity, socioeconomic level, well, those criteria that we have just mentioned. And well, why? Because like in this way, this will make the exercise much more revealing, and we're going to go far away from our context, and that's mainly the purpose of this project, or this exercise, sorry. So now we are going to give you 5 minutes so that you can, like, as I have said, think about this diverse person that you would like to be right now, and think about his or her lifestyle in the future. And you have to think about his or her name, age, a brief description, where do they live, what is their favorite thing to do, and what are their day-to-day struggles. And whenever these 5 minutes end, when we will share this kind of diverse person that you are going to be in the next 15 minutes of the session.
Yes, if there is any question, please let us know. If you want to directly write in the chat, you can do so. If you want to speak, if you already have thought of someone and you are already embodying that someone, you can directly speak. But yes, we're going to be 5 minutes, and hopefully after that, we can share a little bit of who are you imagining in that future, in that city.
I'm going to put maybe some music to like make this exercise more joyful. Can you hear the music? Perfect. Okay, maybe we can share after this electronic music status and rhythm. Maybe we can share this kind of people that we have embodied for 5 minutes. Lisa, I have seen that in the chat you have written who you are right now. So maybe if you can share, if you'd like to, with the rest, it will be amazing.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, so you wanted us to embody one of these folks. So just by the picture, we pick a story. We pick their story, right?
Right.
Okay, so I picked the second row, the second picture. And this person's, yep, second row, second picture, black hat. This person's name is Rama, 28 years of age, lives in I was picturing Seattle, Washington, or San Francisco, Portland. I'm getting West Coast. This person is a musician type. Favorite thing to do is go out to brunch with friends in the city, and hobbies are finds home for rescue dogs. And then what was the other question that I'm missing? What are their day-to-day struggles? Yeah, well, this person is a musician, a DJ, so booking gigs and getting the right pay for the type of job, artist pay, struggle, you know, struggling artist at times, I would say. So there's my complete story.
Mm-hmm. Amazing. Sounds good.
Yes. Also, if you've embodied something that someone that was not part of the pictures here, that's fine. Maybe you've imagined that you were, I don't know, someone that doesn't look like the best people that we have here. That's perfect. In my case, whenever I do this kind of exercises, I like to go to a place where I've never been before, and that's elderly. I'll imagine that I am an elderly man that's now living alone because their family left home, and so he now has a huge home for him. And I'm also, whenever I think of like the future elderly, I really like to hope for a future where technology is going to help. So if this elder man, that in my head is called Fernando, if Fernando lives in Planet City, so that's the city that we were studying before, then he probably has technological things or gadgets in his home that help him communicate. Yes, what I imagine is that Fernando lives and spends most of his time in his home, but that hopefully that technology helps him get to the outside world. I'm going to make a little brief of what we are doing because some new people joined. So hello everyone that joined, that's new. We were introducing or now embodying and thinking of people that we can embody in order to start our conversation on how the communities of the future could look like, speaking from a diverse perspective. So what we've invited to do to everyone in the room is to think of someone in 100 years from now that is different from what they are, so different from them, and that they think of these questions that we have here in the screen. So that's a little bit of what we were doing, just for you to understand where the conversation comes from.
Fine, someone else would like to share? Who is he or she?
Again, I lost the temporality. Are we thinking about these people today or in
100 years from now?
Oh, okay. Then many variables to think about.
I think that Eva also raised her hand, so whenever you want, you can speak.
Okay. Hi, I'm Eva. It's nice to see you all, and it's a great exercise to do. But in comparison, I went a little bit science fiction on this. I hope that is okay, because the time frame of 100 years, as Felipe put it, there is a lot of variables which could change in this time horizon. So the person I imagined is called Martin. He's 57 years. And actually, he chose his name and gender on his 18th birthday, because this concept that you are born with a name and a gender is already outdated in 100 years, because it was clear that with the birth of a baby, the gender is not defined yet. So there is a new celebration in everybody's life, which you're celebrating on your 18th birthday, where you get to choose that. Because actually Martin is also not born in a biological way we are now used to in 2023, but was grown in an artificial womb. Because there is still a big hierarchy between rich and poor people. So rich people, they go basically to a market for babies and choose what they want to have. And only poor people are having babies in the way we are used to it now. So Martin lives in a district in the big major city, which is called Vienna, because the city is still, because I'm from Austria, so it's a little bit, because this city is distributed into districts based on the original major cities of the world we are knowing now. So what was already mentioned, West Coast, and now I'm in Central Europe. And what he loves to do in his free time, he loves to go to social sessions where elderly people, and elderly people means 100 years of age or even a little bit more, because life expectancy was dramatically increased still all over the world. And these people are telling human history in fairy tales or cuentos. So this was like kept from the old world. So this is where my imagination got me. Yeah.
Amazing. Wow. Thank you.
Yes, quite impressive how easily you have like thought in 100 years now. So,
and so many levels, like family, yes, so many things.
Okay, I'm a strategic foresight practitioner, so this is kind of what I do. So only to
that explains a lot, yes.
Frame. So okay, I'm doing that quite frequently. And what I just want to underline, because I said it's science fiction, but actually for some of those things, you can already see signal of changes now. That, like the artificial womb, there is already a lot of companies experimenting with that. So only for people who now think, oh, this lady is crazy and she's thinking totally in Star Trek or whatever, it's already, there are signals that these kind of things could happen. And as said, 100 years is still a lot of time. So there is still.
Of course, thank you. Yeah, actually in the future game and dot, we also like try to do some exercise, like this type of exercise, like when you try to journey in 100, 200, or even 10 years, not so long, years from now, and you have to, or you try to imagine what would change, which type of opportunities you would have, and it's like a really demanding exercise right now, maybe because in this rapid changing world, we need like to think in a long-term period and not at short-term as we do right now, or as we tend to do in the past. So thank you, Eva, for sharing. Really interesting.
Yes, I don't know if someone else wants to join and tell us about the person that they've embodied. Okay, someone wrote in the chat, so I'm going to read out loud. Lily, 33, advocate for young people. Young people are part of policy and decision making. Their favorite thing to do is to help young voices, and struggles in convincing people to join the movement. I really love that. I think that that's also something that, speaking like Eva, of signals that we can be seeing today, things that a lot of people are already working into getting young people into decision-making spaces. That's something that we also strive to do in the future game. And I think that something that is really interesting is that those voices are, I feel like, now younger than ever, because we are listening at people that are starting their advocacy project or their advocacy careers with 12, 13 years, which I think that is crazy. So yes, love to see also this Lily's life in 100 years, working for young people in decision-making spaces. Okay, maybe we can keep going, because of course this is the first part of, we all know now who we are. I am Fernando, you are the person that you've chosen. So now that you are there, that you somehow feel them in your soul, our idea is to go a little bit deeper. Eva already did a little bit of that exercise, but now think on different things in their day-to-day life that are more systematical, even though we don't want you to think of a new city. How does technology help them, or how do they use technology in their day-to-day life? What does their household look like? What do they do for a living? How do they move from place to place? How do they go shopping? So all of these people that are now part of you and somehow are breathing through your body and living through your body. We are going to have another like 3-5 minutes to answer these questions. It's okay if you don't answer all of those, like they are just guidelines for you to have a way of thinking and looking to the future. So if you are not interested in thinking on how they go shopping, but you will really like to think on how Fernando eats, or what he eats, how he eats, or how he has kids, like Eva was speaking about, go ahead, like that's completely fine. So Anna, maybe you can put some music for us.
Okay, how has this exercise gone? Have you been able to think more of the lives of these people that you have embodied, and you would like to share with us? Lisa, I have seen that you have written in chat. Maybe you can kick it off.
Let's see. So I'm so glad that Rama was able to transfer some of that DJ energy into this group. And let's see, Rama uses technology to the advantage. That's lots of new technological gadgets and gadgets when it comes to music and creating music. I even envisioned that there's this like holographic band that joins Rama during his gigs. I mean, why not?
Yeah, maybe he can be playing with Bob Marley or people that can be.
Do you see it? You see the concert? Yeah. Yeah. Pull up a seat. Elvis is there.
Mhm.
Bob's there. Okay. And let's see the house. Oh, so we moved. Okay. So the house, small, radical chic, little home. Doesn't need too much. A very eco-friendly home. He moves around. I'm picturing a hybrid hovering board. There's even chargeable stations. And let's see, shops online, eco-friendly products. Does not use Amazon. What's Amazon? I think in 100 years, Rama's going to say, what's Amazon?
Absolutely.
I'm glad you said Amazon. There's something I put in my scenario, my vision there. I think Amazon has been prohibited because we want to promote local businesses and circular economy. So yeah, what Amazon?
We are aligned then.
Yes, I think that Felipe, you completed Rama's story. Maybe you can go ahead and share about that.
Yeah, I think that he's living in a room, but in a shared house, but he's owner of a part of a share of that house, because now legal arrangements allow you to go with friends or with whoever you want and buy different parts of a property. You don't need that much paperwork. It's normal. I mean, what? It wasn't possible before. And he paid that share thanks to a universal heritage that he got when he turned 18 years old, that he got money from the government. Technology, I think, is highly regulated and can only be used for specific activities and purposes. And that's why Amazon is no longer something that exists, and it's now been ages since Amazon isn't part of our language. And of course, it depends where he goes, but where he lives, he can only take the cars when he's traveling more than 30 kilometers. Then he might use public transportation, but if he moves within his 15-minute city, then he can only bike or walk.
Yes, in my case, one of the things that I thought about, I'm really imagining Fernando living in Planet City. So this scenario that we shared, where every human in the planet is living in the same big, but not that big of a city, and everything else is left to wilderness. So in my case, Fernando needs technology to move through the city. So I'm imagining a city that's full of like elevators and like this really crazy transport that it's not going just in the straight line. So at our road level, but that goes up, down, and somehow helps us move through that city. I'm imagining a lot of that. And then regarding the household, I was also thinking on something really, really simple, minimal, where he cannot afford to buy a lot of things because everything that is basic, it's already expensive somehow for his retirement payment. So yeah, but one of the things that came to my mind when I thought of this future in Planet City is this crazy transport, like technology and new transport ways where you can move not just in one or another direction, but up, down, and basically in any direction. Okay, so Sammy shared in the chat that Lily has started a youth real estate agency. Youth learn to sell eco-friendly compounds, holographic 3D homes, visit open house from anywhere in the world, urban community gardens for grocery shopping, and no Amazon, of course. Everyone is really aligned on that, I feel like.
For me, sorry, for me, the question is even, okay, no Amazon, I'm aligned on that also. I don't want to be the opposition here, but I was even thinking more that this concept of shopping we have now is not going to be anymore there, because what Felipe said also, this circular economy thing, no? So I think that it will move more in a direction that you get what you need, but all these, because all of us, we have a lot of things we actually don't need. And I think this is going to stop at some point. So I imagine also, when I imagine the living situation, I imagine something very simplistic, but because simply it is not anymore, there is no IKEA, there is no, so you cannot, it's not existing anymore because the resources are not there anymore to produce so much things. This was my idea behind. And for the transport, I love your scenario. I can totally see that with all the pipes and elevators and escalators and whatever. But I'm also, I think additionally, I see an underground scenario. So like now it is metro, but maybe in a higher speed level so that you can make greater distances in shorter time. So the underground, in my scenario, is going to be used for that. And I see also a very small apartment, because in a city scenario like this, in my opinion, there is also the personal space is very limited, because the space in general is very limited. So it is, for my character, it is not possible to have 150 square meters, because it's not possible for any individual in a city like that to take so much space for one person only. So there is a focus on using spaces for collaborative things or for community, but on an individual level is very limited in my vision.
Great.
Thank you.
Okay, so I think that our time is coming to an end. I don't know if someone was going to speak. No, okay. If someone wants to speak, go ahead. But I think that our time is coming to an end. So before getting there, I wanted to thank everyone that's been here, either listening or participating. Thank you for joining the conversation. Hopefully, this little, really fast exercise has inspired you to think from another place, and hopefully you can use it in the future also to think on different scenarios. Thank you very much. And yeah, I leave you with Lisa. Well,
don't be over. This was fun. Don't go. Where are you going? No, thank you. Thank you so much, Paula and Anna, for participating. And I guess we have about 5 minutes if there's any questions. If there's not, we will hang tight for about 5 minutes while we, let's see, are there other speakers here? Well, we have about 5 minutes. Anything in the chat? Fantastic.
Well, thank you all for coming as well. And even if you don't have questions right now, also you can share our social media, the Future Game, and you can reach us, talk to us whenever you can, and we will be really grateful or pleased to hear your voices again. So thank you.
Yes, I would have loved to share a little bit more about the platform, but right now the platform is just in Spanish. So probably a lot of people from this call wouldn't be able to understand. If you speak Spanish and you would like to immerse yourself in future scenarios and play little games, then I will leave I think that someone sent the the web page. So you have the link to the web page in the chat, and you can go to these new scenarios and also embody a new character if you know Spanish. Hopefully in the future we will have it in English and everyone will be able to use it.
Thank you, Paula. Sorry.
No, Lisa, I will go after you.
I was going to ask Paula and Anna, are you working on maybe recruiting folks to help translate? Do you need help in that area? Put a call out there. You never know. I don't know where you're at in the process.
Of course, we are always looking for people in the community to help us translate, to help us create new scenarios, because the stories that we tell and the games that we have in the platform require work from really creative people. So yes, anyone that wants to somehow help us expand the platform is completely free. So anyone that wants to do that, it's welcome, of course.
Okay, I want to say something. Well, I don't know. Did you take the screenshot or not?
I know we didn't.
Okay, so if someone is there that wants to open the camera and take the screenshot with your beautiful faces. If not, we can be the fourth of us. We have also the all recorded in YouTube, so we can also take screenshots from there, from your slides and everything. But let's have a screenshot, the four of us. So yes. And another thing. So okay, let's take it again. Yay. Perfect, thank you. So if you don't mind, Anna and Paula, because if I am not mistaken, we are waiting for Kasim from the Turkey hub of Teach the Future. He just took this slot that is after you, because the one that we were expecting, it's not with us. Let me check if he's connected. No. So what I wanted to say, he is not here yet. Maybe even if the platform is not in English, I joined at the beginning of your talk, and I was wishing that you can share a little bit more of the project, because I think Future Game is amazing and more people need to know what it is about. So if you have a little bit more of your time, it would be great.
No, definitely. We didn't want to come here and be like, make a spam of our project.
Hablar de vuestro libro.
Yeah, that's it. But I'm sharing a little bit in the screen what the platform looks like, but we can go a little bit and explain like what each thing is, and hopefully make a little translation of the platform. As we said at the beginning, our idea with this platform is that we create gamified experiences for young people to experience for the first time what alternative scenarios of the future look like, and maybe for the first time envision and imagine themselves as active change makers for those futures. So we offer, that's our like objective. But the way that we do it is, I will say, really uncommon, because everything that we do looks really fun, is really simple, but in the back of all of that, we've created different scenarios for the future, and we create a community of young people that share their opinions and their wishes, their dreams on the future. And what we've discovered is that when you find, as a young person, when you find people your age that are willing to speak about the future, to create and imagine a different future with you, that is really empowering. So that's what we found, and that's why we do what we do. And going a little bit into the platform, and if you want to say anything, please interrupt me.
Yeah, I was just, thank you, Paul. I was just going to say as well that sometimes I think that because our way of thinking about futures is probably colonized, and we have like so many inputs that they do not allow us to think in a diverse, futuristic an innovative way sometimes, maybe because of our context, because our resources, because our whatever capacity, or even the momentum. We think that it's also important to bring those narratives, those stories, or even those pictures that bring something new to the table, and so that the young people could feel as well like a call to action in a way, and as Paula said, believe on themselves as change makers of that alternative futures. And also because this is something so important, that is when we think about the future, we tend to think in a dystopic or utopic future, and this is something that it's okay for exercising ourselves and our minds, but maybe with this we can also like think in a positive future where we all are comfortable in. And that's also something that give youth some space for belief, for dream, for connect, and yes, for hope at the end. So yes, that's why a little bit of our purpose.
Yes, we can go really a lot, like we can go on and on about our purpose, but going into the platform, the idea is really simple. If you know Bandersnatch, so the chapter from Black Mirror, where you can choose what the main character is doing in this chapter of the Black Mirror series, then this is a little bit like that, but instead of being in Netflix format, it's written and illustrated. So we have 3 different stories. One of them is regarding technology and democracy, the other one regarding love in the future, and the other one regarding our relationship with privacy and technology in general in the future. These first three stories are around technology, but in the future we will have more stories on other topics. So whenever you click on a story, you can go to that future, and that means that you are embarking in that story. In my case, I cannot do much in this because this is my user, and I've done, let's go here. I've done most of the story. But as you go through and read, you have the opportunity to, for example, this is really funny because this is, you can choose what you want to see in a holographic concert. So you can choose to listen to Jimi Hendrix and Lady Gaga at the same time, and then in a psychedelic style. And then as you go through the story and you read, you have different concepts that we have made up ourselves. And then, as we were saying, the same way as in Bandersnatch, you can choose what the main character of the story is going to do. And for us, this is a way of sharing what we want in our future, because what we want is that people choose based on the future that they want. So, for example, in this question, we're making a question on mutual sexual consent. We hope that we get some information on what people want in this area in the future.
Okay, Paula, Anna, I see that in the chat we have Ruhama that wants to ask a question. So please open your mic.
Or even write down in the chat if you are more comfortable.
It's better. Also, I want to welcome new people that join, like Monica, welcome. We were supposed to have a session now, but something happened. I don't know why Kasim it's not here. Maybe with this time that people get a little bit lost with the time in different parts of the world. So I asked Anna and Paula, they were the facilitators before, to talk more about their project, this Future Game. And you can still share screen, Paula.
Okay.
And Anna. And I don't know if Ruhama is still there.
I think that the question was more regarding the session in general and not specifically.
I don't know. Well, if he wants to write it, please, you can continue.
No, that's a little bit without being really going too long. That's a little bit of what we do. Basically, we want to take these little stories and games as a tool for young people to imagine futures, young people to give their opinion in what future is preferred for them, and also hopefully make them feel empowered to be change makers, and with these positive, hopeful, different futures, give them this spark, this empowerment or this change making attitude to be part of the future making, if that makes sense. And as I was saying before, the stories that we have now are in Spanish and then in Basque, which is a specific language from Spain and France, but we don't have them in English yet. We are working on that. But anyone that wants to somehow, it's a writer and wants to help us write a new story, anyone that's an illustrator and wants to help us illustrate a story, it's welcome. Anyone that wants to translate this into English, French, Swahili, anything, it's welcome. So we are really open to have conversations.
Right. I wanted to ask you, well, I put in the chat that what about ChatGPT creating these stories? I don't know if you have tried that.
We have not tried that, but we have worked with, so this last story, the pictures or the illustrations in the story are made with Midjourney. And then changed a little bit through Photoshop with our human, I don't know how to say it, our human knowledge. But probably in the future, we will try to work with artificial intelligence to create also the stories. We like doing them, so.
No, I remember that you have also like courses or like that you are also teaching people about foresight a little bit, this futures literacy. Is this still in the game or is something?
Yes, this is the teaching part is more, I will say, it's not closed, but because everything that we do in out of the formats or models that we use is free for user, but it's not in an open, like completely open like this platform. So the platform that we were showing now, this is completely open. Anyone can join and anyone can use it. Anyone can do whatever they want with it. But then what we do is from these stories and the community that we have been creating, we have some people that so interested in knowing more, so interested in getting to know like more of futures literacy and more of what this can bring them. And what we do is that we create experiences with, the last one that we did was with 15 people. Maybe in some other moments it's been more or less, but these processes that we do are more, I don't know, closed. So for, I don't know, maybe we open a process with 100 people, then we open another process with 50, with 15. So yeah, if anyone that follows us in social media will have the opportunity to see when these courses are going to happen or these experiences are going to happen. And so whoever is willing to join can join.
Okay, did you share the links already in the chat?
Yes, I think that we did, share. And perfect. Here in the platform, you have our social media and you can contact us also directly.
Perfect, perfect. Anything else that you would like to share?
No, thank you for letting us share this about the project. Thank you very much, Lourdes.
It's a pleasure. I am a fan. So thank you, Paula and Anna. for sharing with us these future experiences and also the game. I will invite you to join if you can, but if not, it's okay. As I say, everything is being recorded and live in YouTube. You can see it, watch it later. For the ones that are joining, so thank you. For the ones that are joining now in this session, this is World Future Day, 24 hours conversation about the future, where we focus on youth, mainly on youth. Welcome, Susana. Welcome, George, Cristobal, Hannah, Meredith. I see a lot of new people joining. We were supposed to have a session now, but I don't know what happened, but our facilitator is not here, but that doesn't mean we can have this space to talk about the future. So I have something prepared. I can share with you what is Teach the Future, or also what is the work that we do in the hubs, what are the hubs doing. But first, I would like to open the space for the ones that are here. Where are you from? Who are you? I don't know if someone wants to open the mic and the camera. So we are 12, we can meet each other. Okay, so if not, I will briefly explain and use a couple short time to show what it's Teach the Future for the ones that are new to the community, and also what is like we are doing with the hubs. Please feel free to open your mic and ask questions, and also to write in the chat. So a little introduction about what is Teach the Futures for the ones that don't know us, and also what we are doing in the hubs. What is a hub? Where are they? And what have they been doing? So first, this is me. I am Lourdes Rodriguez. I am the network coordinator, and my role basically is to connect people from around the world to share experiences and learning about how they are implementing future thinking in their country. This is our main goal. We would like for people that join the movement that they can learn from each other, so they don't need to start from zero. Welcome back, Matthias. Nice to see you. Okay, so this is us. The Future is a global movement that promotes futures literacy for students and educators. And our main goal is to prepare students for tomorrow, teaching the future today. This is our core team, the people that work in the global level for more than 3 years now, most of them. Where we are today. So Peter Bishop, as you know, is the founder and the soul of Teach the Future. And he has this idea that why we need to wait until people are adults to learn about foresight, to learn about the future. So he started this movement to teach future thinking, futures literacy to young people. We have a playbook. This is a book with activities where you can use it in the classroom, but also with your family. It's a really nice and fun way to follow the process of foresight, but in a very pedagogical way. It's already translated into more than 8 languages now, and we are open to make more translations. So if you are interested in to know if the playbook is already translated in your language, you can contact us and we can talk about it. Then we have participated in many panels and in many conference and like this one, like the World Futures Day. And one of the ones that we participated is the Future Festival also, with from our side trying to give young people the voice to in these spaces to talk about the future. We were waiting for our colleague Kasim from Turkey. He's one of the directors of the Turkey Hub, and he could share how they implemented future thinking, how they included future thinking in the curriculum in their country, in a school in Istanbul. Also, this is what is happening today, but we have been participating in this World Future Day Young Voices for more than 3 years now. So it's great to connect with people from around the world and to listen to young voices. Then we also are working with different organizations and universities that are already including future thinking in their classrooms, like in Saudi Arabia and in Vietnam. Of course, we are partnered with the School of International Futures. They have an amazing project that I encourage you to look for. It is the NGFP, and they are looking for young practitioners, foresight practitioners, and we open with them a new space for even younger foresight practitioners from 12 years old to 17 years old. And then the hubs. What is a hub? A hub is a team of individuals that are part of Teach the Future Network that in some way are trying to introduce future thinking in their country. This is a totally open space, so we encourage all of you, if you are interested in create a hub in your country, or maybe you are interested to know if someone already has a Teach the Future hub in your country, you can contact us. The main goal, as I said, is that we can share learnings and challenges and basically learn from each other's experiences. We are now in more than 23 countries. The one in green are the active ones. We have some in yellow coming soon. And as you can see, we are in many places, and we have a really diverse community. What are some of our hubs doing right now? In this picture, you can see Erika Bol. She's in the Netherlands, and she created a really nice project called Kindertrentrede. Basically, they work with the municipality of Breda in the Netherlands and with the schools there also. And they make the kids, the students, part of the decision-making process of the municipality. So first they teach, or they included future thinking in the schools. So the students knew what is future thinking, how they can apply it. They learn about the trends, they learn about scenarios, and they learn how they can be agents of change. Once they had the knowledge, they create some proposals from the mayor. And in fact, these proposals, the ones that were selected, were presented to the mayor, and the mayor needed to publicly announce that he or she will make these promises or these initiatives a reality during his or her term. So as you can see, it's a way of including future thinking in a school, but also including young voices in the decision-making processes in their city. So are really good examples of how to work with futures and youth, and how to include education, but also decision-making in their community, giving this empowerment to the youth. Also from the Netherlands, Erika Bol with other colleagues like Elstra, working the design thinking toolbooks for primary school. And in this design thinking for primary school, they included also future thinking skills. And then the Fedora project, that is a European Commission project to include future thinking in science topics. Of course, Brazil is one of our most active hub. We will have some of our colleagues from Brazil later today. Rosa, Daniel, some of them we will join later. And it's very interesting because Brazil is including also future thinking in the school, but they are also collaborating with youth initiatives like Fridays for Future in Brazil. And they are teaching this youth initiative future thinking skills and foresight methodology, so they can have an approach to their initiatives in a more structured or methodological way. So if they want to be change maker, as they want to be, how they can use foresight or how they can use future thinking to be even more effective. So this was a really great initiative of the hub in Brazil. Then Mexico with Aletia. Aletia, it's including for so many years now future thinking inside of her teaching in the university in the communication and sociology students. And Teach the Future is actively also involved in participating in these classes, so we can give the students some insight of what we do. That is really also a really nice initiative. From South Africa, our colleagues Janine, it's working with different universities and also high school. Not directly including future thinking in the curriculum, but creating workshops, specific workshops, 1, 2 days, 3 days workshop to immerse these students in the future thinking process. And this is me in Spain. I did an activity in Seville, in my hometown in the south of Spain, in a very innovative school. Here it's called Colegio San Francisco de Paula, and with a student of 11, 12 years old. We follow 10 classes where we explore what were their image of the future, how they see themselves 20 years from now. Then also we explore trends and signals of change, and we reflected on them. What do you think about this innovation? What do you think about these trends? And we asked them to debate how these trends could evolve in the future. And it was very interesting for them to have the opportunity to express themselves and talk in the class. So their voice was really important, and they were not so used to it. They were used to listen to the teachers, but this was an opportunity for them to express how they see these trends, these signals of change. Then we explore possible future scenarios, and we finish with the creation of artifacts from the future. So from every scenario that they imagine with the trends and the signals of change that were happening today, they created an artifact. For example, this robot here is a sustainable robots that work and it's like work with solar panels and so on, and it's making the works that the humans don't want to do. For example, this robot is a cooker. There is a way to bring the future to the present so the student can talk about it. It was a really good experience for them, but also for me and for the teachers of the classroom, that we learn from each other, because the future is not written, so we are all learning in this field. So this is it. I will ask if you are interested to please ask for more information. the advantage is that you will be part of a really nice global network. There are free materials and resources if you want to start playing with them, with your family, with your youth community in your city. They are available in our library, and also you will have assistance and guidance from the community. One moment. And how to become a hub. I will ask that it's better if you are not alone, so you can have a partner. So you have a little experience or some experience in education, in teaching, and some background in foresight. This is a plus, but if not, as we said, it's all at the end is being part of a bigger community. You need to be also open to collaborate with local and national partners. We will follow like a little onboarding process to really learn more about the community. So this was this little introduction about what is Teach the Future and what is the work that we have been doing for a while now. And I will stop the screen now to see if some of you have some questions. I see that we have some in the chat, but please open your mic if you want to say something. George, I see that you introduced yourself in the chat. We are a intergenerational community. So it's not that we only want youth, we want to involve the youth in the conversation. But the good thing here is that we really have a wider scope in the age. And the full name of the person in Mexico is Aletia Montero. She also has a session in this afternoon, so you can check the agenda. I will share it in the chat in a moment. Sure, you can join her. Susana, I'm curious to know, where are you based?
Sorry. Hello. I am in Chile, in the south of Chile, 900 kilometers from Santiago in Valdivia. I'm not young. I worked on prospective. I was working just until a couple of months. We finished the work here at the Regional Strategic Development for the government, local government. And I was working 30 years at the local university as an economist. So I would like to continue working with students or with scholars.
Oh, amazing. I need to tell you, we don't have still a hub in Chile.
Mm-hmm. Yes, I was searching for it. I was looking for it and I didn't meet anyone.
Okay, so it's a good opportunity.
It's a long time since I am interested, but I had no time. Now we are coming back from holidays and I am planning my year. So that it's very interesting what you have presented now. Because it's an opportunity to begin. I think one has to make a project and have a talk to the local authorities, education authorities, for working with public schools, if not with directors of private schools. So I will begin looking for this.
Perfect, Susana. Yes, as I said, I'm in charge of the global network, so I will leave. I don't know if you have it already. But I will leave my email here in case you want more information. And you don't need, yes, Susana, sorry.
I copied it and I will write you because I speak Spanish easier than English.
Me too.
So we can make contacts and I will be very happy to have some information. But I was looking for it, and on the page you have a lot. So I was trying to buy from the page. Yes.
Yes, perfect. So
thank you.
It's true that sometimes it's overwhelming. We have a lot of information in the website, a lot of things going on, and sometimes it's overwhelming. I also share in the chat, we will have our next HAPS meeting. We have HAPS meeting the third Monday of each month. And usually it's an opportunity for people, as I say, to learn from each other, what people are doing in other countries regarding future thinking and education. So even if you are not part of a hub, please write me and I can send you an invitation so you can join the community, join the conversation, meet other people. It's a really nice space.
Thank you very much.
Of course. Ruhama, please open your mic if you can.
Hello, everyone. My name is Ruhama, and I was wondering to ask, since it is my first time attending this conference, I was wondering to ask whether we're going to receive a recognition or a certificate for attending this conference. Thank you.
Thank you, Ruhama. I will ask Lisa and Peter Bishop, that are the main people behind this organization. I think we can for sure send this certification for you, and it will be a certification from the Millennium Project and also Teach the Future, because we are the two organizations that are organizing it. So please, Ruhama, copy my email from the chat. It's lourdes@teachthefuture.org, and remind me that you need this certification so I don't forget after this 24-hour conversation.
Thank you so much.
All right, thank you, Ruhama. Hello, Anne. Welcome. I'm asking you because you have your open your video. Where are you connecting from?
Hang on one second. Can you hear me?
Yes.
I'm coming from San Francisco, California, but I'm trying to screen share my screen to my class. So when I get that sorted, hopefully you don't just see my face. So we're in San Francisco. And where are you? I just came on. Where are you?
Okay, I'm based in Sevilla, in Seville.
Okay.
Right now, Spain.
My favorite city. Oh my gosh, my favorite city.
The best city.
So I have a small group. I'm trying to work out the schedule, but I have a small group that we started this year at school. I'm a school teacher, and called WTF. And we're going to join this afternoon. And I'm not sure where the schedule is because the timing is so, you know, I don't know where I am in San Francisco and where the schedule is, but I just thought I'd join right now and say hi and make sure that I could do it for my class this afternoon.
Okay, I can check for you in a moment where exactly, on how many hours you would like to connect. But right now we are in an open conversation, so you are free.
Okay.
To join.
Okay, brilliant. Thank you.
So finish your sharing screen process, and we will love to hear more from you.
Okay, brilliant. Thank you.
Thank you. Matthew, would you like to introduce a little bit some of the topics that you are going to talk later? So this could be an opportunity to invite more folks to join.
I am Mateusz Wyrzykowski. I'm from Poland, and I'm a researcher in the field of future studies. I have a degree in sociology, but also in urban management. today I'm a little bit ill because I have ear infection, and this is the reason why my voice sounds so strange. And my key interest in future studies are the methodology of the research, and also how to translate it correctly. I think I can say foresightology, but in Poland we use the word prognosologia, the science about the prognosis. And to describe it, I could say that it is a part of sociology of science and philosophy of science that is connected to the research on the cultural, economical, ideological implications on the foresight. Because, you know, you have data and you need to create the vision of future, and you must interpret it. And it is very important for me because you can have the same set of data and interpret it in the other ways, and create the different view on future by this, because foresight are impacting the present, of course, because if we're reading and if we are learning about the future, we are starting to think about it today and changing the reality around us.
Thank you, Matthew. I will say bye to Anne. See you later. It was great. If you have questions about when is your meeting, please write Lisa, or you can write me, Lourdes@teachthefuture.org. I will help you. Okay. Good. Matt, I will give Matthew. I wanted to ask you, when did you first heard about future thinking?
I was interested in strategical studies a little bit longer than future thinking, because during my BA in sociology, I've started to reading about the city development, and it was a crucial topic. And after it, I have extended it. At the previous summer, I had even a scholarship in the company of Mr. Kacper Nosarzewski, and I'm still developing this knowledge. And I think it is a good topic to research on, because a lot of people say that social sciences are not really important, but when we are creating the vision of the future, we have the vision that we are going to have and we want to have. And wait a second, because my throat is...
Of course, don't worry.
Because the visions are... Because we should understand how the visions are created and the rules about it, because it is impacting our life even today, or political reality in our countries, even in whole continents like in Europe or in Asia, because there are some unions in Asia also, and in Africa. And what should I say more?
No, it's okay. I am curious. I was curious to know what is your background. I'm sure we will enjoy your session in I think a couple of hours, or in something.
Yes, couple of hours with the pauses.
Yes. So before we finish, we have 20 minutes now to finish this session, and I'm so happy to see my colleague Kasim. here again. So he is part of the Turkey hub of Teach the Future. And I will ask him to share what has been his experience, including future thinking in the school there. So the floor is yours.
Okay, thank you, Lourdes. Thank you very much. Well, actually, you've been talking about similar subjects for almost an hour, but let me see how I can contribute to it. And just a quick introduction. Yes, I live in Istanbul. I'm a member of a Teach the Future Global Turkey Hub. And in the meantime, I'm a futurist by training and also the vice president of the Turkish associations. And one of our heavy focus is on education. I'll get to that. But let me do something else. And I heard you were talking about futures thinking. Good. Well, when we say futures thinking, then we mean that there are more than one future. That's why it is futures thinking. It's not almost in every language. It's not future thinking, but futures thinking. But let me ask you, what if there is no future? That is an interesting thing. We have been not even thinking about it, but we have been living through this the past 3 weeks in Turkey. Just imagine, okay? You go to bed and you had a session like that, and everyone asks you about, what do you think about future? Wow, future is so bright, and we futures thinking, futurists, we're going for the plausible, possible, referable, and all this positive thinkings, whatever is possible. You go to, and you wake up, you just don't know where you are in the middle of the dark, and it gets brighter. You see there is no future. And that's, please express my French, but that sucks, okay? That is not good. So what we all futurists are looking for is actually just to be able to reach out and touch someone and actually just pass some awareness about the futurism. We are not born futurists. We learn that, we study that, we become professionals, we become experts, or just a regular live. But we have to be really aware about the future, about the presence of the future, and about not having a future. And that is heavy stuff, you know, that is heavy stuff. And actually, Lourdes, that's what I wanted to say also in the other session where there were a big group of Ethiopia, a youth, you know, younger people. And they're also talking about really, oh, okay, future is bright. Of course, it's going to be bright, but we still have to be aware of this fact at the same time, because when they woke up in the morning, there were already 10,000 people dead by this big earthquake. And within 10 days, the number was 40,000. So that means some people didn't even wake up to their future. Now we have seen, let's say the adults, they've lived for quite some time. We still have some future, but think about the 2 years old, 3 years old, 5 years old children. So why I am saying is that I'm not pessimistic, never been, but reality strikes in a different way, okay? And that makes us also think more and more and more about the futures thinking. This is not, it's not taken as a, shouldn't be taken as a science, okay? Well, it's not rocket science. We're not breaking, you know, we are not breaking the atom into pieces, but this is so important. This is so necessary. This is so crucial to think about futures and futures. And that's why we call and we do it. Teach the Future is doing something very, very, very important. That's why we're part of it. And of course, through our very old dear friend, Peter Bishop, then we came to meet all these colleagues around here and also around the world. And we are really very proud to be part of it. But what Teach the Future is doing is taking it to the level of fifth grade students, fifth grade children. That's what we have been doing in Turkey. Okay, well, because now, thanks to dear Peter, since 70, okay, the futurology, let me call it that way, has been taught at the university level, master's level, PhD level. That's good. But how about the people? How about these? They're also people, part of the population, okay? Primary school kids. They have now, to our present metrics, they have minus pinus like 100 years ahead of them. So how is their future gonna be? Who is going to decide? Who is going to do something today so that it is a plausible, it's a positive, it's a preferable future for them? Because if they don't do it by themselves, somebody else does its own preferable future. And that's the awareness. That's the awareness. So we don't need to go into deep futures thinking. You know, we can study, read thousands of books. We should talk to people, do these sessions, you know, get a stronger, wider, brighter network. But the very first focus is just to talk about it and make people aware about it. Okay. Now, I have already friends coming not only from Istanbul, but from the other cities. They just spent they've been doing this for a couple of weeks now, spending there most of the time with children, okay? The younger ones, the adults, okay, but the children, they're very critical. They're very critical, okay? Now, you can imagine out of the rubbles, a 2-year-old, 3-year-old just comes up alive, full energetic, but no family, no relatives, no friends, no community, no house, nothing. Well, what can you talk about his or her future? Now, that's why the Lord will understand it at best. We've been talking about that. We keep talking about that, but now we have to do the reality. We have to keep that in mind when we're talking about future, okay? When we're talking about future, most of the people think, well, we're telling stories. Yes, we're telling stories. I like that. I'm a storyteller. I like that. But for some people, it is a scenario. It's science fiction, this and that. No, futures thinking is not that. And that is important. We have to really understand and really, you know, feel it in ourselves so that we can convey the message. We can sort of convince the people that such and such, okay? And that's what I've been through for the last 3 weeks. And I really am trying to keep my balance, okay? Not go too far to positive, not go too far to negative, just to stay in balance and get back up again on the feet to be able to clear and think and create what we can do for these people, for the families, broken families, for the, sorry to say, but this is something like very interesting to describe. Now, in the region, 11 cities, all shaken down by an earthquake with the multitude of 7.8, 7.9. 1/4 of the population is either dead or injured. So 1 of 4 people. What is this? The rest is leftovers of the people. They don't have the history. They don't have anything in the city. They don't have any hospital to serve. They don't have any school to go. They don't have any shop to go shopping. That is interesting. That is very interesting. So there could be lots of studies out of this. But what I'm trying to say, I'm not going to make you think miserable. But again, it's like awareness. That's how I wake up. For the last 3 weeks, every morning I wake up like this. And I say, okay, this is the reality. Now we have to think and rethink and rethink and rethink, because we probably would need to also sort of harmonize, synchronize, and change our words and messages as well. That's why I started with this. Other than that, the rest is, of course, as we have been talking. So I'm going to stop here. And this is also our new attitude back in Istanbul, especially among the futurists, among the network. We say, okay, we're going to mourn. We're gonna, feel sorry for these people, but we have to be in a good shape, mindset, clear, full of energy, so that we can do something better for them. Because we, or let's say 1 or 2 generations back, didn't do their homework. That's why they're dead. And that's the future's thinking. So everybody knows how we look into future, how we start with our scenarios. First, we have to study our history. We have to know everything about history in the past, what happened in the past, and then bring it to present. But that's such a good example. What happened or didn't happen in the past posed today, the present. That's I cannot say living, but it's a dead example. Now, take it from here with this knowledge from the past and take it to the future. That's why we have to think about futures and keep them all positive and take action today that will enable us to reach and to experience, to live through that plausible, possible, let's say in general, positive future. That's futures thinking. That's how I look at it. Now, example is, as Lourdes said, we have really focused on the kids, like 5th grade and 9th grade kids.
Kasim,
yeah. Okay.
We only have like less than 5 minutes now.
Okay, I'll wrap up.
Okay, yes.
Okay, no, because I was going to say, what we did was we focused on the kids, we went to the schools, and we insisted when he said, there is this class of futures thinking. You have to implement it to your program, your curriculum, and it is compulsory, not selective. We started training the trainers, teachers first, and they took it to the kids in the classroom as the futures thinking. And that's such a good success. The kids are so aware of everything. They go with this knowledge back home to their parents. Now they train, they teach their parents. That's how we did it. What we did it took about 2 years, and the whole information is in the global. I'm always ready. I like it. I like very much to talk about it. So anytime we make a special session on that, and we'll talk about it. Well, thanks you for listening.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Kasim. It was so important what you just shared. I'm so thankful for you to share this. It's important not to forget that our future can end today. And as you say, it's not only making nice stories about the future, the fiction, the technology, the sustainability, but also being aware that these disasters occurs. And it's part of foresight.
One sentence. I think Lisa said it earlier, 2 sessions earlier, or another friend of mine. Our sustainability has to be sustainable. We talk about sustainable, but this is not sustainable. And that's a big mistake. We really focus on it. Okay. Sorry about that, but I have to say it.
Thank you very much, Kasim. Thank you very much. In the chat, you can see that we have a blog post, how you can help this Turkey and Syria earthquake. I will ask Kasim also to share his email in the chat. He also can share more about what he's doing there. If you would like to offer your foresight capabilities, your ideas, whatever, I think it will be great. And now I would like to welcome the next session. I think they are already here. I see Maggie and John. Hello.
Hi.
Hello, hello.
Welcome. Hi there.
I will briefly finish this session, remembering that we are in the World Future Day. This is a 24-hour conversation around the world about the future, taking into account young people and also this intergenerational conversation, as we mentioned. We will like to thank also the Millennium Project that is hosting and sponsoring all of this event. And with that, I will give the floor to John and Maggie to present themselves. Thank you.
Thanks so much, Flores. Hi, everyone. Welcome. I imagine we might have some other folks pop in. It's nice to see some friendly faces. We do have a colleague who hopefully will be joining us soon. Kai-Shin is the young voice that will be and has helped to construct this session. So maybe we'll say a quick hello as we wait for her to come in. Maggie, do you want to kick off and say hey?
Sure. Hi, I'm Maggie Grayson. I'm a designer and futurist from Toronto, Canada. And I want to share that we are live on YouTube. This session is being sponsored by the Millennium Project in partnership with Teach the Future, a global movement to involve young people in anticipating and influencing the future, both in and out of school. It's really fantastic to be here. John?
Thanks so much, Maggie. My name is John Sweeney, futurist, working here and there. I have a position in Uzbekistan. I also teach in the US, but I live in Kushadasi, Turkey. So hearing a bit about the reflections from the last session certainly hit home in very literal ways. And so definitely look forward to continuing that conversation. But we also had a few ideas on how to spark the conversation for this session as well. And again, really thankful for the Millennium Project, Teach the Future, all the awesomeness that's gone into this. I actually was at I think the first World Futures Day 11 or 10 years ago, a long time ago. So it's great to see this sustained and to keep going and growing.
I'd like to add before we begin that the objective of World Futures Day is Young Voices is to give young people and everyone else the chance to voice their hopes, fears, expectations, and scenarios about the future in an intergenerational format. The facilitation objective, therefore, is to see that everyone in the session has the chance to participate and that we hear you and acknowledge what other people say. So this is going to be the role of the three of us to help all of you be heard.
And our colleague Kai-Shin, who is the co-host, has just entered the room because I recognize the cattail. Hi, Kai-Shin, can you hear us?
Hi, yeah, give me a second to turn on my camera.
John, do you want to give a little bit of a picture of what we're doing today?
Yes. So, of course, there have been many amazing conversations that have been had. So how could we possibly think of something interesting or follow on all of the fantasticness that has been brought together? We thought one way to be able to do that was through a series of questions. But rather than just sort of bombarding you with questions, we wanted to turn it into a little bit of a game experience. So we're going to have a little bit of a choose your own adventure / futures game. And yeah, we will kick that off in just a second. Kai-Shin, would you be able to introduce yourself? Tell us about, tell everyone a bit who you are and of course the discussions that led us here to have this session.
Of course, yeah. Hi, everyone. I'm Kaisen, and I'm a co-host in the session. And who am I? I'm a design strategies slash like a researcher. And I got into the field of futurology through Teach the Future, actually. So I do some practice and research in the field, this interdisciplinary field called Design Futures, where I try to explore this combination of future studies and design. So yeah, that's basically who am I. And I'm so glad to have the opportunity to work, have a lot of fun with Maggie and John to brainstorm and then go on this journey on setting up what can we do into this session. We want to leave this as a more open discussion where everybody here in our little room, which we can call a smart room, to discuss what are you, like, who are you, where are you in this big world, and where are you at in this timeline from history now to the future. So I think everybody could get something out of this, because we all bring our perspective and we have a role in this game about the future. So yeah, John, Maggie?
Go ahead.
Awesome. Okay, so given that we're live on YouTube, you're about to see a little bit of live television. We had talked about different approaches to how to do this. And then I think I was supposed to do something, but I ended up doing this instead. And we kind of brainstorm a few options. So we're going to try to like co-create a game with you that possibly will be more of a choose your own adventure type approach. So we need a volunteer to go first. And you go first and you pick a number. Now you pick a number and that will reveal a question. You, of course, can answer that question. And if you answer that question, then you get to select someone to go next. You get to pick someone who is also here. However, you can also pass. But if you pass, then you can't pass again. And if someone picks you, you have to answer that question. So we want to, of course, have a chance to hear from everyone. We thought maybe this is one way to do it, but of course, want to give you a little bit of a chance to talk about something that either you're comfortable and or familiar with. And I'm sure, just like any game, we can also bend the rules as needed. And there's Lisa. Hi, Lisa.
Hey.
Hi.
Okay, so with hearing just that about the rules and without any knowledge of what these questions are, is anyone feeling brave enough to jump in and pick a number? Mateus, okay, excellent. So which number would you like to choose?
Maybe 1.
Number 1, okay.
Great one, great one.
So the question to you, what is the biggest change that has happened in your life?
Biggest change that happened in my life. Probably because right now I'm on Erasmus scholarship, and I've been during the previous semester and this semester. I'm at Villarreal in Portugal, and I'm studying in UTAT. And I think after living for 20 plus years in Poland, it is the living in Portugal and in Poland are so different, especially in terms of buildings and climate, because I can observe global change here. Live a little bit harder because buildings are not appropriate to this cold sometimes. And I have a lot of conversations with the international students, because in Poland, I've studied in Polish, and I didn't really have too many chances to talk with international students. And I think this is the reason why Erasmus was a big change in my life.
Amazing. Jekui. I mean, I should say obrigado. Sorry. Obrigado because you're in Portugal now. Sorry. Thanks so much for sharing that.
De nada.
Can you pick someone to go next? We've had a few other
Maybe
people
Lisa,
join.
because she's the only person we've come down.
Okay.
Besides the facilitators, of course.
Okay. You want me to pick a number without knowing what question you're going to ask me? This is fun. Let's go with 8.
Super wild card. Okay, insert your question here. So you get to come up with a question, and then you get to pick someone to go next. And so we'll pop the 8 back here. So this will be 8. So we'll know this is question 8 if somebody wants to answer that. So do you have a question with regard to the future broadly that you would want to put in here for number 8?
Sure. My question is, my question is to the younger voices, the younger audience. What are some takeaways? What did you think about when you heard about World Futures Day? How is that all? What encompasses World Futures Day?
Awesome. Okay, that's a cool question. I see that Ruhama has a hand up. Please.
Yeah, I just want to give some idea about the question that has already been raised. The question was, I think it was, what do you think about when it comes to the sentence, the World Futures Day? So in my own opinion, what I think is it's basically focused on the young people and how to make a better change in the world as well with the engagement of the young people, mainly because they're the ones that are going to be there for the future.
Amazing. Thank you so much, Ruhama. And where are you joining from?
I'm from Ethiopia.
Brilliant. Amazing. Thanks so much. Maybe, Ruhama, maybe you could pick someone to go next who could pick a number.
Number 5.
Pick number 5. Okay. Let's see. What projects, experiences have evolved, shaped, or transformed your perspective on the future?
So am I going to pick a person?
Yeah, so we can make up the rules as we go. So if you want to pick a person, that's great. Maggie, jump in if you have thoughts for rules too. Yeah, this is live television.
I think that's the way to go. Ruhama, pick a name.
Okay. So Kazim. I don't know if I pronounced your name correctly.
Hi, thank you, Ruhama. Well, it's actually, in Turkish, it's Kazım. In English, sounds like chasm, like in sarcasm. It helps always remembering. Thank you. So which either way is acceptable. Well, thank you all. I was at the last session, I had to leave and came back. And okay, I read here all projects, experiences have evolved, shaped, or transformed your perspective on the future. What was the question? The question was when you heard about the World Future Day, right? I think I just did that.
Yeah, that was the question.
Okay, well, actually, I can, I'm not going to take up so much time, but since I was introduced, I was exposed to futurism, let me call it that way. And there are lots of projects about people and about raising awareness about the future. That's how I came to start and to work about for almost 8-9 years, and that's still the same thing. And I will keep doing that. And because awareness through education, another project, is the main instrument when we talk about the future. So I can, we talk about the futures, we talk about if there is no future, but this is always about awareness. So that makes me think and imagine, envision, and take action in that way. Thank you. Well, do I need to do something else now? Pick another name? Yeah? Okay. Okay. Did Tim speak already? Tim Dolan?
No, I've only
put
a little chat line. That's it. What do you want to know?
Well,
all right.
I think
let's
look at the
you want to pick a number?
Oh, I get to choose a number, huh? Okay,
yes.
I'm going to, if that's the way it's going to be, I'll take 2. I like that color.
Okay, what's an experience that has given you hope for the future?
Okay, and I'm to respond to this, or am I supposed to tag somebody else?
Well, you can trade for what's behind the curtain or take what's in the box, right? This is I think so. I think the world is your oyster, Tim. So whatever you want to do with this.
Okay, yeah,
go
exactly. We're making it up as we're going along. I get it. Okay, I'll bite. I've had a few, but I would say in terms of a pretty uniform theme, it's my role as an educator and working with young people. I believe ever mindful that my role was to prepare all of my, and I don't use the word students, let me back up a bit. I use the word participants because that's another part of my teaching philosophy. So among my participants, as an educator, I've always held that our job as educators is to prepare those participants for the worlds that they're going to live in and shape, and make that very clear to them that they have a great deal of a great role in that, and they should take it as seriously as they can, given all the other distractions they're beset with. I'll leave it at that. I don't know if that's an experience.
I've dropped into the chat the same question. Who else has an experience that has given you hope for the future? So if other people want to join in on that one, we would love to get a collection of beautiful stories that we can, share to the rest of the people who are participating.
Hey, Maggie, this is Stephen. So
Hi,
something
Stephen.
that has given me hope is just hanging out with kids and hanging out with the younger generation. And it's depressing on the one side because I now realize I'm old, but on the positive side, it's like so many things have influenced their way of looking at the present and the future. And it's going to be so exciting, I think, to see where the 10 to 17-year-olds essentially, so, preteen, teenagers and so forth, I have a 14-year-old and a 16-year-old, so I'm watching them. And yes, you get frustrated with them at times, but you're also like, no, they're the next generation, like 80 years from now, we're going to be talking about the second greatest generation. So we think of the World War II generation. I think the current generation, what sits in front of them in the next 30 years, I think they're going to rise to the occasion, and we're going to be talking about them being the next greatest generation.
Let me just jump in real quick now that the caffeine has kicked in. That in terms of hope for the future, it's that, again, with the rising generations, is that they are infinitely more media literate than any previous. And I think that's enormously important moving forward. And it goes beyond mere critical thinking. It is understanding the power of the force and the manipulative capacity of media of all sorts. And that's a big area for me right now, is media literacy, because I've seen the devastating effects of media non-literacy that has generated everything from Rwandan genocides to a great deal of internal divisions in the world everywhere. I'll just leave it at that.
Thank you. Thank you. I would love to hear from the youth. Anybody who's in that age range have an experience? Yeah.
Yeah, well, actually, I was getting ready to. I was looking for the reactions button. You were quicker. Anyways, well, actually, Stephen, let me ask Stephen, how old are you, Stephen? Can you hear me?
I'm 52.
And you say you're old? Who tells
Compared
you
to a
you're old?
14-year-old, I am old. But I'm going to divert this back to Maggie. We don't have little numbers behind everyone's name here. Someone who's 20 and younger, are you joining us here? Because I would love to hear this response from someone younger.
I see.
Yes, I'm
yeah. Please go ahead.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm sorry.
Ruhama,
Can I
let me say a couple sentences, because the question was someone who's also doing something with the youth. We've been running a project that's I would like to take the opportunity. We've been running a project in Turkey, teaching futures thinking classes to 5th grade students, participants. Sorry, Tim. For the 5th grade participants, okay? And they're the best participants I've ever had. From a big range up to 50, 60, 70 years age. I don't want to say old. So the kids are the future, and they learn best. They're so open. They're so soft. They're like a punch, okay? They are really sponge. They suck everything, whatever you give. The older they get stiffer, okay? They have the angles get smaller, because let's say the older generations, former generations, through education, again, both sides, we give them this vision, and less and less and less. So it's going to take longer. I don't want to take much at the time, but there is a project in Turkey I can talk about. We've been talking about it on the TTF Global Hub meetings. We are the hub in Turkey. I'm a member of it, and we would like to, if you'd like to join every monthly meetings, we can talk about it. Or I just dropped my email and phone number to John, and we'll be, if you would like to know more about that. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. So Ruhana, I saw your hand up and would love to hear from you. What's an experience that's given you hope for the future?
I think for this question, my answer will be as all of us, like the pandemic gave us some hope. When the pandemic hit, the world was like in a very dangerous position, which we really were not hoping for the best, for the future, for the good, for all the good things. But then once it is
it's getting managed. We're starting to respect like the COVID restrictions and protocols. We began the journey of the bright future, or the better future after COVID as well. So for me, the recent experience I had, like apart from my personal experiences and my daily activities, the pandemic or the COVID can be mentioned as one of the most of the things that gave me hope for the future. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. That's really beautiful for you to share. Thanks so much. Hannah, I see that your hand's up and that you put a question, or you put your hand up to talk in the chat. So we'd love to hear from you. Did I say your name right? H-A-N-A. Hannah? What's an experience that's given you hope for the future? We can't hear you. Do you, if you're having audio problems, do you want to write in the chat what your answer is to that? That would be really great. It's too bad that we can't hear your voice. Is there anyone else who is between 1 and 30 who wants to put up your hand? Yeah.
Right now I am 24 years old, and I was growing up in Poland, and I remember that during my teens, the activism wasn't so popular. Of course, there were groups of activists, but there were a lot of smaller than right now. And it was very worrying, but also right now I'm talking, of course, that the younger groups are, of course, bigger. But during this summer, I've also participated in a project called Leaders, Academy of Polish Leaders. And I've also met young leaders that are more similar in age to me. And I think even when someone wasn't as active during the teens, can start to be active during the 20s. And I think this experience is giving me a hope for a future.
Thank you. Thank you. Well, now I'm going to give you a chance to pick a number and a name. So we've got 3, 4, 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10 on the board. Mateus, what number do you want to pick?
Maybe 3.
All right.
Number.
Number 3. And can you pick a name?
Maybe I don't see anyone who is waving to me. Then maybe I don't know how to pronounce it, but Faisal.
Faisal, do you want to jump in and answer this question? What is something that made you wonder about the future? And anything about anything that created a sense of wonder? Faisal, if you're not able to go unmute, then you can type into the chat. That would be amazing. And I love this question, and I'm going to actually ask Alethea if you can to unmute and answer this question.
Hello, Maggie.
Hello.
It will be a pleasure. Just I see one raised hand of Jane, and I see some comments on the chat. So if you want, we can ask first to Jamie, who raised her hand, and read the comments. And then if there is a chance, I will be a pleasure to answer.
Thank you. Thank you. That sounds like a great way of doing it. So Jane, we'd love to hear.
Yeah, and I apologize for having my camera off today. But you know, when I was about 10 years old, I remember clicking my fingers in math class for some reason and thinking to myself, that'll never happen again. And then I would do it again and well, that'll never happen again. And then, you know, and I just spent the whole math class, and I loved math, but I have a feeling it must have been a pretty boring math class. I spent the whole time thinking about time and how, you know, time doesn't repeat itself, at least at that point in my life. I didn't problematize time too much. And the reason I bring that up isn't because that was so profound in itself, but it's something I've carried with me all my life as I think about children and their wonderments. So I love this question. That's why, you know, I jumped in, because children have great wonderments, and that's the time to really capture their imagination and talk about, well, let's talk about time. You know, can time be nonlinear? Can time be spiral? Can time repeat itself? You know, and then what does that mean about past, present, and future, and what can and can't be changed? And you know, and so this is a really profound question for me, because it speaks to my lifelong journey in remembering how to get kids to really think about their wonderments. So great question.
Excuse me.
Yes.
Sorry, I have some problem in my phone. For that, I cannot unmute to answer this question. First of all, thanks all to let me in this session.
Great, thank
you. And about the something that made me wonder, I think about the future. I think it's related to the machine learning, AI, the new technology, new generation of technologies. I think there is a huge change will be in the future. I hope this will enhance our life, enhance our lifestyle. I mean, our healthcare, and I'm sure it will bring some hope for peace. Now it's the culture, and it's the national culture will be more engaged together, because this is the common language between among us. So I think this is my the first thing that's come in my mind about that's made me wonder.
Thank you. Thank you so much. It's great to hear your voice. So thank you for moving through the tech in order to be able to join us. I'm going to read out some of the comments that I see in the chat. From Jacqueline Perez: people have more compassion about mental health awareness. That gives me hope, but a long way to go. Yeah, indeed. Tim says, my dissertation work was on rites of passage to adult citizenship. What are the rites of passage for rising generations now? In the US, optics are athletics, college, more a cocoon, cults, gangs, marriage, or military service. Also, how many are prepared for biotech changing everything? Time is quantum. That's how epiphanies work. Is there anybody else who wants to ask or wants to answer this question? Alicia.
Yeah, sure.
Thank you.
Yeah, the main thing that gives me a sense of wonder is still having a chance. I'm going to explain myself. The past, we know that already passed, okay? Present is happening very fast. So what wonders me is that future or futures still give me and of course other people another chance. So if I didn't achieve something or I'm not achieving something, I have this hope that in the future I could achieve it. And that maybe I did something wrong in the past, or maybe I'm doing something wrong in the present, but I can change it, or doing something better in the future. So that's what wonders me.
Beautiful. You've honed in on the word wonder there. So it's a nice thing to add to this conversation. Stephen wants to add that he put a bunch of people in an fMRI scanner one at a time, of course, and ask them futures-oriented questions and see what lights up in their brain. I guess I want to be a future neuropsychologist when I grow up. Stephen, I would love to hear a little bit more about that. That sounds incredible.
Yeah, Maggie, no, this is just related to, my MPhil research that I did that, the fMRI scans that they have done. And I think I've already told you this, Maggie, but for the rest of you, that when we think about the future, we pull from our past memories. So if your past is filled with low agency, low empowerment, and it's kind of a horrendous traumatic sort of experience, when you're requested to think about the future, that's what you pull from to build your future. So if we want to be inclusive and democratic in our future sort of approaches, there's a whole slew of people in the world, millions, hundreds of millions of people who are caught in a trauma mindset. And so their future is going to be geared and is going to be coming from that. So neuroplasticity would suggest that you can repair that trauma can be reconciled, the past can be reconciled. And so I think some of the most empowered, high agency, energetic people I know are actually futurists. And so I think in some ways we maybe run a little roughshod over people because we know that the future is important and we need to make decisions quickly, and the future is closer than we think. And so, yeah, we're all kind of sometimes in that space. And I know that I easily can go way past the mental kind of spaces where a lot of people are because they're terrified of the future. They don't want to think about the future. The future is actually rather shitty for them. So that's where that's coming from.
Thank you. Thank you. That's some super deep insights here. And I think it'd be interesting to hear who else has the same experience. I'm going to go to Rohama and then Sarthak for answers to this question.
So my answer will be related to technology, which is in the future, like something that is recently been produced by the technology department is like artificial intelligence. So more robots are being produced, and in the future, it is assumed that there will be a high re-innovation of the artificial intelligence, and there will be a chance where the robots that are going to be produced will beat the IQ of the human being, and that's a very interesting, very I really wonder about that, and it's a very interesting topic. So that's something that I was wondering about.
Thank you. Thank you. Super interesting. Sarthak.
Hi everyone.
Hi.
Welcome.
Welcome.
Hi. So back in my school days, one of my teachers showed the whole class the movie WALL-E. Okay. So WALL-E is a Pixar movie which shows a dystopian future where all the humans, the life on Earth is not viable, and all the humans move to a spaceship and they live over there. Okay. So back then, the environment of the class was very curious. Like what would happen in the future. Would we really move out of the earth, and would we really become so fat and we would just be eating on chairs? Now when I look back to that event and I see like how important was that for me as a moment in my childhood, that I could realize my all my surrounding had such a curious perspective to the future, and how really good it was for my by my teacher that they showed us this movie, and it just made us wonder about the future.
Thank you. Can you write the name of the movie in the chat? It sounds really exciting.
Sure, I'll do that.
Thank you. And I'm going to go to Mateus, and then we're going to go to the next question.
A few days ago, I was talking with one of my professors at Erasmus, and I was talking about the national development, and we came to the conclusion that one of the strengths in regions and countries and so on are the people who are thinking about the futures, because we are maybe not look at it because we are talking with always well-educated and so on people, but there is still a lot of people that have plans for the future, like I will earn some money and then I will lay on the sofa and not do anything better for me and for our community. And because of this, in my opinion, the future's literacy is so important to show that we can develop ourselves, we can develop our community, and we can develop our country, our organization, and so on. But we need to have certain we need to have some background in this futurist literacy to start thinking how we can change the future and how to make the future the best for us all.
Thank you. Thank you. Well, it's fantastic to be part of this 24-hour conversation of a lot of people who are asking this question too. So John, what would you like to do next?
Well, I just want to first thank everyone. Like, it's really amazing to hear all the insights and all the different perspectives. I'm really reminded of Fred Pollock's thesis about future studies and his book, The Image of the Future. And this is from more than 50 years ago, where he talked about the power of images of the future and the push and pull effects they can have. And to hear people talking about those experiences and wonder and what creates it, it really brought all that back for me. And it was one of the things that interested me about doing work as a futurist, was precisely getting into this space about what does shape our perspective on the future. So I'm really excited to hear more and would love to open it up. Do we have a volunteer who wants to pick a number? We've got a few numbers that have not been uncovered as yet. Anyone brave enough to give it a whirl? Maybe someone we haven't heard from yet? Or I can randomly do one of those as well. We can.
There's a name that's familiar. Maybe Saren might volunteer to pick a number and a question, if you can.
Yes, hello, everyone. Wonderful to briefly join. I cannot join with the video. Hope that's okay. So how does it work? I just came in.
Oh, yeah, welcome.
Well, hello. So you pick a number and then you answer the question?
Yes, that's it.
9.
All right, let's see. Oh, okay. So this is the flip everything upside down, right? You're going to give an answer, and then you have to ask someone to tell what the question is.
Okay, so I give an answer and I ask someone to tell me the question. Let's see.
This is the upside down.
Oh yeah, that's not easy. Let me see. So any question about the future? Is that any question about the future?
Anything.
Okay. Okay. We are living in times of unprecedented crises as well as opportunities. And this is, we are on a tipping point or maybe beyond a tipping point. And it's a time in which there is a need for new paradigms. Throughout human history, we always had a story to make sense of the spirit of the time that we live in, an understanding of how we could diagnose the most accurate present, and from there navigate our future. And cultural historians would say that we are in this time where our old story is dying and our new story has not been born yet. So we're in a liminal phase. And for mankind, this liminal phase is an opportunity to mature into adulthood. If this is the stage of our adolescence, or maybe we're pubers who need to become mature. I'm just thinking out loud. So can I stop there and ask someone what kind of question I'm trying to answer?
Oh, that was amazing. Thank you so much, Saren. And you're really put on the hot seat coming in like that. So yeah, thank you. That's a great question. Yeah, John. Oh, you're muted.
Yeah, that was amazing. Please, yeah, if you want to ask someone,
Yeah,
that was a phenomenal answer. Yeah, so we can either take volunteers, or you can ask, you can pick someone to see if they can figure out what the question is.
okay. I can pick someone. Sartak just spoke before me, I think. Alicia.
Hi.
Hello.
So the question is, what does the doomsday clock mean to you?
No, but yes, continue.
Yeah.
It's kind of coming closer.
Question. Yeah.
And there are two guesses also in the chat. So maybe I'll read those quickly. So Jane has put forward that the question she thinks could be, what is our current or present context with regard to our future's orientation?
Kind of comes close. Yeah, it's not an easy exercise, not for me and not for the person to answer. Simply.
Well, let's see. Jacqueline has put forward. Yeah, so there's one more in the chat. Jacqueline has put forward, what can we do collectively about the troubles of the world?
Yes, these are all elements that encompass my question. Maybe, do I need to help? Or
yeah,
like the question includes the words, one of the words that I used a few times in what I shared. Anything that stayed with you? Like what was I describing?
Tim has put a question in, what is generational analysis?
Kind of. I think these are all elements that include my question. So basically, Yeah, what stayed with you? In what was I trying to answer?
My guess is what is post-normal times, but I'm biased, so I don't know.
Yeah, I don't know whether I was implicit or explicit, but
Okay, I think we're all on the edge of our seat, so give us
Yeah.
the question. Let's hear the question.
So what is the new narrative of our times? And how can we navigate that? That was what I was trying to answer. So basically, I tried to give a context on where we are, and our old story is dying, our new one is not born yet. What is that new story then? And how do we create the conducive conditions for it to emerge? Yeah, so what is the story of our time? How can we participate in that story? Was my question.
Amazing. Thanks. That was quite the challenge. Yeah, I wasn't quite sure how that was going to go, but you rocked it, and lots of really interesting things came out of that as well. So super interesting. Okay, we have probably about 10 minutes or so before we have to do a handoff. Kaisen has been collecting some insights and has put together a bit of a share out that we could have a look at and use that as a way to wrap up our discussion. So Kaisen, I'll toss it over to you.
Sure. Thanks, John. And I love like what everyone like just shared. It's just full of imagination, and it speaks a lot like to my heart. And maybe John, can you help me to share screen and then move a little bit to the left side of our common circle? Yes. All right. So maybe everyone can take like a second to look at what's happening here. Think of, is there anything here that speaks a lot to your heart, and cover or maybe just connect to like your perspectives about like any subtopic, like in what we just talked about the future. I can read it out. What are our voices of the future? A lot of us mentioned, of course, future or the plural of futures, and some cool and driven verb like imagine, participate, empower, and grow. In addition, wonder is one of our topic, and see there's a thread of wandering across like everyone's story. In addition, we talk about like children, time, technology, artificial intelligence. A lot of things is happening. And does anyone wanna like add anything to here? Or maybe a word that can captures that word about future, or it's a word that you heard from someone else answers or you're sharing like in the past 50 minutes. You can drop that in the chat or unmute to talk a little about that. Let me take a look. Oh, reconnect. I love that. Georgina, if I pronounce it right. Lovely. Yeah. Can you talk about that if you want to unmute?
Yeah, hi. Good evening. I'm a teacher, and I think one of the key things that we need to help our students do is to reconnect back with the planet. I think that's really important for their future. And the more that I work with students on climate change, looking at the future, I keep coming back to that actually they need to connect with not just the outdoors, biodiversity, but also themselves, each other, and across the planet.
I love that.
Thank you.
Thank you. And especially in this time of uncertainty, that reconnection like happens like everywhere. I really feel that. Lovely. Thanks, Georgina. Who else wanna share it? What you think of? A word or a phrase or anything you were thinking or you heard? Oh, hope. I love that. Jacqueline, if I pronounce it right. And Sarthak reacted to hope with love. Oh, thank you. Yeah, so if does any of you wanna share like why do you like echo a lot with hope? Maybe a large one here. Okay, Sarah, wonder. Maybe I'll make this larger. Oh, a lot of words are coming up in chat. A narrative. I love that, Maggie and Matutes. Okay, I'm gonna put narrative by the side of story. If that's okay. Love that. Yeah, it seems that a lot of words are interconnected here, like story and narrative and narrative and imagine, maybe, and narrative and children. I love how we try to link that. Team, utopianism, risk management. I love that. I love that. So you are
the dialectic.
Awesome. So gonna put here. Yeah, I like how that speaks a lot about future back, how we look at what could possibly go wrong in the long run, and then like kind of have that in our mind when we were, going with our practice.
And not to prove Hegel right by arguing against the dialectic, but we do have 5 minutes left. So we are going to wind down just a bit. Do want to have just another moment or two to be able to reflect on this, and then we're going to do a bit of a pass the torch for the next group that'll be taking over. So Kaisen, maybe just another minute or so, and then we can do a bit of a transition over to the next group who will be coming on.
Of course. Let me add maybe the last several words of what everybody said. Opportunity. Oops. And cool, lovely. And development, interconnected. All right. And I love, okay, what do we have? We have a lot about connection and a lot about, story, narrative, and some strong, powerful verb that helps us capture a lot of what we feel about the future. And yeah, if you want to continue, adding what you heard or what you think of the future, like adding to these voices of the future in our session, maybe you could, go on, have fun here. All right, thanks everybody for participation and sharing your voices. So John?
Thanks so much, Kaisen. Thank you, everyone. We basically have reached the end of this particular session, but as you know, time marches onward. So we've got the next crew that is coming in. So please feel free to hang out. There's one thing that we absolutely want to do. So with everyone's permission, we want to take a screenshot. So we want to take a picture so we can capture this moment because as we all know, if we don't take a picture, it never happened. So super important. So I'm going to, on the count of 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. Awesome. Okay, this will go into the report. Let's see, what else? We have some stuff to copy and paste into the Zoom chat that relates to the Miro board. If you like the discussion and would like to continue, of course, you can join the community on Discord. We'll post that link as well. And then, of course, we're collecting all the views from the future from all the participants. You can add your story to the Times newspaper. And then, of course, yeah, thank you again. Maggie, last word over to you and Kaisen before we close out.
Just thank you. It's just such a wonderful opportunity to speak to people from all over the world at the same time in one really fluid conversation. Thanks, John, for making it super active live TV. Thank you, everyone, for participating. And Kaisen, thanks for the word cloud. That was great.
Awesome. Thank you. Yeah, I think, I think one word I feel now is so empowered. I love how this experience not only playful for us as hosts, but hopefully it's also playful for you and maybe kind of, trigger something interesting about the perspective of the future. So yeah, we love to, reconnect and continue connecting after this session. So thank you, everyone.
Incredible. Thank you, Kaisen. John, Maggie, so delightful to see you and have you here. Thank you so much. And we'll be passing it over now to our next session. We have Matthias and Casper.
Hello there. Hi. Good morning, good afternoon, and good evening, depending on which time zone are you in. So glad to join you. And as you know, there is a parallel World Future Day marathon of conversation like this going on at the Millennium Project. They are much more rowdy and they quarrel much more than you hear, which is a very nice change, I have to say. So it's nice to come in this relaxed and calm environment. And with me here is Mateusz. So Mateusz, introduce yourself. Please go first, and then I will introduce myself. You are muted.
Yes. Hello, I'm Mateusz. I'm a researcher in the field of future studies. My background is, of course, sociological, but I have also background in urban management. My interest includes social science methodology and forecastology. I was thinking how to translate it, but in Polish we have worked prognosologia. You can say forecastology probably, and this is a branch of sociology and philosophy of knowledge connected to investigating the social, philosophical, and ethical conditions of forecasting, and it is an honor for me to be a facilitator on this event. And I would like to thank you and give the voice to Kacper.
Yes. So my name is Kacper Nosarzewski, and I know Mateusz for some time. I've known him for some time because Mateusz spent a summer internship at our company. I am a partner at ForCF, the Futures Literacy Company. We are a foresight consultancy based in Warsaw, Poland. And working with Mateusz last year over the summer was a great experience. This is why we teamed up together again for the facilitation of this session of the Young Voices of Network and Teach the Future on the World Futures Day. I have to say, and I mean it from the bottom of my heart, World Futures Day is one of my favorite days of the year. You know, it comes very close, one after Christmas, Easter, maybe my birthday, maybe my daughter's birthday. But other than this, you know, I'm so much looking forward, and, you know, the whole day is just so great for me. This is probably why I had too much sugar today as well, because I ate a big piece of cake and I had a bit of a headache now. But never mind, we're here to talk, to continue on the conversations that we've had, that you've had so far. I see that there's still a handful of us. So we'd like to offer, with Mateusz, we'd like to offer you a little alternative. If you would like to carry over some of the topics that were started over the last hour, that's great, especially the ones that came up on the Miro board. If there's anyone who feels inspired to ask a question or step forward, you know, take the floor and ask something or respond to something that was said over the previous hour, then we'll just go with the flow and we see where it takes us. If we run out of these ideas, we have a little topic for the discussion that I hope you will find stimulating, especially that we are very curious to see how you think about it and what your answers will be. But for starters, is there anyone who would like to pick up on some of the topics from the Miro board from last hour, or contribute to, or have someone who has new question, and we can use this as an open mic situation at the start of this hour. The procedure is always the same. You can make a gesture to the webcam, or you can raise your hand using reaction option on the bottom of the screen of the Zoom app. I see that some people are coming. That's great. Oh, Dominika, good to see you. I did not greet all the friends that are here at the beginning, not to make anyone feel like there are different circles. We are all together, a bunch of futurists. So starting, yes, repeating the question, if there's anyone who would like to step forward and take the floor, then it's an open mic situation. You can go ahead.
And if you can, please turn on your camera, because it will help a lot with the conversation.
Okay, there will be opportunities at any moment. If you just raise your hand during this hour, we will give you the floor. But since no one is stepping forward right now, I would like to suggest a little topic for the conversation. And I'm very curious to learn what you think about it and how you feel about it, especially to hear the young voices that are not so present in the mainstream, not enough, not as much as they should be. Good. So the question is, I will start with a little introduction. Over the last couple of weeks, everyone, I think, around here and many people around the globe have heard about the emergence of generative AI, so machine learning algorithms that can produce new content, be it text content or visual content. And even today we have, I think, a launch of GPT Radio, that is an internet radio station that is entirely based on content and program that is generated by bots, but by algorithms. Then the text and music are also curated by AI. And at the very end, a voice synthesizer reads the news and reads all the content and plays the music. So it's completely automated from the from the bottom to the top. This has many people very enthusiastic, other feeling more concerned about the economic outcomes of this, about some social consequences of the emergence and boom or hypenation for generative AI. But I would like to inquire about something slightly different. The recent hype about generative AI has got me thinking about something related to the affective and emotional part of our human experience. As you know, the connections between humans rely strongly on the perception of emotions of the other person. This is why we prefer to talk face to face or to see each other when we're talking. It's better than talking just on the phone, just hearing the voice or just reading. Because we can read other people's emotion, we can try to understand their intentions. And if we are from the same culture, then it comes almost naturally, without even us recognizing that we're doing this. For a long time, psychology and social psychology have looked into how these emotions are expressed and how we react to the emotions, and studied the emotional intelligence, so the capacity to read each other's emotional states and expressions and respond to them, take account of them and respond to them. But also, more broadly said, empathy as a psychological phenomenon. The fact that we are capable of compassion, the fact that we are capable of substituting ourselves psychologically for other people, stepping in their boots and imagining what their experiences are, sometimes even empathizing with them so as to feeling their pain or feeling their joy. And as there's been significant research, we also know that there are mechanisms that govern the behavior that is an expression of emotional intelligence, behaviors, reactions, and the ways we behave toward other people. If these behaviors can be studied and analyzed, then they can also be replicated by, for instance, generative artificial intelligence algorithms like conversation bots and others. This in turn means that, like with many things that can be analyzed and can be repeated by an artificial intelligence, if not now, then sometime in the not so far future, these behaviors that we connect to empathy and emotional intelligence as capacities of people, as affective, psychological, emotional beings that we are aware of ourselves, we are conscious, they can be simulated or replicated by machines. It doesn't necessarily mean that the machines would have any kind of consciousness or self-awareness. I'm not implying this, and I don't think this is even very relevant for the conversation to determine if these machines and algorithms should have or would have this kind of emotional life, yes, and any kind of awareness of themselves or consciousness. But they can very adeptly replicate behaviors that we normally associate with empathy or emotional intelligence. This means that if they are very good at replication, they are never tired, they are always well disposed, they never have any lingering anger, although they may have many sorts of biases, fallacies, many things that they may make mistakes, of course, and they do. But generally speaking, they would be available 24/7 with emotional interaction and even, to some extent, a semblance or a simulacrum of empathy, behaving like if they were empathetic, behaving like if they possessed emotional intelligence. And my question to all of you is, if we assume that artificial intelligence would go in this direction to develop this capacity, to master the semblance or simulation of emotional intelligence, to produce statements, reactions, situations, both visual and verbal, that look like empathetic. Do you believe that we as people would prefer at some point an interaction with AI that will always only want our good, that will always be generous in their feelings, that will always be wishing us all the best and willing to support us, and would very, very well recognize our emotional stance, our emotional state, and respond to this in a way, well, being programmed, having the directive, having the aim function to please, to appease, to behave in ways that we would find pleasant and that we would find edifying, so that we can feel understood, so that we can feel acknowledged, recognized, appreciated, and so on. And I'm not saying this in a way of, saying there would be commercial advertisement bots that would manipulate us to sell us goods or services. Well, let's not be that cynical about this future. But can we imagine, and how do you respond to a vision of the future in which you may have your human friends, but they may behave inconsistently. Sometimes their behavior may be erratic, because we are all humans. We have better or worse days, and we make social mistakes. Sometimes we put our foot in our mouth. Whereas artificial intelligence, artificial beings that are trained to behave in an emotionally conscious way, to take into account our emotional state, to respond with emotional intelligence and empathy, would always be there for us and would never question us, or they would only question us in ways that are constructive. Do you think that this could be a big change for the human condition, for what we prefer, to how we live, to whom we want to hang out with, and with whom we want to develop our relationships? It was a long introduction, sorry, but I just wanted to make it very clear what the question was. If you need any paraphrase, if you need any rephrasing, or if you need me to repeat anything, I will gladly do so. But if otherwise, the floor is yours, and I'm looking forward to learning what do you think about it? Will we make friends with artificial beings? Okay, so we have in the chat window, we have a contribution from John D. John, would you prefer me to read this, or would you rather step forward and share with us? This is very interesting, and this is a very, very, very nice direction to take this conversation. Oh, sure. So John says, Mateusz, can you read so that it's more interactive?
Mm-hmm. AI is amongst us already. I can visualize a sports game, robots versus humans. Robot sports will emerge perhaps. Yes, please.
Okay. So this is the first comment on this. John, you're saying that social situations where there's a lot of emotion, where there is a huge enthusiasm, like the sports events, can also be shared between humans and robots. and humans and machines. That would definitely mean that there would be emotional response, strong emotional response to what the robots do or what the machines do, and they could, in feedback, respond to this reactions. Very good contribution, very interesting. Does anyone want to take it from there? Any other ideas?
It also can mean that we can have a robot superstar. For example, the robot Ronaldo of football.
Yeah, celebrities. In the future, it can be plausible, says John. Will they have competitive behaviors? Very good idea, because competition produces a lot of drive. It's a huge motivation for people evolutionary, but it also creates sometimes toxic or violent situations. And we see Sartak, Aurora, who wants to step in. Sartak, yes, the floor is yours.
Yeah. So I recently got to know that there's a version of ChatGPT, so where you can actually manipulate ChatGPT to respond in explicit ways as well. So that's called Dan, do anything. So probably that's something where AI becomes competitive, that you can actually make it do what it was initially not supposed to do. So probably that's one insight.
Yeah, this is a fantastic contribution, and I was looking forward for someone to mention this. Like you said, conversational bots such as ChatGPT can be manipulated into responding in explicit ways sometimes, or doing what they were not supposed to do. Now, that has been shown across many examples in the last couple of weeks. I have a little nuance of doubt about this, because it's true that sometimes with the right prompt, ChatGPT sort of steps out of its role and does something that we were not anticipating it would do, or follows a lead that is presented by those who produce that prompt. But on the other hand, does it really do something it's not supposed to be doing? ChatGPT is supposed to answer the questions that they are given and do it in a satisfactory way. Of course, what you are referring to, Sartak, it may be mistakes or pitfalls of the current program, of the current application. But in the long run, wouldn't it be that if you're expecting, and if you get a reward emotionally from an AI misbehaving, from an AI acting in a way that is inconsistent with, common sense, political correctness, the rules, and so on. And if the AI really does so, wouldn't it mean that it actually works very well because it meets your expectations? It does what you want it to do. And in this way, Sartak, it's still within the same kind of meeting your expectations, your emotional or your cognitive or intellectual expectations. I would ponder this because it's true that, well, as I've seen in the examples, the manipulation with the prompts. Oh yeah, I can repeat. What I mean is that if ChatGPT can be manipulated with the right prompts, is it really sort of exploitation of mistakes or loopholes or holes in the consistency in the way that this algorithm works, or is it at some level and just another way of meeting our expectations, so doing what it is supposed to do? Tulsi, you get my point? And especially Sartak, do you feel like I may be right somewhere, or do you don't think so?
Yeah, definitely. So, what my thought about it would be, like, one aim of thinking probably about the future, which would not necessarily be a utopia, might be a dystopia, is to bring out discussions about the topics we are not supposed to, or probably you can say some of the taboo topics in the society. So currently, if I'm not discussing about it, I could probably put it in a future scenario and make somebody have a discussion about it. So is it really that probably humans are also, uh, if I'm if I'm if an AI is being trained by a human being and a human is capable of thinking of an explicit scenario, it's actually working right that AI is able to think in that way as well. And probably what I have a fear of, probably I have a fear of social rejection, that what if I may talk in that way and AI probably does not have a fear of social rejection up till now. So I'm inflicting a social rejection fear, as well as uh, probably it's reverse psychology that I'm using it to make it actually say those things.
Trying to fit in, trying to conform, trying to please. Yeah, maybe. Sartak, you mentioned different scenarios. Can you try to come up with two impromptu, just think of on your feet, a utopian scenario in terms of emotional interaction between humans and machines, and the dystopian one? I wonder how you would structure them.
So I'll go by a thought that came across to me some days ago. So I was watching a video on YouTube, and it showed that a tech billionaire, say Elon Musk, was talking about a particular software, that how you can actually create a random deep fake using somebody's voice. Turned out that video itself was a deep fake, and it wasn't Elon Musk who was talking. It was actually a AI generated voice which replicated Elon's voice, and it probably throwed out some false information in the society that probably a particular person is endorsing some product or something. So the thought that came up in my mind was, in coming years, video as a form of information would not be reliable. So in the coming years, totally a different form of information conveying medium would come upon. So that was just a thought, but I still feel that that could be true by the say the exponential level it's increasing. But yeah.
Okay, I see Tulsi saying that she caught up with us. That's fantastic. Sartak, and what you just presented, you see it as a favorable change or an unfavorable? Because you've mentioned, of course, social engineering and abuse of trust as an example, but could this only lead to bad consequences, or could there be any kind of silver lining?
So there could be silver lining as well. There would be people who would not be in favor of having internet back in 1980s or 1990s. They would have thought that this might be not really a good thing to have. Who knows, by next 10 years we probably won't have smartphones, and probably we would be using some other devices. So it need not be that probably it's the end of using video as a medium or audio as a medium, and there would be some other medium to have a conversation by the next 10 years. So I don't really see that it would be a negative sort of future. Yes, there would be, like, in the particular, like, currently the discussions on internet, on discussion forums, what I read is a lot of people are against generative AI because it might kill out a lot of creative jobs or creative fields where a person which was not captured by AI up till now. But I still feel there would be a value of raw thoughts over there. Like, there is still a market for hand-drawn paintings, I don't feel that that would go away in 10 years, because somebody who's fond of those will still be fond of those. There would be a market for that. So yeah, and I still feel that new jobs would be created. Yes, definitely a lot of people would lose out on jobs, and a lot of discussions on internet come out of the fear or different emotions that people would be feeling right now, seeing that there could be a threat to their livelihood in future, in the near future, not necessarily the longer term.
Okay. I was asking about this positive tone because I wanted to remind you, and also those who are coming to join us, perhaps right now, some people who have joined during this hour, that on the Miro board that is attached to this conversation, there's a frame 8 for wishes for the future. So if you have any wishes, any desires about the future that connect to the topic of this hour, feel free to post them using post-its. I'm once again adding the link to the Miro board so that those who came recently can still access it and go through the whole routine of through all the frames, and this way introduce themselves to us, but also in a way leave a little memento of their participation. Okay, good. Is there anyone else who would like to step in and then continue the topic, present your views, or perhaps disagree with Sartak or agree with Sartak, or present your answer to the question about future of emotional interaction between humans and machines? We can try and give you some more cues or prompts, maybe something that will get you started. Mateusz, would you like to share your views and your hypotheses?
Yeah, yes, I agree with Sartak, because at the start of the conversation we are talking about the robot sports and so on, and we've came to the idea of robot Cristiano Ronaldo. And in my opinion, it is very connected to a topic of arts, because when you are buying a piece of art, you are also buying, you are often buying it because you know the artist, you know his style, and you like his ideas. And I think it is the case kind of opposite to this robot Cristiano Ronaldo or any football player, because the AI is compiling the art pieces from the art that it ate. And it is a mixture of the art that AI finds, found in the internet, and sometimes there is only an idea what the painting should describe, but no any other message connected to this piece of art. Maybe someone wants to have opinion about it, and maybe share with us what they feel when they think about the arts made by robots and AI.
That's an interesting point to connect our emotional, like John was previously saying about the emotional side of sports. Here you're talking about emotional side of our aesthetic expressions and impressions. I would like to go upon perhaps one more thing and talk about intimacy and about close relations less of the, the daily social life, but closer relations between humans and machines, and feeling understood perhaps where no one else understands you, or you feel like you don't belong, you feel like you are not accepted. And this AI can also mean perhaps sometimes be a shoulder to cry on, but sometimes just being a genuine anchor. And would that be good? Of course, it's up for discussion. If that would still be social or that would not be social. But in the meantime, we have a contribution from John. What are the experts saying about the interaction? Are they hopeful or fearful? Well, if we're looking at historic perception of how technology impact on society and human interactions is being judged. Oh yeah, Fabiana, very a good point, like the movie Her. It's a very good reference. So movie Her, would you like to step in, Fabiana, or would you like us to summarize what Her was about? How would you rather go about this? Because this is a very good reference. So in Her, yes, about the emotional intimacy. So Her is a movie, not Her like the Her musical, not Her, but Her like as in she. So the protagonist of this story is in a relationship with a voice assistant, with the kind of Siri that you have on your iPhones or your Alexa or whatever they are called, Google Assistant, and develops this relationship. And this is often a trope that comes up and comes back in different science fiction movies, where this is like in Her, where you have a relationship or a semblance of relationship with an algorithm. I have to say, in response to what you said, Fabiana, the movie Her and emotional intimacy, maybe it will be a little mean, but if I compare the relationship in this movie and the relationships some of the protagonists of Love Actually, the big romantic comedy hit from 20 years back, that's I don't know if it's still being watched, but it's been hugely popular over the years. It's not much difference. Many people in Love Actually are not in love with the other people, but with their own impressions of these people. And if they don't even share any relationship, and they don't even talk to each other, or they don't understand each other, like there's a case of one couple that in this movie that doesn't even share a language that they can use to talk to each other. It's not much different than being in love with the voice assistant if you're only having the feelings about how you imagine the other person or what you would like them to be rather than what they are. But this is perhaps a little cynical. Anyway, going back to what John inquired about. Mateusz, what do experts think about the impact of technology on social relations and interactions so far, historically? Share with us the historic view, and I will try to share with you what is the scholarship on the future.
Historically, we have this thing called ludism. It is we can describe it simply by fear of being replaced in your workplace by a robot. And it was, I don't remember, it started probably in 19th century. I could be wrong, but it is only one side of the life. But when we are talking to more recent topics, I think the most important are the opinions of the gerontologists, because a lot of gerontologists, it's a science connected to the elderly and aging, see AI as an opportunity to support the elderly people and let them be less alone, because they always not all of them, but they a lot, part of them don't have anyone to talk to about the basic stuff. For example, they can't talk with their neighbors because they have troubles with walking, with communication. And right now, I know there are some tests of AIs, especially designed for communication with elderly people. And also these AIs may help them with remembering the common things. For example, what they need to buy, when they need to take another dose of medicines, and so on. In the past, but no, maybe I will come back to Buddhism. But also right now, we had this different opinion connected to this old school Buddhism. Like we talked before about the design and the art. Some people are worried that AI may take the jobs from them. And it is really complicated. It really depends on a group of people that the opinion about AI and the development of it. Because in some groups, some groups are hopeful to develop AI that is well suited for them, but some groups are really, really worried about it.
Yeah. Now, moving on to scholarship that speculates about the future of human interactions mediated by technology and using artificial intelligence. 13 years ago, there was a very interesting study by Pew Research Center, a big social science think tank in the United States, that inquired about people's visions and expectations of whether over the next decade, so until 2020, technology will have a beneficial or a unbeneficial impact on their lives and their social interactions. And a vast majority of US respondents, because the sample was American, was optimistic about the impact of internet and technology on how their social life will be. Looking back over the last couple of years, especially looking at COVID pandemic and the lockdowns, we see that many of the promises are there. Instant communication, the ability to have a marathon like this and connect between different parts of the world and different cultures and different time zones is very beneficial, and it comes at almost no cost. But also looking back upon these expectations, we see that new phenomena such as cyberbullying and a decrease in human interaction and decrease in social skills in many cases are also associated with the role that technology plays. And if the AI, looking now forward, was to be a sort of a Chinese room in which you see many mirrors that reflect you, but you still always recognize yourself in the mirrors, and you have many algorithms that talk to you and try to please you, try to meet your expectations, try to meet your emotional disposition, try to meet your needs, then of course it would mean that this would deepen. And I want to, before I move on to something else that we have from John Dee, a very interesting contribution, I want to open up another branch, another ramification of the conversation that is about the metaverse and the virtual reality in general. If we are being represented in virtual reality by avatars that have a limited and conventional set of emotional expressions like facial expressions, yeah, and body language, if this becomes standardized, it's much easier in virtual reality to substitute and introduce algorithms, non-humans, into social interactions, because the conventional behavior of humans and non-humans in a virtual reality metaverse setting will not be so different one from another. And it's not about, duping someone, yes, setting a trap. No, I don't mean it's a trap. I just mean that it will be much easier to weave non-humans into human groups and human interactions for good or bad purposes. But let's see what John says. Mateusz, can you reference what John is adding to the conversation?
Yes. He told about the movie called Better Than Us, and this movie is 2018 Russian science fiction television series created by Andrei Yankovsky about an advanced empathic android named Arisa.
Yeah, if you can tell us some more, John, in chat window, please go ahead, because I don't know who among us have seen this movie, the series. I haven't. I really like the title. In Russian is Lучше люди. So it's not even better than us, but more human than humans, which corresponds very nicely with the what we were just talking about, being more empathetic, being more human, as in humanized or humanitarian, acting human toward each other. So absolutely, advanced empathic android named Arisa. Good contribution.
Yes, and in my opinion, I haven't seen this series or movie, but it have this another layer that is connected to metaverse, because right now we are not talking about simple AI that can be in your phone, but we are talking about androids that is human-like, and we also may talk with androids or avatars in metaverse that at the start we are thinking that they are human, but maybe the truth could be different. And
yeah, yes. So among you here present, I want to ask another question. If you were to interact, if you were to engage in metaverse conversations, relationships, collaborations, then would you be in favor of knowing if you're talking to a human being, having a red red flag or a white flag or whatever color, flash color flag, to know if you're talking to a human or if you're talking to a non-human, or wouldn't you care? Tulsi is asking about metaverse. How do you explain this word to a 13-year-old and a 70-year-old? Good point. Let me gather my thoughts in the easiest way. Metaverse is a new version, a new stage in development of computers as a mean to communication, in which we're not only talking to each other through text or voice recording, as in with telephones, with apps on smartphones like chats, messenger apps, or communicating pictures and videos like we do on Instagram or TikTok, but taking it to a different level where you can see in very, very high definition, high quality movement, complex scenes, sceneries, and people or computer programs being represented as puppets on this scene as sort of having their visual representations that actually move around and can interact with you in different ways. So this is I hope to see it's you will find it as like something that works both for very young and very old people, but I'm open to improvements.
I think Fabiana have very important insight. We have done a very important research in Brazil, relate social, economic, emotional skill in 2021 with a lot of students, 70% declared anxiety and signs of depression. And it is probably also connected with COVID pandemics, yes? Fabiana, could you answer?
Yes. So we are all yearning, we're craving for intimacy and interaction. We're looking up for the rain to fall. We're looking up, we're dreaming about relationships. Even if we on the outside seem accomplished, seem social, seem very well functioning, deep inside we can feel lonely, we can feel alienated, we can feel not being understood or heard, or not fully understood. Will algorithms step in to fill this gap, to fill this void? Is a question that we are discussing and pondering in this hour of Young Voices Network Teach the Future World Futures Day conversation. So still open to contributions. Metaverse cannot fulfill this, says Fabiana. Yeah, we'll see. That's I think many people share your opinion. I think many people share your opinion. I don't know for myself. This is why I'm asking the question. but I feel many people, I think many people feel the same way, that metaverse can't fulfill this. Okay, I see some new people coming in. If you want to introduce yourselves and step into, take the floor, take the mic, step on the floor to answer or to propose a new topic, a new subject, we're open at any moment.
I think we should also discuss what the metaverse means for us, because when you wrote this, that metaverse can't fulfill this, I've reminded myself that I have a few friends that are having fun in the video game called VR Chat, and a lot of people are saying that this VR Chat and metaverse have a lot of similarity, but VR Chat is more open. And I think we shouldn't, when we talk about the metaverse, we shouldn't think only about the meta product, because I've heard that you can have friends in this VR chat also. And yes, maybe we should think about the metaverse, about the immersive experience, not about the one specific platform.
Yes, immersive experience, an experience that almost overwhelms us with sensory and emotional buy-in, something that we really buy into, something that where we suspend our disbelief. It's happening for real. We let go, we immerse ourselves. This is the kind of, think about video games. They were for many people an escape, for many people the best entertainment ever because of its immersive. character. Now, Tulsi, what is the role we all play in the metaverse? Profound question. What is the role we play in social media? Are we subject? Is it about us, or is it about something else? I wonder if anyone would like to answer this question. I'm looking at the Miro board, seeking inspiration for another topics you would like to talk about. The voices of the future. I will share my screen with the voices of the future. Again, we're going back since it's almost, time is almost up for our hour of interaction in this World Future Day marathon. Let's see what we could add to this. Sartak, Tulsi, John, do you have any takeaways? How you feel about what we've, and anyone else participating, if you feel you want to add something about how you feel, what you take away from the conversation over the last 50 minutes about emotional intelligence, empathy, and intimacy with machines, please feel free to share. What is your one word, Mateusz? What do you think you could add to this cloud?
I think the common theme in our discussions during this 1 hour was, I'm really sad to say it, but loneliness, because we are talking about our needs. For example, also about this research in Brazil, about the movie Her, about the way we will interact with the AI if we want to know that it is an AI, not a human. And the word could be loneliness.
Yeah. Does anyone else have any other ideas? Children.
Also mental health. Children.
Mental
yes.
health is another contribution. So John D says, AI and humans. Artificial intelligence has the potential to help humanity if used the right way and managed by the right people. So that's also governance and rules, norms, yes, rules, like what we were saying about being able to tell if the particular person or avatar is human or non-human, if it matters. And from Fabiana, we have another contribution, children, a memento from this conversation, children, how to raise children in this dystopic world. If someone complains that a child only eats their meal when they are watching some kind of film or show on a tablet, well, that may only be the beginning. And at what moment in life can we allow, or should we encourage or discourage interaction with algorithms, interaction with non-humans that seem to be, and I think this is something that no one has said no to this, that we see this coming on the horizon. But also to what Mateusz said, loneliness, mental health. Is this technology answering any need we have? Is this technology responding to something that we need, something that we require? Or is it good for us? Or is it just a semblance of something that is beneficial to us, while in fact it's not beneficial at all? we left with these questions. But we also had a contribution from Sartak, a positive one, in which there is reaction to this, and we're still given a choice. How we want to live, how we want to interact, and if we want to fall for, be lured into the relationship with machines and with algorithms. Yes, we will soon be wrapping up. We'll soon be wrapping up the conversation. Still have a couple of minutes, so if anyone would like to step forward as we're reaching the end of our time together, Mateusz and me, with you. We want to thank you for your participation in World Future Day Young Voices 2023. And we want to encourage you to step forward. Uncanny, Sartak says uncanny. Cool. Yes, uncanny is fun, surprising, but also weird. Yes. So we want to thank you. There will be new facilitations and conversations happening on the hour. You're free to stay for the next session or come in and out. But if anyone else would like to share something they felt and how the young voices, for instance, from the last hour, you're welcome to do so. We're a handful. There's new people coming. Welcome. We were talking about emotional relationship with machines, with algorithms. If anyone would like to take the mic, use the opportunity, raise your hand as a reaction, or just start talking. We still have 2 or 3 minutes in this session. Okay, so we're almost there. We would like to remind those who are joining now that there's the Miro board for World Future. We will paste it one more time in the chat for those who have just joined, that you can use to identify yourself. It was a Miro board developed for the London time session, where particularly there were more people. But if you haven't contributed yet, please leave a mark of your presence here. It makes a future feel less lonely. So now at the end of the session, Fabiana, thank you very much for the heart you're sending. Much appreciated. So I want to say hello to friends I recognize here, especially to Rosa Alegria. Bom dia. Hello, how are you? Good to see you again.
Hello.
Hi, Rosa.
How are you?
Thanks, fine. Nice that you dropped in. Gustavo, welcome. You switched on your webcam. Gustavo, did you just join?
Yeah, that's right. So nice to meet you.
Fantastic. Okay, nice meeting you. Valentina, so we'd like to thank you all. Thanks for your contributions. Thanks for the questions and references to movies and other references that you made over this hour. And we will hand over to the next bunch. Just leave it to you, Mateusz, to say goodbye and live long and prosper.
I also thank you very much for the participation, and I'm inviting you also to the next discussion panel. Thank you very much.
Hello, everyone. We welcome Rosa Alegría and also Gustavo Machado and Valentina Kurdijan. I hope I pronounce it well. Yes, thank you. It's really good to have you here. Okay, so it's 1 o'clock. You can start whenever you want.
Okay, thank you, Alicia. Do you want to start, Rosa?
or?
It's not my session. I'm just opening doors to people. So it's your turn now. Mine is the next session, okay? I'm just hearing.
Okay. All right. Thank you, Rosa. So hello, everyone. So we're live on YouTube. This session is being sponsored by the Millennium Project in partnership with Teach the Future, a global movement to involve young people in anticipating and influencing the future, both in and out of school. So I'm Gustavo from Teach the Future, but you can call me Gus. And we have here Valentina, you can call her Val, right? And we'll be facilitating this session. So our role is to basically ensure that everyone has the chance to speak and be heard. So basically, yeah, I will share my screen and let me see. There we go. Okay. There we go. So basically, we'll be talking about the present of the future. And this is a game developed by Daniel Santana. He's a game designer and futurist located in Brazil, in Rio de Janeiro. And basically, it's a very interesting learning game about optimistic futures. So we'll focus on preferable futures, right? And basically, this name, the present of the future, has double meaning, right? At the same time, represents temporality, right? From present to the future, a call to action. And at the same time, present representing a gift. So it's a very interesting perspective about it. So our deliverable for this session will be a news from the future. So this artifact that will be basically delivering. And here we have a couple of examples from previous sessions, such as this news about the first community barbecue in Rio de Janeiro with all foods created in lab, right? So in 2035, communities get together around a barbecue event that is pretty common and appreciated in Brazil in terms of our culture. So the deal thing about it is basically that all the food was created in a lab, including some local foods such as farofa and things that are pretty popular in Brazil. So this could be basically one of the outcomes, right? One of the deliverables in our present of the future game. And another example is about, and it's related to one of the laws of the future from Jim Dator that we'll talk about later, but is that they said it couldn't be done, right? And a lot of things that comes to futures thinking, right, and strategic foresight could be interpreted as strange, weird, right, or impossible. But as time goes on, we basically started to realize that scientific facts are becoming more and more, scientific fiction is becoming more and more scientific facts, right? Like such as ChatGPT, AI, and everything that we had in the previous session. That is based on science fiction. So basically, this completely plant-based diet, right, is something that can be perceived as utopic, as a utopia nowadays. But we never know. From 50 years, right, around 2073, 75, maybe this could be a preferable future for some people, right? So any questions regarding our deliverable? What will be creating by the end of this game? No? Okay. So another aspects about futures thinking, if you're unfamiliar with the subjects, is basically as a child, and my first dream job as a child when I was a toddler, like 2-3 years old, was to be an astronaut. And probably some of you guys had also the same dream, right? And nowadays we have a lot of new professions that are taking place, such as prompt engineers, right, related to AI, and a lot of things will go on, right, over the next 5, 6, 7 years until 2030. So yeah, according to the Institute for the Future and the World Economic Forum, right, we have several professions that will arise over the next 5, 6, 7, 10 years from now. So it's very important to employ futures thinking, as well as foresight skills, including complex problem solving, critical thinking, creativity, in order to create your own future. This is another point. Then concerning future studies, we have here this very interesting diagram, right? It's like a Venn diagram that we have intersection between strategy, future studies, technology, art. So yeah, this is not a lecture about it, but it's very important to start to understand and realize the potential of this art and science approach, right? That has a strong emphasis on something that is still human, right? Imagination, creativity, in creating different and possible futures, whether it is, about using AI or any other emergent technology or even human behavior, right? So this is interesting perspective about the World Future Studies Federation. And there is an interesting article available on medium.com that I will basically copy and paste the link in the chat. So yeah, I have to stop sharing. No, there we go. I just found the right window. Let me paste it. There you go. UX Planet, redefining the world design. And there you go. Okay. So this is also very important. And then you can find out more information about, right, all these interesting methodologies, such as circular design, systems thinking, transition design, speculative design, moonshot thinking, right? Critical design, and so on and so forth, along with more contemporary methodologies such as design thinking, service design, that has been available in the market for a while. Okay. Then we have a very interesting tool that you guys, probably most of you guys already know, right? The Futures Cone. And similar to marketing, we have several P's, right, related to the spectrum of this future, right? Such as preposterous, such as possible, plausible, probable, and so on. But again, this is a game focused on optimistic futures. So in this case, we'll be focusing on the preferable future, okay? So this is exactly where we'll be focusing on, okay? And then now I'd like to introduce the game per se, okay? So again, the present representing gift and time. It's an optimistic statement of one future that, again, will be focusing on the first one, the preferable future. We can use signals, we can use trends, and I will be presenting this later on, okay? So since we're talking about preferable futures, and we'll be talking about a particular horizon, we will not be focusing on aliens, apocalypse, time travel, supernatural things, okay? So related to what we'll be focusing on, we have a time frame that is related to the first P, the prompt, and then we have the why and the context represented by the problem by itself. Then we have a particular mindset represented by the people, the who, okay? And finally, we have the projects, and by the end, we have the perspective, the artifacts, okay? So let me present here our game board. So here we have the statements here available in the top, okay? And then I have the prompt, the time frame. Years from now, we will solve a particular problem because the people, and then we have a particular mindset and perspective, created a specific project, explained here in the form of a particular artifact that in our case will be focusing on news of the future. Okay, so here we have 10 different options for each element that will take part of our game. Okay, so concerning the prompts, obviously the further in the future, the more absurd or different will be the solution. Okay, so to make it more feasible and plausible, what do you guys think if we consider a 10-year time frame, like 2033, 2035? Are you guys okay with a 10-year time frame to make our solutions more feasible and plausible? Because if we try to think 50 years or 100 years ahead, right, this could be too much. Any thoughts? By the way, I will share with you guys here the link to Miro in the chat. There you go. Now you guys have access to our present of the future Miro board. And you can access. If you're not familiar with Miro, no problem. But don't be shy, guys. Can we move ahead with a 10-year time frame?
Or you can share on the chat your ideas about it.
Yeah, exactly. Thank you, Val.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, basically, if we follow this 10-year time frame, now it's your turn, guys. Yeah, as Val mentioned, now we have to define a problem that we'll be addressing in this 10-year time frame, right? So now it's your turn. We have here 10 different options, and on purpose, we didn't define a caption. So for example, the first one, the icon, right? The iconography represents COVID, but could be another disease, right? Could be cancer, could be influenza, could be something else, or it could be the other way around, could be health, okay? A health issue. So now it will be your turn to, in the chat, in the comments, to basically share and to vote, right? What problem from your, from your gut feeling, right? And from your purpose, what kind of problem do you like to address? So on purpose, we didn't put a caption on each of these 10 different problems. Okay, some of them are pretty straightforward. Some of them can have some ambiguity, right? But now it's time to basically vote from 1 to 10. So the first one is, if you want to vote on the first one, the one that has the COVID icon, you just put in the comments in the chat 1, right? The second one related to food, to hunger, 2. The third one, right? 3, and so on. So I will give you some time for you guys to vote, right? From 1 to 10 on what problem you want to address. What is more exciting to basically give this presence to the future, provide this legacy to future generations and to our young voices available today in this World Futures Day. Okay, so please share your options, right? Using the chat, then we can vote and move on to the people and the mindset and so on and so forth. Okay, so we have a 10-year time frame. Now we are addressing a particular problem or challenge, whether it's education, whether it's gender, whether it's health, right? Whether it's future of work, aging population, and so on. Okay, so we have a couple of votes. Anyone else? So we have votes on the second one, the fifth one. Anybody else want to contribute? Don't be shy, guys. You have the right to vote. We have a tie. We need at least another vote. Okay, so now we have, okay, so it seems that, and then we had another vote, a new vote to number 5, which means, okay, education. Yeah, so it seems that education won. That's great. So now we have a 10-year time frame. The problem or challenge that we'll be addressing is basically education. And then now it's time to basically think about the stakeholders and the mindsets. So who will be in charge of this preferable future? Could be the educators, right? But could be someone else, could be a scientist, right? Could be a executive, a company, right? So we are not limiting the solutions or the perspective, right? From educators in particular. So now it's time to basically choose, right? And to vote on what particular professional you will be adopting the mindset in order to ideate a particular solution to impact the education over the next 10 years. So again, we have from 1 to 10, right? We have scientists, we have lawyers, right? We have IT people, we have educators, we have gamers, we have health professionals. So do you think that this solution will come from educators or from another person, another professional, another stakeholder? What do you guys think? So please let me know using the chat. So the educators will be in charge of promoting positive change in education, or would be someone else? So it seems that Daniel is here. Are you here, Daniel? Daniel? Are you there?
Hi, Gustavo.
Hey, how are you?
I'm in a hurry.
Okay.
But I'm here. I'm here to cheering for you guys.
Yeah, so we are basically deciding in the people part, which professional, will be in charge of this,
awesome,
of this innovation, of this preferable future. And yeah, we decided 10-year time frame.
Awesome time frame.
Yeah, they chose education as a problem challenge to address.
Always a good topic.
And now we are considering whether the educators or someone else, another stakeholder, will be in charge of promoting positive change over the next 10 years. But it seems that people are shy.
Yeah. Come on, people, vote. Vote for us.
Yeah. So again, guys, we have from 1 to 10, right? A scientist, a lawyer, a technologist, a educator, a countryman, so a health professional. So who will be in charge?
I'm gonna vote at the chat too. So let's go with 8.
Okay, that's good. So could be a scientist or a doctor, okay, or an athlete. So it seems that we'll have some very interesting ideas and news from the future impacting education over the next 10 years, not coming from educators, but from science, from the health system, or from athletes. Okay, that's pretty good, Nando. Thank you for your contribution. And Daniel, did you vote in number 8? Is that correct?
Of course. Yeah.
And the number 8 is, okay, the gamer. Okay.
Of course. Some professional related to the game industry, because, you know, I'm from there.
Yeah, so maybe a gamified solution. That makes sense, yeah. Okay, that's good. Well, again, guys, we have a tie, right? Since we have 1 vote to each, 1 vote to scientist, 1 vote to a doctor, an athlete, and 1 to a gamer. Anybody else? Anyone else want to share your thoughts and contribute and vote? Because then our ideas and our news from the future may look radically different, right, from each other. If we're talking about science or health or sports or the gaming industry, yeah. So your vote will make a radical change in the outcome. It's your turn.
Maybe we can pick one, because people seems to be very shy to vote.
Yeah. Okay, well, what about you, Val?
I was thinking about choose the athlete because we never, somebody put it on chat, the number 8.
Jessica. Okay.
Yeah.
Yes. Do you mind if we follow with the gaming industry?
No, because I don't mind, because I was going to say that I would pick the athlete, but that would turn in another tie. So let's continue with the gamer.
Okay,
we just another vote for the game industry fellow. So let's go with the card number 8.
Okay, that's good. Although I'm extremely curious about ideas connecting sports and education, but let's leave to to another session. Okay, guys. So just to have a quick recap, in 10 years from now, we'll solve the education challenge because the gamers or the gaming industry created and then we have different types of projects, okay? So we have games, we have software, right? We have places or an environmental solution, right? Could be a different kind of school, right? Of learning or learning place, right? We have networks, right? And collective intelligence and things like that. We have products, right? So we have here, or we could have another, a different policy, right? And things like that. So yeah, basically it's time again to vote on what kind of projects you guys want to create, deliver, and leave this legacy to the future, to young voices and future generations. So we have again from 1 to 10 options, from gaming to mobile apps. By the end, there we go. We have our first vote, probably number 4. Okay, Tosi is saying that understands the game. Number 9, okay, that's good. So glad to hear that we're being understood and it's getting engaging and fun. So we have 1 vote for number 4, right? Networks and Web 2.0, which is social.
Or maybe a social movement or something like that.
Okay, yeah. So yeah, thank you for the clarification. Daniel, could be not only social networks, Web 2.0, which is social, Web 3.0, right? That is the new web, including cryptocurrency and NFTs and metaverse, but could be a physical social movement as well, right? Not only related to the digital worlds. Okay. So yeah, we already have 2 votes on the social movements arena. Anyone else wanna vote and contribute, or otherwise we will move on to the last part of our Present of the Future game, created by Daniel Santana, who's here, or Daniel Martins, who's here. Number 4, okay, social movements. Okay, so since that will
the solution always begins with people and ends with people.
Yeah, that's right. Power to the people, right? In the present and in the future. Power to the people. There we go. So now it's getting really exciting. In 10 years from now, we will solve the education challenge because of the gamers created a social movement. So we have to connect, right? Our solution. We have to connect the gaming industry, right? And games and everything related with a social movement. So it's time to basically find, right, connections between them. And so just to provide you some idea about a activity that we usually do in futures thinking and strategic foresight on a daily basis, called scanning. And through scanning, we're always looking for weak signals of from the future, as well as trends and drivers. And we usually relate it, or we categorize all these weak signals, trends, and drivers across different categories using the STEEP analysis or PASTEL analysis, which means social, technological, economic, environmental, and political. Okay, and when we talk about PASTEL, we also include the legal aspects. So here we have some examples that are in Portuguese, but I can translate to the ones that are not from Brazil, such as this signal of the social signals, such as Spain approves maternity leave license, not a maternity leave, sorry, a paid leave or license related to women's periods, right? So they are not pregnant, but they have, once a month their periods. And so women in Spain can have can be paid, right? And a license at the same time. Future of work, whether diplomas, traditional diplomas are still worth it. And this is related to education, right? And we have future of work, green skills are more necessary in all economic sectors. Automation, reskilling, diversity, right, are shaping the future of work and so on. And then we have AI, related news and signals, okay? So yeah, this is something that we do in a daily basis. And yeah, we have to basically use them as an inspiration, right, in order to create our solution. And back to our solution, we have a 10-year time frame, so around 2033, 2035, right? In the education, where gamers create a social movement, right? And what we'll have to do will be basically a news from the future, where we have a headline. It's a short headline, right? Like 2 lines. And then we have a summary, right? A tweet, like 4 or 5 lines describing this news from the future. So this is exactly what we'll be doing. We have down here, down below, we have some examples. You want to talk about this news from the future in past sessions, Daniel? You want to inspire?
Yeah, these examples were developed in a game session within, I think, the future practitioners, and we also solved some sort of educational problem, I think, if I do remember. I don't know if it's educational or food solution, or maybe a sum of these 2 topics. But the great thing here is to be optimistic about the future. So we're gonna solve some sort of educational problem within 10 years. It's a statement. It's true. And now you're gonna use all the signals to provide some inspiration to develop and imagine this solution, how this will be possible, using also the cards that we pick to write down and maybe give us a present from the future, maybe inspiring us of how to achieve that. So the great thing about writing those news from the future is this hopeful feeling that we achieve after writing down them. So let's do it. I think let's write some news from the future, like the folks from the future in the past session.
Yeah, so there you go. So any questions regarding Daniel's explanation about what we have to do? And Val, how many participants do we have here? Not counting ourselves, but not counting.
On the Zoom, we have 13 participants, but I think that interacting with us, we have like 5.
5?
Yeah.
Okay.
So Nando, Jessica, Dulce, people that was interacting on the chat.
Okay, thank you, Val. And Daniel, what do you think? Do we split into different groups, or we just keep this group of 4 or 5 to work together?
I think because we have a short time, maybe everyone can provide or write down at the chat, at the Zoom chat, and at the Facebook, the YouTube chat, some, at least a headline from that feature where gamers created a social movement to solve some sort of educational problem. So that's good for you and for everyone in the session. It works for everyone.
Yeah. Okay, guys. So what do you guys think about we will not splitting into different groups and using breakout rooms in Zoom, but we'll have, yeah, in this session, you guys can share your news from the future using the chat here in Zoom, right? And then you guys can discuss and choose the best one to present by the end. Okay, so if you want to discuss as well, opening up the microphone, no problem, right? Or you can write down in the chat, in the comments, your ideas and discuss. Either way, whatever you guys prefer. So we're talking about gamers creating a social movement addressing the education sector in 10 years from now. So what kind of ideas and what kind of optimistic news from the future we can have from gamers creating a new social movement and impacting positively the education system. So this is the challenge. And since that we have here,
so I will write down my idea of how gamers or the game industry solves the problem. Some of the problems about education. Just give me a second.
Okay. And since that Tulsi has also one idea that is in the chat, so if you guys can also get inspiration or critique or improve Tulsi's idea, right? So there are different possibilities, right? You can critique, you can add on, right? You can expand the idea, you can complement. So, or you can also bring your own ideas, such as Daniel is working on right now, including a headline and a summary for this optimistic news from the future. Gamers creating a social movement and promoting a positive impact in the education system. So gamers, gamification, techniques, social movements, guilds, just brainstorming some ideas, some connections, thinking loud.
Since I'm at my cell phone, it's hard to write. So to provoke some discussion, I will speak my idea. Maybe 10 years from now, gamers and digital gaming influencers achieved gender equity through a social movement that by the end of this time achieved a new law that is important to every game company or every game contest and tournament to have an equal number of men and women and other genders, so we can actually achieve the gender equity agenda so hoped for the UN by the 2030 agenda. So through this movement, people started to study about all different genders, and by the end, they passed a law that changed everything. So that's my idea of how can we solve some of the problems related to gender education with the help and the aid of the gaming industry.
Wow, that's great, Daniel, because you connected several different topics, right? Not only education here, but yeah, legal aspects, and we had the lawyer as a professional, right? And this is not coming from a lawyer, but this grassroots movement from gamers that made pressure and through lawyers and the system, and then you are handling not only education change, but also the gender equality, right? SDG. So yeah, it's a very interesting idea. So what do you guys think about Daniel's idea about the gamers creating this movement and pressure to basically create this new law that addresses the gender equality in the education system in 2030. So we're talking now about 2 SDGs, education and gender equality, not only one anymore.
I totally have had another idea, but I'm eager to hear or read some other people's idea, or even get my idea criticized, because the whole point of the game is that to develop a critical thinking and imagination, creativity, and things like that. So it's important for you guys and girls to participate within the debate. So come on, don't be shy. I know you have all sort of ideas right on your head, so put it out.
Yeah. Okay, so yeah, we have this possibility, guys, to critique Daniel's idea, right? To expand on Daniel's idea and to bring your own ideas, like Jessica just done, right? So yeah, it says here, people all over the world have ideas in a platform like this. We can all share our perspectives. Gamers of all ages, voices are heard. Headline: attention gamers save the world. Billionaires play the game and sponsor schools to play. Yeah, so it's similar to a play to earn approach that and billionaires financing the education system, as I understood, as long as I understood. That's also very interesting as well. Yeah, so great idea, both from Daniel and from Jessica, and we also have this very interesting idea from Tosi as well. And
one great thing about this gameplay is to wonder what ifs. So I was wondering, what if a major game company started or turned itself to an educational company. So they use their infrastructure to provide some educational solutions to everyone who have a single smartphone. For example, if we can imagine that Rovio the company from creators of Angry Birds started some sort of in-game school or gamified digital school for everyone who has a smartphone. And the lessons and the learnings are through these immersive experiences where students play the game and learn a whole different topics important for their professional future, for example. So we can imagine something like that. So what else? What else we can imagine in a future where gamers or the game industry solved one or more educational problems in 10 years?
Yeah. Yeah, that's great. That's another great idea, Daniel. And so, guys, and any other critiques or ideas? Because we are, reaching the end of this session.
I want to hear Valentina's idea because she's an important part of this game session. So I believe that being her such an imaginative and creative student of design and former student of mine, I know that she may have some great ideas in her head. So what about you, Valentina?
Yeah, when you called me, I was writing a tip about how to think your future news, because it's like you said, we can think one person that can create a project, but also we can see that project can be able to invoke positive consequences. So I was reading the news, so I put it that to add a more provoke to provoke the participants to think that these topics are not separated, like technological, economic, environmental topics, that they are not separated. They are like this. So I think that is that. So I don't know.
Yeah, totally. Makes sense. What do you think, Gustavo?
Oh yeah, that's another very interesting perspective, and that's why diversity, right, comes into place, and we have a quite diverse audience taking part of this World Futures Day event, and so yeah, it's really important to bring your own backgrounds and your vision to basically promote a positive change. All right, so we will basically choosing one of the ideas, Daniel, to move on, or not sure whether we'll have time to, but
I don't know how much time we still have.
5 minutes.
So the thing here is to, if we are in an actual gameplay session with our friends within our house, we can vote for the more interesting ideas based on a few criteria and metrics. For example, how innovative and absurd the idea is based on the time frame, or what aspects of the context of the problem we addressed with our news, or what aspects and topics we used during the tangibilization of the news from the professional, the people context. So with all these metrics and all these key points, we vote for the most interesting idea, and that idea earns the points. And after a lot of turns, a lot of rounds, playing the game and delivering, developing a lot of different artifacts from the feature, we have a win by the end. But of course, we don't have time for this here. But other interesting thing that we can do with our production is to discuss and to critique. And maybe if it is a good vision for the future, we can think and strategize. How can we achieve that feature starting now, starting the present? So by the time that we arrive at that year, we have the components and the ingredients to make it happen. So that's the beauty of thinking about the future and doing that in a centric way. I think it's the best way to actually design features. So that's pretty much it.
Okay, thank you very much again, Daniel. And yeah, guys, so we're reaching the end of our session, and basically Daniel, myself, and Val, right, so are from Teach the Future, which is a global nonprofit movement promoting futures literacy as a life skill for both students, educators, and practitioners. Our website, teachthefuture.org. Would be great, guys, if you guys open the camera, because I will take a screenshot, right, to basically represent this session. There's also some information that you can contribute through the chats that I just left. So I like again to thank everyone, and just a second before basically so what about you guys turning the camera on? Would be great. We have Fabiana, Pamela, Tulsi, George, Giovanna, João, Kath, Gladys. Yeah. Rosa. Okay, Lisa is there. Hi, Lisa. Nice to meet you. Giovanni. There we go. Okay, guys, so we would appreciate if you also basically fill out the forms and provide some valuable feedback, right, to Teach the Future and the Millennium Projects. And again, as a proud member of the Teach the Future movement, global movement, I'd like to thank everyone for your participation. So I will leave to you guys to the next session with Rosa and João. Thank you.
One last thing, connect with us to ask for the game. The game is free for everyone to use. So ask us about the game, and we will send you the PDF with the game rules, the cards for you to print and play with your family and friends, okay? So thank you so much for being here. Rosa, it's good to see you, and I hope you do a great presentation.
Good to see you too, Daniel. Thank you. Congrats, Gustavo. Thank you.
Thanks,
Bye.
Rosa.
Rosa,
Yes,
Welcome, welcome, welcome. Before Rosa, your session gets started, I'm just going to quickly stop recording for a moment.